Okay, we'll go ahead and call. Good afternoon. We are going to go, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the 11:30 a.m. session of the June 22nd, 2021 meeting of the City Council. I have a few announcements and then we will move on to our meeting. Today's meeting is being broadcast live on Community Television Channel 25 and streaming on the city's website at cityofsantacruz.com. All council members are participating in this meeting remotely. Public for staying home to view today's City Council meeting. If you wish to comment on an agenda item today, call in at the beginning of the item you're wanting to comment on using the instructions on your screen. Please mute your television or streaming device once you call in and then listen through the phone. Please note there's a delay in streaming, so if you continue to listen on your television or streaming device, you may miss your opportunity to speak. When it is time for public comment, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. When it is your time to speak during public comment, you will hear an announcement that you have been unmuted. The timer will then be set to 2 minutes. You may hang up once you have commented on your item of interest. And I would like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor
Here.
Kalantari Johnson.
Here. Here.
Brown. Brown.
Here.
Cummings.
Here.
Golder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Brunner.
Present, and I'd also like to inform the council that I will be leaving from 12 to 1 p.m. for required commitment.
And Mayor Myers.
I'm present. Okay, next we have our Parks Department Director, Tony Elliott, who will be here for the Parks and Recreation Month presentation. Welcome, Tony.
All right, thank you, Mayor Myers and members of the City Council. I'd like to introduce our Recreation Supervisor, Jessica Bond, who will give a short presentation on July as Parks and Recreation Month.
Hey, Tony, it's Rachel. I'm going to make sure Jesse's on since there was a delay. Just a moment.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Just jumping on right now.
Okay, thank you for your, sorry we're late starting, Rachel.
No problem, no problem. We're ready to go.
Hi, everyone. Let me get this pulled up.
Welcome, Jesse.
Thank you, everybody, for giving us this time to share Parks and Recreation Month with you. And hopefully everyone can see my screen.
We can.
Excellent. So, sorry, let me, oops. Sorry, everyone. All right. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to share and celebrate July as Parks and Rec. This is always a really fun month for us to celebrate, and this year it's even more meaningful as we are back in action this summer. Junior lifeguards are back, the London Nelson Community Center has opened, our classes have expanded, and the Civic is taking limited reservations for October and beyond. And our parks, beaches, and open spaces continue to be more popular than ever. In fact, felt like we had so much to offer this year, we have created a list of activities for every day in July. These activities and events can be found at cityofsantacruz.com/Parks and Rec events. But we did want to highlight a few events during this meeting. Mayor Myers has teamed up with the county and other city mayors to bring Outside the Frame. Each frame has been created by a will be displayed all over the county, and the City of Santa Cruz's frames will be along West Cliff, You can join Mayor Myers on a walk June 26th at 3:30 p.m., meeting at Bethany Curve and Westcliff Drive. And if you can't make that date, that's okay. All the frames will be up through the summer to enjoy anytime. Our beach cleanup days, this is new. For those of you who've been on council, you know Parks and Rec loves a little competition. So we are challenging each of you council members to pick one of our beach cleanup days, gather your constituents, and clean up the beaches this summer, in July. This is a friendly competition to see who can gather the most people. The beach cleanup signups will be posted soon and found at santacruz.com/Parks and Rec events. On July 24th, from 10 to 4, the London Nelson Community Center will be hosting Day in the Park, a fun, family-friendly day for all to enjoy. And this summer, we are bringing back our ever-popular City Hall Tree Walk in person with urban forester Leslie Keaty. That will be our very last on July 31st at 9 a.m., meeting at City Hall. And last but certainly not least, we're offering up our walking adventure group WAG. Is happening every Thursday from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. And so all these events, again, can be found with this QR code if anyone wants to take a snapshot of that, or at cityofsantacruz.com/Parks and Rec events. And please let us know of any questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Thanks for putting it all in one of those QR codes. That's super cool. So, and can people access that on the website too, if they hold up their phone to that and all that?
They sure can. Yes. Cool. Yeah, we'll have that available on the website. Yeah, and on the posters as well. So those should be going up around town shortly, and that QR code is right on top.
Great. Thanks so much. Any council members with comments or questions for Parks for Jesse? I am not seeing the crowd. Okay, thanks again. Can't wait to get out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a proclamation recognizing June as Fire Readiness Awareness Month and June 22nd as Fire Readiness Awareness Day. And I will go ahead and read the proclamation. I see that Chief Heydrich is in the crowd, and I'll see if he has any comments after that. Whereas over 4 million acres of land were burned and thousands of homes were destroyed in the state of California during the 2020 wildland fire season, and whereas over 83,000 acres were destroyed during the 2020 CZU Lightning Complex fire, and whereas the threat of wildland fire is increasing in the city of Santa Cruz due to drought and climate change, and whereas the city has recognized this threat and has made vegetation management a priority within and privately owned property, fostering the creation of fire-wise neighborhoods, and whereas today there is an increased awareness of wildland fire, the proactive steps that the city and community can take to be prepared, the value of the fire-wise neighborhoods taking collective action to minimize the impacts of a wildland fire, vegetation management, and emergency preparedness. And whereas the city is a leader in the county creating fire-wise neighborhoods, having created the first fire-wise community in the county within the Prospect Heights neighborhood, followed by the Highland neighborhood. And whereas we, as one community, come together to promote fire readiness and prevention through groups such as Fire-Wise Neighborhoods and promote best practices for fire prevention. Now, therefore, I, Donna Myers, Mayor of the City of Santa Cruz, proclaim January 22nd, 2021 as Fire Readiness Awareness Day and the month of June 2021 as Fire Readiness Awareness Month in the City of Santa Cruz, and encourage all citizens to join me in this observance. So thank you, Jason. I don't know if you have any comments today or not, but if you do, please go ahead and chip in as needed.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be giving a presentation on fire risk as part of the city manager update, but I just want to thank you for making that proclamation, raising the awareness and the prepared efforts that we can do collectively. I'd also like to really thank Abby Young and Shereen Bell. I don't know if they're online right now, for their respect for stepping up into that leadership role and really collecting their neighborhood to do actions that benefit everyone. And I think the more we do of that, the better off we all are. So I just want to thank those people, but also everyone for having that awareness for what we can do together to protect everyone.
Yeah, and I'll echo that as well, Chief. I want to recognize the folks from that Firewise groups who are listening in today, and I see some names here that I recognize. Yeah, and I just am very pleased that your neighborhoods are just really getting involved and taking it upon yourself. I also want to recognize the Fire Safe Council work for our county. They're a really instrumental group and teaching neighborhoods how to make themselves fire safe. We hope we can somehow get more resources to do this work in the future. We'll see what happens, but really appreciate those neighborhoods that are working hard to try to take care of themselves and be ready for fire season. So thank you all, and we look forward to more Firewise neighborhoods getting created in our city. Okay, next, the next proclamation, unfortunately, the recipient was not available today, so I will go ahead and make sure that individual is able to receive that. Bonnie, should I read that, or what's the best procedure for that moving ahead?
You could read it, or you could just mention that the proclamation is being issued. Yeah, this proclamation is recognizing Kid Day, and Dennis is retiring as part of the Comm Center, has served a long career here, and we want to recognize him. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here today. I'll be presenting the proclamation to him just via a handoff, a little less than this, but we do want to recognize that July 23rd, 2021, as Dennis Kid Day here in the city of Santa Cruz, and thank Dennis for all his work in the decades he's been here. And we, in sort of a little bit of the interest in time of being around a little bit late today, we'll go ahead and get that proclamation to him, but do want to recognize his work. And I'll go ahead and move on to the next item today, and that is the annual climate action update. And I'll invite Tiffany Weiss-West, our Sustainability and Climate Action Manager, up.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor and Council members. Let me just go ahead and share my screen, please. Okay, I think you should be able to see my screen now. Let me know if you cannot.
We can see it, yeah, Tiffany, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm Tiffany Weiss-West, the Sustainability and Climate Action Manager, and I am here today to share with you the progress on our 2020 Climate Action Plan. So our Climate Action Plan at a glance was adopted in 2012. It sunset just last year in 2020, and it consists of, in addition to two greenhouse emissions goals, which are related to, or rather at year 2020 and 2050, we also have 12 milestones or goals that are tracked through 13 indicators, each of which has a target. And there were 254 actions specified in that plan in order to achieve those milestone targets. 2008 is the baseline year for our milestones. And because of COVID, and just due to normal data availability, much of our data was not available for 2020, or it was an anomaly year, obviously because of COVID, and did not necessarily reflect trends in a typical year. And so we are using a mix of 2019 and 2020 data for the closeout for the report today. So of those 254 actions, about 70% of them are either completed, ongoing, or in progress. And I'm happy to report that about $240,000 has been reinvested in municipal projects via our internal carbon fund. So before I get into sharing where we landed on these indicators and targets, I do want to mention that one challenging thing with tracking these data are that the data sources frequently change, or they change formats. Also, in some cases, they don't exist for all years, and so I'll try to mention some of that. But that really plays into, as you will see, we did not achieve the majority of our indicators, although having very robust progress. The other piece to this is that our indicators and targets were set very high to reflect the environmental ethic of our community. So while in many cases we might say be leading the nation in a particular metric, we still did not achieve our goal. So let me go ahead and jump into that. So in terms of milestones that we achieved, really have a shining example here with our UCSC sustainability projects. We exceeded our goal, and I want to point to some partnerships with waste recovery. We currently have a project with the social and environmental justice interns to support our climate action plan and the equity advisement. And of course, with our Resilient Coast project recently, we partnered with the Coastal Science and Policy grad program. I know that some of the staff also teach some of the UCSC staff sustainability curriculum. So lots going on there. In terms of green businesses, we're holding about steady, almost 200, 197, but I'm going to go ahead and give us credit here for that because it does fluctuate depending on who's renewing. I think it's a real testament to our program that we held steady through COVID. And then on the bike mode split, this is really kind of an interesting metric. Even though we are just behind Davis in terms of the number of folks that can, we have inexplicably seen that metric increase to 10.2%, thus achieving the goal in 2016, but then inexplicably kind of decreasing over the past few years to where it stands now at 7.6%. Claire Glogly, the transportation planner, tells me that the way that that question's asked in the census says, what do you use for your longest part of your commute? So oftentimes that may be a confusing way to answer that question. However, she does expect, with potentially a bike share coming back, with a lot of folks getting on the road during COVID, and with the efforts that we're doing with education with partners like Ecology Action, we are really expecting to see this metric tick up the way it really should reflect what's going on here in the city. We do have a number that we're not achieving, but there are some bright spots here. No pun intended on the solar. We do have really strong solar penetration, although we did not reach our goal. You can see the actual numbers in parentheses following each of these indicators. We also want to give a ton of credit to our Public Works Facilities and Energy divisions. Although we did not meet our goal of meeting 30% of municipal energy load with renewables or reducing our load by 40%, we have made substantial progress there, including the installation of 3 major solar PV installations last year in 2020 and some major energy efficiency, rather innovative projects to reduce energy load. We are still working on what that end number is going to look like, so that's why you don't have the end number for reducing energy load. Also, in terms of waste diversion, this is another interesting one where we experienced a high of around 69% in 2016, but then that has reduced over time since 2016 to about 60.3% diversion. And in speaking with the waste diversion manager, certainly China's national sword policy has come into play where they are no longer accepting many kinds of recyclables. And then second, we really have begun to to look at measurement and reporting. And while we might say that there's a percentage diverted, is that diverted amount actually clean and able to be recycled? And so now that we are really only accepting clean recyclables, we're seeing that that was probably artificially high in the past. Also want to give a lot of credit to our transportation team. Everyone knows that we've just really seen lots of green bike paths on the road and all kinds of infrastructure projects. Also on the urban tree canopy, of course, Parks and Rec just completed the 500 tree planting funded by CAL FIRE, as well as their new street tree plan. And then lastly, on expanding energy efficiency to 30% of homes, I really shout out to the Green Building Program. And while electrification wasn't actually explicitly stated in our climate action plan, as you all know, the city did adopt and put into place a natural gas prohibition, and I'm happy to report that the number of units or development units that are going through 100% electrified buildings is double what we projected when we brought this ban to council last year. So lots of progress on that front. In terms of our overarching community greenhouse gas emissions goals, there were two. They are aligned with the state goals to reduce emissions from a 1990 base by 2020 and 80% by 2050. Right now, what you see on the screen are our community greenhouse gas inventories from all sectors. And this is as determined by AMBAG, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. We do have a patchwork of internally prepared inventories that we right now are trying to reconcile between the two, but under both, we have achieved the 2020 greenhouse gas target of a 30% reduction by 2020, and that is largely because of our participation in Central Coast Community Energy. We are on track to meet that 2050 goal, but I will point out that with an executive order, this California state has a 2045 target for carbon neutrality. So that will supersede our 2050 goal coming out our planning process. So we did achieve our emissions goal. And that takes me into, well, what's next here? And you know, I know that y'all know that the Climate Action Plan 2030 is happening, and the goal of that project, which we're going to be kicking off today, the first engagement on the visioning to the community, but our goal is what is the most equitable pathway in year to carbon neutrality. And for those who might not know what carbon neutrality is, that is no net release of carbon dioxide equivalent or associated greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So really reducing the amount that we are responsible for. And you can see our logo, which is the first time we've had it in public, Resilient Together. This really ties together three familiar city initiatives, the themes from those initiatives, and that would be Resilient Coast Santa Cruz, our sea level rise initiative that just wound up, Stronger Together, a recent public works infrastructure theme, and Re-envision Santa Cruz, the Building a Future for Everyone, which is our interim recovery theme. So really, we know that folks are interested in every issue, and every issue is connected to climate. Really, we're looking to become more resilient together. And so our visioning process begins today. This is the first of 4 major engagements in the Climate Action Plan process. And I really want to acknowledge and thank our external community climate action task force, a new set of equity advisors, and our internal sustainability team, as well as our consultants, for really getting us to this point. It's really been a year of planning and preparation to launch this publicly today. So I want to invite you all and the community to santacruz.com/climate action plan to check out 3 flexible ways to share your hopes, your dreams, your vision for what a sustainable and equitable 2030 in Santa Cruz might look like. So please go and check that out. Again, lots of flexible ways, virtual, live, or just shoot us an email. We've got some prompts for you on it. Again, really hoping to connect to, as a whole, hold streams, values, and again, making that connection that all things relate to climate. We will utilize this information and identify these value themes in the next step of our project, which is setting. I will just show you, this is our virtual visioning collage. Our Climate Action Task Force has gotten it started, and folks can share words, videos, sounds, imagery, get creative, selfie videos. We're going to be inviting city council members to share selfie videos of their vision. And we've got a QR scan tag too that'll link you right there, just in case folks want to hop over to that, or if they refer to this later on. But just to close things out, I do want to share the Climate Action Project timeline. So again, we are in this phase 1, this engagement. The yellow bubbles are the engagement, and the purple bubbles are the different kind of phases in the process. So we are closing out this 2020 Climate Action Plan. You will actually be getting an FYI in early August with the consultant technical memorandum on the closeout, and we're just, we'll be spending July fine-tuning that. And then we'll move on to goals in the next phase of our engagement and our project, as well as developing strategies. Really excited about announcing this launch today. And I hope that you all will check it out. We do have a robust social media campaign going on, and folks can opt into the email, or we are trying for the first time text notifications for the project, and that can be done at cityofsantacruz.com/climate action plan. So thank you for your support on all things climate, city council members. We really appreciate it, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. That was great, really great. Do council members have questions for Tiffany? Let's see. Councilmember Conklin.
I just wanted to say thank you. So much incredible work. I'm looking forward to the next iteration of our plan. Thank you, Tiffany and team.
I have a question, Tiffany. Always looking for those funds to get things done with. And I understand, I believe, there is a lot of climate change money, sort of being discussed at the federal level as well as the state level. And how do we support, I know you're kind of a one-person show, but I'm just curious about how we're able to support and be competitive as you move through some of our goals, but also, knowing that there's going to be a lot of federal investment in some of the kinds of things I think that I would imagine the city's pretty geared up and ready to go on in some ways.
Yes, thank you for that question, Mayor. So I would say in the near term, the things that the city is queuing up to get ready to go are the prioritized projects on our interim recovery plan, which in my area of responsibility includes the Resilient Coast Initiative and the West Cliff Drive plan implementation, which has about $80 million in projects over this next 10 to 13 years. In terms of the climate action plan, we do call out a funding and implementation portion, which will be developed later in the year. But in the near term, I do know that the city manager's office has engaged a grant writing firm to help us to prioritize, to project the opportunities that are coming both on the fed and state level, and then map out okay, what are the priorities? What are matching the projects to the opportunities? Now, we know that grants are not going to solve all of this, both on the climate adaptation side and the emissions mitigation side. So, of course, is on the table potentially, as well as philanthropy. That is something that is rather untapped in this area, and we have been doing some relationship building to see how we might be able to incorporate that into an overall funding strategy that really helps us to advance the agenda.
Yeah, that's exciting. I just happen to be looking at some things going on in Monterey County with regards to multi-benefit climate change-oriented projects, especially on the Carmel River. And yeah, I just, saw that, they were able to, over the last 10 years, pulled in about $63 million queued up to be able to kind of put the pieces together. And it looked like a very large coalition between sort of nonprofit partners and science and academics with the local government. So it was pretty exciting, and it reminded me to ask you of this today. So it's good to hear some of those things are being explored. So, and that you have that resource at least. Very excited about hopefully what the government continues to focus on. It seems like we're well positioned. So thank you for all your work over the last many, many years.
You are quite welcome. Yeah, and thank you to all of you for your leadership in supporting these planning processes that really are positioning us to access and unlock this funding. So thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany. Okay, not seeing any other hands. We will go ahead and end with our presentations for today. I have a few announcements, and then we will move on to our regular meeting. Today's meeting is being broadcast live on Community Television Channel 25 and streaming on the city's website, cityofsantacruz.com. If you wish to comment on an agenda item today, instructions are provided on your screen. We will provide these instructions throughout the meeting whenever we move into an agenda item that will be opened up for public comment. Please note, public comment is heard only on items council is taking action on and not regular updates and reports. The items that will be open for public comment during today's meetings are numbers 13 through 46, with the exception of item 45 on our agenda. I'd like to ask council members if there are any statements of disqualification today. Seeing no hands. I'd also like to ask our city attorney, Tony Condotti, to just come online for a moment here. There's been a number of communications that we've received, Tony, regarding conflict of interest and some FPPC rules. And I'm wondering if you might be able to just provide some statement to just in a public setting, a little bit about some of those recent emails and concerns folks have been, voicing during our meetings.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Yes, you might recall during the council's consideration of amendments to Chapter 636 regarding camping, there was a member of the public who made a claim that council members who owned real property within the city of Santa Cruz had a disqualifying conflict of interest based upon the notion that their property values would be by implementation of the camping ordinance. We considered that claim and rejected it out of hand because the camping ordinance really, in putting aside for the moment whether the enactment of a citywide set of regulations would have a bearing upon an individual parcel of real property or its value. We rejected that out of hand because under the conflict of interest rules, if a decision's effect upon a council member is the same as its effect upon the public generally, then there's an exception to the conflict of interest rules. And that's exactly what the various iterations of the camping ordinance did. It examined an ordinance that enacted citywide prohibitions on camping on public property and restrictions on camping on private property in the city. And it replaced it with an ordinance that still maintains citywide regulations on camping in various ways, but certainly its effect upon member who owns real property or one who lives on real property would be very similar to its effect on the public generally. So we rejected that out of hand. There was also a claim made that an individual council member, Vice Mayor Bruner, who is employed by the Downtown Association, that it would have an impact on source of income, namely the Downtown Association. And we rejected that claim out of hand as well. And the reason for that is that the Downtown Association is funded by assessments that are imposed upon properties and businesses. And the assessments are annually levied by action of the City Council. And so the imposition or the adoption of a citywide ordinance regulating camping has absolutely no bearing on the amount of revenue that the Downtown Association receives on a given year because the assessments are fixed based on things like square footage and street frontage and the type of business. Moreover, the Downtown Association expends are only limited by the amount of revenue that they receive. And so, the adoption of the ordinance will have absolutely no bearing on how the Downtown Association functions or how much revenue it receives or is required to expend. There was a complaint then made to the Fair Political Practices Commission based on the bare bones allegations that were submitted to the FPPC. The FPPC did apparently open an investigation on the claim with respect to Vice Mayor Bruner, but we've since responded to that and are waiting for a response from the FPPC on that investigation. At least one other council member has received a note from the FPPC just acknowledging that a complaint has been filed, but not stating that an investigation has been opened as of yet. And that just came to our attention within the last couple of days. And so we'll be reaching out to the FPPC within the next week or so as well. But just to reiterate, from our perspective, the claims regarding disqualifying conflict of interest are specious at best.
Thank you. Okay, I will ask the city clerk to announce any additions or deletions to today's agenda.
There are none.
Thank you. I'll make an announcement about our oral communications schedule today. Oral communications is an opportunity for members of the community to speak to us on items that are not on the agenda. Oral communications will occur at or around 6 p.m. today. If you wish to make a comment during oral communications, please call in at 6 p.m. I'd like to call on our city attorney to provide the report on the closed session, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Myers, members of the City Council. The closed session began bright and early this morning at 8:30 a.m. The following items were discussed. First is liability claims. The claims of Bob Good, Jesse Stephen Smith, or Stephen Smith, First Amendment Rights Preservation Society, Inc., and the claim of Ronald Chinitz. Those are also listed for action on your consent calendar this afternoon. M2 was public employment. The topic was the city manager recruitment. There was no reportable action on that item. Third was a conference with labor negotiators involving all bargaining groups. Council received a report from staff, and there was no reportable action on that item. Fourth, legal counsel regarding existing litigation that the city is participating in, and that is the matter of City of Arcata et al. Versus Pacific Gas and Electric Company. That case involves a challenge to PG&E's practice of collecting utility users tax net of greenhouse gas credits, and there was no reportable action on that item. The last was legal counsel involving anticipated litigation, potential initiation of litigation. There was one item of potential litigation discussed and no reportable action.
Thank you, Tony.
I'll now turn this over to our city manager, Martine Bernal, to provide updates on the city's business, COVID-19 response, and events.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We do have some updates for you today. I'll start by just noting that we had planned on doing a workforce development update by our water director, but given the lengthy meeting, we're going to defer that to the next meeting. However, she did send out a informational item, so you have some background information to prepare for the presentation in August. But today we will have first our fire chief do an update, wildfire prevention and planning, and then also just a brief update on COVID. And then City Attorney's Office will do an update on the eviction moratorium status with respect to the state legislation and other issues. So I'll first turn it over to Chief Haidu to do that presentation. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, Jason Haidu, your fire chief. Before talking about wildland, I just want to give a brief update on COVID. We've been having weekly and bi-weekly meetings with the county health office, and today was the last one for the foreseeable future, and that's because our numbers are so good. We have a little over 50 active cases in the county, really low hospitalization rates, and one of the really big pieces of information, of those who are eligible for vaccination in our county, so those who are 12 and over, we have hit 70+% of those people for being vaccinated. And so they're still continuing with that. And they are looking to continue with the vaccination efforts. Hopefully by this fall, they'll be able to bring it into that age group that's younger than 12. And they're also looking for the variant resurgence of COVID this fall. But for right now, as a whole within our county, within our state, we're in a really good position. And that's because of all the efforts that people have done. So that's positive news on the COVID front. So we're not done with it, but we're definitely in a lull, and we are looking much better now than a year ago or even 4 months ago. So that's really positive news overall. At the request of City Manager, wanted me to give an update for wildland season that's coming up. And so I'm going to present some slides, and then I'll take questions at the end here. So next slide, Bonnie. So I want to talk about wildland potential here in Santa Cruz because it's different than other areas in the state, and there's some really specific reasons for that. I want to talk about some of the efforts that we've done as a city and then also within our community, and then some specific focus areas for wildland, not just fires in general. So next slide. So this is a picture of a fire that occurred in Moore Creek. And before we get to this point where we have air tankers dropping fire retardant and we have fire engines with firefighters responding, there's a number of things. And a wildland fire, think of it as a recipe. And it's not necessarily a good recipe. But there's some things that have to happen, and some of them we can control and some of them we can't. So one of them that we look at is fuel, and those are things that burn. And we can manage those a little, and I'll talk about what we've done to do that. We can look at the ignition sources, which is really important, and we can minimize the number of ignitions and where they are within that fuel. And then the weather, we can't control it, but we can become acutely aware of it. So in order for a wildland fire to happen before this happens in our city, we have to have that fuel come together with an ignition source and then weather that really drives it. Next slide. So when we're talking about fuel, we're talking about all vegetation. And most vegetation is drier later in the summer. And really that's predicated on how much rain we've received. And if you look at the slide on your left, that's in the 2019 to 2020. And we received about 50 to 70% of our average rainfall. If you look at the slide on your right, we're looking at 25 to 50% of our average rainfall. And so those, that fuel, the grass, the brush, the trees, they're really drought stressed right now. And they are, they're dry. And if you go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about what that means for us in the firefighting world. So this is a bunch of numbers. And what this is we do sampling of brush and trees and grass. We measure the relative humidity or the amount of moisture that it's holding. compared to previous years and previous months. And so what I want to highlight here is the old growth in red, and we are 4 to 6 weeks ahead of schedule, and we are looking at historic lows within our fuels. And for those of you who hike or mountain bike or run our forests right now, and so what that means is, I'm going to use an analogy here. That newspaper that was delivered in your driveway, in the middle of winter, the entire paper is soaked. You couldn't catch it on fire if you tried. In spring, summer, it's probably a little bit damp on the outside because of fog, but the inside is dry. In the middle of summer, the entire thing is dry and it's ready to catch on fire. What we're seeing within our fuels, we are looking at historic lows back to 2014 at the height of our drought as far as where we are for fuel moistures. I fully expect that the next sampling that occurs in July, we're going to be 2 months ahead of schedule as far as how dry those fuels are. And that's everything. Those are our redwood trees, that's our grass. And so this is our fuel. It's receptive to catching on fire. Next slide. And so within the firefighting world, there's a number of different services that we look at. And this is just a forward-looking based on weather, based on fuel, what kind of conditions might be available for a wildland fire. And come September, the outlook for our area within California specifically, we're above average. That's based on dry conditions, dry fuel, and you know, the potential for a fire happening is higher. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but if it does, it's going to have more of an impact than it would in a normal precipitation year. So we are very much following this, and this will get updated. But this is kind of the macro view for wildland. Again, this is for fuel. So let's go to the next slide. And like I said before, we can, for fuel, we can't control precipitation, but we can manage it. And when we talk about vegetation management, a lot of people think that we're clear cutting everything, and we're not. And so some of these before and after pictures, there's subtle differences. So we have eliminated some of the smaller fuels. The vegetation is still there, but we provided those horizontal and vertical breaks so that if a fire occurs, it can be put out or it won't have that catastrophic impact and spread really quickly. And so this is a project that we did in Pogonip, consisted of 13 acres. This is clearing our access ways in there to make sure that we can get in there if there is a fire, but also minimizing the impact of a fire that occurs there. Next slide. This is a project that's being undertaken right now within Arroyo Seco. We received a grant for $100,000. And we're looking at doing vegetation management and thinning out the fuel on the city-owned portions of Arroyo Seco. And it's approximately 26 acres, so a really large area. And again, making sure that all those roads are accessible, that we've thinned out that fuel, and that if we do have a fire, it doesn't spread rapidly, it doesn't have that catastrophic consequence. And so these are just an example of some of the projects that we as a city have undertaken within our open spaces. Next slide. And that vegetation management extends beyond our city limits. What you're seeing here is all the infrastructure that the department is responsible for. And during the TZU fire, this was a really big deal for us. And so we've gone out and worked with the water department, looking at Liddell Springs, looking at Laguna Creek, looking at Loch Lomond, Newell Creek. And during the TZU fire, we went out to these pump stations, to these water intakes, to these, you know, these different infrastructure areas, and made sure that if a fire came through there, it didn't impact over 100,000 people that depend on the City of Santa Cruz Water Department for their water. And I have to give a lot of credit to the water department and Rosemary for being forward-looking, specifically within the Newell Creek Dam and the Loch Lomond area, for what they can do to minimize the impact of a fire within that watershed. So our efforts are pretty widespread, not just within the city itself, but also for the totality of all the different things that we're responsible for. Next slide. So here within the city, this is within our wildland urban interface, or WUI. So these shaded areas represent the city-owned portions of our open spaces within the city of Santa Cruz. And this is what we've really kind of concentrated going forward. Next slide. And this slide shows all of our wildland urban interface, city-owned, privately owned, but this is what we consider to be our WUI. And each one of these dots represents a specific fire incident. Not all of them were equal. Some of them were a simple 2x2 piece of grass that burned. Some of them were up to 14 acres or 2 acres. So, but each one of these represents a fire within our wildland urban interface. And again, if we have that really dry fuel, we have that ignition source, and then we have the weather that's driving it, we have the potential for a catastrophic incident, which is what we're trying to avoid. Next slide. And one of my focus areas has been within this area specifically, and it's been for 2 reasons. One, this is our open space in the city, and it also represents the most frequent ignition events within the city of Santa Cruz. I am happy to say that we've managed to decrease the number of ignitions or number of fire events within this area, and we've also managed to do a lot of vegetation management to try and minimize that risk. But we have to get it right every single time. Each one of these fires represents a potential the condition spreading. And also Pogonip is connected, is the most continuous portion of our city that is connected to the rest of the wildland going up outside of city limits. So we've managed to decrease the number of incidents within there from a high in 2019 down to 35 in 2020. And we've had a few this year, and we've been fairly aggressive about educating, but also doing outreach and trying to minimize those ignition sources within our wildland urban interface. And again, this is just concentration within our city. Next slide. So what we need to do collectively, and we're doing this, is identifying areas we can do vegetation management, minimizing those ignition sources, making sure that we have access to all of those areas if needed, and making sure that we maintain those fuel breaks where it doesn't spread quickly. Also, the water department has been doing a Newell Creek watershed vegetation management on a regular basis. And again, they're looking at the totality of Loch Lomond for, our most significant, water source. What we can do also outside of the city is support those fire-wise neighborhoods that take those actions that protect those neighborhoods, and making sure that on practice people are doing the same actions to minimize the spread of a fire. Next slide. And FireWise is a nationwide program. We started the first program in Santa Cruz County here in the city. And it really teaches the people what they can do to protect their homes and their neighborhoods. And the most critical component is that 0 to 5 feet around their house, making sure that they've separated those things that are flammable, extending out from that. We have 3 active groups. 2 of them have been formally recognized, and they've done a lot of work. Prospect Heights has had annual events for doing, removing brush and from their neighborhood. The Highland Group has been doing a GoFundMe, and they're going to be moving forward for doing vegetation management in their area. And Western Drive is not formally recognized yet, but they're working on it. And we would encourage anyone who wants to form a group to reach out to the fire department. We will provide that technical, expertise to move you through that. But we need those people that want to take that on themselves. Next slide. And then always, we want people to be prepared. And if you come by the fire department, we will give you this brochure. If you come to our website, you can download this, but this is across all different emergencies that can happen, whether it's a fire, an earthquake, a flood. Having a plan that you can put in place if needed is what we want. And so this is a checklist that you can do in advance. And again, it goes across all different types of emergencies and disasters. Next slide. And this is just a continuation of that preparation that we want people to do. And next slide. And again, for right now, for 911 to contact you, you can come to the City of Santa Cruz to our fire department website. You can go to Code Red, download the app, and it will push information out to you wherever you are for that incident. And this is how our 911 center can get information to you in the middle of the night, middle of the day, to let you know what to do and why. And next slide. And that's what I have for you, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there questions from council members for our fire chief? Oh, I'm sorry, I see Sandy Brown. Go ahead, Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for all of the work that has gone into, doing all of this work that's, led to us feeling a little bit safer around our wildland urban interface. But I do wonder, question about your thinking about how we approach this summer, given the likelihood of additional campers ending up in places like the Pogo Nip as camps are cleared. I know that's where, I'm told at least that's where some folks went yesterday. And so I guess I'm wondering how you're thinking about approaching that. It's an extreme fire season. We all know that. I know we're all really, really worried. This is not unique to me, but I do wonder, what's going to happen and how we're thinking about what to do about that.
It's a good question, and it's a challenging situation. And so it's not the fact that people are sleeping. It's the fact that they are starting fires that can impact someone beyond that. Also, when we have people in a wooded area that's at high risk of a rapid rate of spread for a fire, they're at risk too. And so what we've been doing is doing outreach and education, identifying those spots. And I will say that the number of encampments in Pogo Nip and Sycamore Grove is radically decreased from previous years. And part of that has been our outreach and our education. And that's why you also have seen a number of ignitions that have started in that area has gone down. I don't know that we can ever get to 100%, but doing nothing is not acceptable with the risk, not only for those individuals, but for the community and the environment. As we get closer to July 1st and with our fuels being what they are and also 4th of July, that outreach and that enforcement is going to increase. And so I'm heartened by the fact that we don't have as many people there, that the efforts that we've done in previous years has really minimized the number of ignitions that have happened in that area. So I don't have a perfect answer for what to do for those who are unhoused right now. But from a fire perspective and the impact, doing nothing is, I don't think that's acceptable for those individuals or for our community.
Thank you. I just have one other question. As you were presenting, and the same was true actually for the climate action plan, I was trying to screen grab the presentation, and then I thought I could just ask if it would be possible for us to get those presentations, and I think they'd be helpful for the public to be able to access. So if we could get those on our city website as well, that would be great.
I think Bonnie, that's something that Bonnie can do. She has the PowerPoint. We can make sure that you get it and we can post it.
Thank you.
I had a question, Chief, about the Firewise groups. I've talked with all of them off and on over the last several months, or emailed with them, and I know there's a lot of state money, but it's very hard to get to in terms of, the different channels it's getting into. And I know that we just received some grants. Congratulations. The city doesn't have a source to help these groups right now, right? I mean, the grants that are coming to you are, do you do that work directly, or is there a way for neighborhoods to get access to that kind of work, or do you do it together with them? I guess that's the other option.
A little bit of both. I mean, this is kind of a changing landscape as far as what those funds are. So when the governor announces X amount of millions of dollars that are available for the state, a lot of those are for state responsibility areas, not city. But I will say that having a recognized Firewise group, having that organization in place, and having a defined plan for what you want to do makes it more likely that you're going to be able to receive funds from whatever revenue stream there is. As we become aware of them, we try to push that out and work with them through the Fire Safe Council and also those different funding opportunities to grab a hold of those funds so that they can do that vegetation management. I don't have a magic answer for if you go here and, this is the specific source, and it is changing. And sometimes what you read in the paper about those funds being available, there's some nuances there about what entities are actually able to access those funds. I do see that in the near future and going forward. So having that group that is already formed and ready to move forward makes it more likely that they're going to be able to access them.
Okay, that's great. And these groups also, I mean, if we had a local source, if we had a source coming out of the city, that's in the other way that we could potentially continue to assist folks with these kinds of projects.
Yeah, we've really focused on the city-owned open spaces for, extending city funds. We've done a little bit of support as far as delivering dumpsters, for green waste for neighborhood cleanup. But I think as going forward that collaborative effort is something that we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members with questions? Next up.
Okay, next up is the city attorney's office, who's going to do an update on the eviction moratorium status. And I think it's Stephanie, I think it's coming up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. At the last council meeting, I spoke about the various eviction protections, both residential and commercial evictions. Since our last meeting, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order 821, which extended the local jurisdiction's authority to impose limitations on commercial evictions through September 30th of this year. So that means that the city's commercial eviction moratorium will remain in effect until September 30th, 2021. He did not indicate if it would, if that executive order would expire after that point, or if he would be possibly extending it again another time. And at the last meeting, I also spoke about the residential eviction protections provided under SB 91, which, among other things, prohibit a residential tenant from being evicted for failing to pay rent between the period of March 1st, 2020 and 30th, 2021. Again, that deadline is quickly approaching. This week, we've just started seeing statements indicating that lawmakers are working on a bill to extend this eviction moratorium beyond the June 30th deadline. It's my understanding that in addition to extending the residential eviction moratorium, lawmakers are also in the final stage of a $5.2 billion program that would pay off 100% of unpaid rent for qualifying residents, with $2 billion of that set aside for unpaid utility bills. So from what I am reading, it sounds like it is very likely that there will be an extension to the residential eviction moratorium. It's just the terms of that extension are still unknown. We could know as soon as sometime this week, hopefully. But my understanding is much of the conversations have been behind closed doors and very little information available. But it does sound very likely. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions or provide any information, additional information if you'd like.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Is there any council members on this? Sounds pretty hopeful. Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Brown.
Thanks for that presentation. I just wanted to make a few comments because I was able to connect with some of the staff over at Community Action Board. And one of the things that they were mentioning is that there has been some difficulties with getting funds out to people. And so I just would encourage council members to connect with Community Action Board because, the infrastructure and the funding to kind of get the funds out has been problematic. And so I just think that, as we continue moving forward with all this, really understanding funds into the pockets of local residents is going to be critical. And given the discussions I've had previously, it doesn't sound like right now that that's very easy. So just wanted to put that comment out there.
Councilmember Brown?
I'll thank Councilmember Cummings for mentioning something that I also from CAB. I'm the CAB representative or the city representative to the CAB board, and we did talk about that as well. So, really the call was for anybody who has the ability to get the word out through various networks to let them know that they should be looking to CAB as a resource right now. They do have some administrative hurdles related to the way the funding streams happen, but they, as an agency, work really hard to be nimble and make it really as smooth as possible. So I really encourage people to, don't be afraid of the potential bureaucracy and all of that. They work with you and really do want to use the resources for the purpose they were dedicated. And so the question I have was, thank you, Stephanie, for the updates. That is heartening to hear. I want to make sure that I'm clear. So that would mean if the state acts, the city, the way we wrote our local eviction moratorium, that would just automatically extend. We don't have to take action again after the state takes action. Am I getting that right?
With regard to the commercial eviction moratorium, that's correct. So that is tied to the governor's executive order. So when the governor extends the executive order, our commercial eviction moratorium is extended along with it.
And so that's not so then for residential? That would mean once we hear something, we also have to take action?
Not exactly. I guess it will depend on the form that this new legislation comes in. With the prior bills, AB 3088 and SB 91, those essentially preempted the city's local ordinance. And so the city was preempted or amending any residential eviction moratorium. I suspect it would be the same with this new bill coming out, that they would just preempt the city from creating any additional moratoriums. But that's something we would have to look at once that new legislation comes out.
Okay, I'm just curious because this is all going to happen over the council hiatus, and that time between June 30th and August 10th, I think is our 8th is our first meeting. That's a significant amount of time for, evictions to take place. We won't be able to reel that back once it happens. So I just am hoping that we can figure it out, make the timing work so that people aren't, harmed in the interim.
Absolutely. I think it would automatically cover. I know that it was the language that they amended between AB 3088 and SB 91. I think they would just change the date there. And so I think, I don't foresee that we would need to take any action, but we will certainly be staying on top of it and bring any new updates to council as soon as we have anything.
We could certainly call a special meeting if the council needed to take action to protect tenants in Santa Cruz. Thank you, Stephanie. Any other questions? Okay, great. Martine, who's up next?
That's it for today. Thank you very much.
Martine, I have one question, and I know you might not have a completely clear answer on, but with all the changes last week issued by the governor, I know, just for the public to know, we are, Martine, I believe, beginning the planning work to look at in-person meetings, correct? And we don't have an exact month exactly when that will happen, but that is something that we have started to assess, right?
That's right. That's right. And we'll be taking the recess period to sort of get everything in place and move towards that. That's correct.
Yeah. So just wanted to let the public know that we will be going back into in-person sessions. We're still working on the timeline for that. Okay. I will ask the clerk to review the meeting calendar, attach the agenda, and if there are revisions to that calendar, please.
There are none.
Okay, great. Okay, we are a little bit ahead of time, and the council has not had more than a 5-minute break since we started at 8:30. So I'm going to go ahead and have council take a break, coming back at, Bonnie, it looks like if we came back at 1:25, we'd still be maintaining on our schedule.
That's right.
Okay, so we'll take a 30-minute break and hopefully get some lunch, and for the public, we'll be coming back at 1:25, and we'll start with our consent agenda, which is items number 39 on the agenda today. Thank you, everybody. Tanya. Okay. Okay, we'll get started if council members turn back on their cameras. We got enough faces to be ready to go. Okay. Welcome back to the City Council meeting. First up today, or now, is the consent agenda. These are items 39 on your agenda. On our agenda, for members of the public who are streaming this meeting, now is the time to call in if you want to comment on items 13 through 39. Instructions are on your screen. Please remember to mute your streaming device, press *9 to raise your hand, and listen for the cue saying you have been unmuted. All items will be acted upon in one motion unless an item is pulled by a council member for further discussion. Council members who wish to pull any items today. Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Golder, this would be for items that council members would like to have pulled. Councilmember Cummings.
Just a couple questions on item number 20.
Okay. 20 is questions. Okay.
And also, I thought I remember the city attorney at some point mentioning something that needed to get pulled from consent as well.
Right, and that was, item number 34 needs to be pulled. I'll go ahead and pull that item. Councilmember Golder, did you have?
I'm gonna say 4.
You were, okay. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I just have a quick question on 19.
Okay, number 19. Great. Okay, so we have one item that has been pulled. That's item number 34. And we have two items that have been we have questions, comments on before I move on to public comment. So why don't we go ahead and start with Councilmember Brown's question on item number 19, which is the Economic Development Administration WRF grant appropriation.
Yeah, so I just wanted to follow up and thank you, Bonnie Lipscomb, for answering some of the questions that I sent in advance. And that definitely helped me understand what's happening at this point. But I did just want to follow up on the concern that I heard and that was sent into the city around the timing for that work to be done because of the bird nesting season. And so I'm just and I know there are other agencies that, weigh in on this, NOAA, the, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, possibly the Coastal Commission. I don't know if that would, I think that would also be triggered. So I'm just wondering what your plans are for, if you have plans to work around the nesting season and, ensure there's some mitigation, I guess.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for bringing this up. We did receive a number of emails on this and correspondence on this topic, so I appreciate the question. We will work around that. It both was identified in our EIR, and staff, and I will acknowledge that David McCormick, who is our project manager on this project, is also on this call, but that we have been working with Fish and Wildlife and the Coastal Commission on this. And in talking with Joe Hall, who originally helped us submit the grant as well, we have a several-year window in which to move forward on this so that we can work around the nesting season, so January, February timeframe to September. It's going to take us, probably the next number of months, certainly through the summer, early fall anyway, just to pull the various pieces together, bid it out, and, identify a firm, at which point we'll likely at that point come back to you again. So this is the first step. This is really today is a budget adjustment. We, received the award, notice of the award just before you were considering the overall budget. So we didn't know that it was coming, so it didn't get included in the budget. So this is just an administrative step to make sure the funding and the grant funding is included in our budget.
Thank you. I really appreciate the info.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next up, Bonnie, you might want to stay on screen. Next up is item number 20, questions regarding that. Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you. And I just want to start by thanking staff for bringing this forward. I know that for many businesses that have been impacted by COVID-19, that this is something that's really been helping them to, earn more, generate more revenue as we try to kind of bounce back from last year. And also, I know many members of the community have wanted to see more outdoor dining and opportunities for outdoor. And a lot of people have been really excited and happy with our ability to allow. And so, so I just want to, just express my gratitude for everything that we've been able to do to bring this forward and for these extensions. I just wanted to ask about the creation of the permanent program and kind of the process around that. If small business owners want to provide some input on that and what that looks like, what would be the best way for them to provide input? And is there any opportunities for like community meetings where those individuals could join and kind of provide any feedback to you all?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for that question. We actually are working with an architecture firm right now who is starting to do the design work for a couple of permanent options, and we will be doing some stakeholder groups to get more feedback. We've done initial feedback coordinating with the Downtown Association, and Councilmember Bruner has been really helpful with that as well. So we are and have had feedback to date, and for any council members or members of the public who are interested in this item and watching, feel free to contact our office. Rebecca Unit is our economic development manager, and she's the point person for this program. They could reach out to economic development, and we can follow up and include them on stakeholder outreach. We will be coordinating a design and sort of feedback meeting with interested businesses prior to finalizing any designs as well. So we've done some preliminary outreach and received quite a bit of feedback on the temporary program, as well as some consideration from a number of stakeholders on things that the city should be considering for a permanent program, as well as we've conducted some internal across city departments on what's working well, where do we need to focus? What are any issues that may come up when we're proposing to make this permanent? So that's what we've done so far, but we will still have some community outreach around the design of the permanent parklet options. And when I say options, the reason why we're doing that is that we wanted to have a couple of streamlined options for a permanent parklet with the design, with all the costs, everything sort of laid out along a timeline of, okay, we want to do this design. I know how much it costs. I know how long it's going to take to get permitting. We're going to be pre-vetting that. So that's the concept behind the pre-vetted 2 designs that we're working on right now. And our plan is to come back to you at the second meeting in August.
Great, thanks. And then I guess I would just also say it might be good. I know that there's some state bills that are getting voted on around this, and it'd be great if we could get an update on kind of where the state law is moving as well.
Yeah, and we can come back to you with that, and we did submit a letter of support for AB 314, sort of a related item as well.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other council members with questions on this item? Okay. I am not seeing any other requests to pull or questions on any other items. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out to the public now. If there are members of the public that would like to speak to any item on consent agenda, with the exception of item number 34, now is the time to do so. Please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. When it is your time to speak, you will hear an announcement that you have been unmuted. The timer will be set to 2 minutes. And I have Ian M. as our first call-in person. Ian, you should be unmuted shortly here. Let's see. Press star 9. Try star, I'm sorry, star 9. No, I'm sorry, star 6, Ian. Excuse me. Flip my 9s and my 6s all the time. Ian, yeah, if you press star 6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute yourself. Ian M., if you press star 6 on your phone, you should be able to be unmuted. Okay, Bonnie, I'll come back to him. Next, I'll take phone number ending in 1810. Please press star 6, and we'll be able to hear you.
Yeah, Garrett Phillip. It seems to me that as regards extension of the COVID emergency, you show lack of autonomy and are waiting for somebody to tell you that it's over. Okay, I'll say it's over. Nobody died of COVID in the county last month. It's over, even though it sure seems like government would like its emergency powers to go on and on and on forever. Or maybe it is that the big pharma and government would love last man, woman, and child to get the experimental jab, which can only have a liability exclusion from the thousands of vaccine-related deaths and adverse side effects, only possible with the emergency use authorization, which is only possible with that extension of state of emergency or not. It's increasingly past time to examine the devastating effects of the government response, past time to examine all the lies, past time to keep moving the goalposts, past time to stop violating individual rights, past time to modify policy. All information and not the selective narrative masquerading as science, past time to stop the censorship, past time to expose conflicts of interest, to follow the money, and mostly it's past time to stop hypnotizing the people by fears, threats, and bribes to accept the corporate mainstream's media version of COVID-19. The well-organized, government-sanctioned, very sophisticated propaganda campaign drawing on the human fear of death and disease needs a termination. Locking down hundreds of millions of healthy people, insisting they wear useless masks, dismissing the fact young people's healthy immune systems are adequate, and destroying the economic lives of regular people has created vast suffering, mostly just to achieve a mass obedience. We know the high settings of the PCR test cycle threshold could only result in mass false positive results. We're asked to believe all sorts of normal causes of deaths like the flu took a break this year, replaced by COVID deaths. We know effective treatments were denied, treatment research squashed, doctors trying to save lives other ways were silence canceled, and pharmacies refused to fill their... Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call on Ian again, Ian M. If you star 6, there you go. You should be able to talk now, Ian. We're not able to hear you. Ian, if you're on a device, Bonnie, they need to mute themselves on this item that they're on, correct? If they're using their phone?
He looks like he's on. There he is.
Does that work?
There you are, Ian. We hear you now. You're there.
Well, first of all, I want to thank
Ian, we're barely can hear you. If you can get a little closer to either your speaker or your phone. Still really, is there any way you could turn your microphone up? Are you on a phone or an iPad, Ian? Home phone. Okay. That's a little better. See if you can turn your volume up. Okay, go ahead and we'll be real quiet.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to thank
Sorry, Ian, we're having a really hard time hearing you. If you do have your comments written down, could you maybe email those to us as well? That would be very helpful. Some of us could not hear because of the speaker situation.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Now we can hear you. Shoot. Okay, Ian, thanks so much. Okay. Next up, I have Rami.
Yes, hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Rami Kayali. I own Mellow Kava Bar on Pacific Avenue. We've had some issues dealing with the city regarding the parklet and the program, and I appreciate Mr. Cummings' comments regarding that. It's been a challenging time and very difficult for us to navigate COVID, and on top of that, having to navigate the bureaucracy of the city and dealing with parklets and all the associated issues has been really, really taxing. I have two other businesses, one in Berkeley and one in Oakland, both of which allowed us to have parklets, and they had programs in place to really help during the crisis. And I'm just frustrated and wanted to vent my frustration regarding the slow-moving issues we've had with Santa Cruz in not allowing us to have any kind of covering for the parklet. And that was really frustrating, and I really do hope that we move a little quicker because as we start to approach the rainy season here soon, we're going to be very limited on our ability to serve people, and this is by far a very, very good revenue source for us, and it's something that definitely beautifies the avenue, and I'm hoping we can see something happen a little quicker. So either way, I appreciate all your help. I know it's been a stressful time for all of us, but yeah, I just wish we could move a little faster and we'd have a little more dialogue about this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And next up, I have caller ending in phone number 2289.
Hi. Was there an exception to item 34? That's what I'd like to speak on.
That item will be, we'll be addressing that item next.
Okay. So do I wait and speak when it comes back up?
Yes. We did pull that item, so we'll be able to have discussion and deliberation on that. Okay. Is there anyone else out in the meeting attendees today that wish to speak on any of the items on our consent agenda except item number 34? I'm not seeing any more hands. So I'll go ahead and bring this back to council. And I see Councilmember Cummings.
I'm happy to move the consent agenda with the exception of item number 34.
And Councilmember Brown.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Cummings, seconded by Councilmember Brown to approve the consent agenda, except for item number 34. And I would ask the clerk to go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Golder?
Aye.
Bruner? Vice Mayor Bruner?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. We'll now come back to item number 34, and I believe this is an item that our city attorney has brought forward. Tony, can I turn this over to you?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Myers, members of the City Council. This is a hearing on of necessity for the city to initiate a process to acquire PG&E-owned streetlights within the city. As you recall, several months ago, the city approved an agreement with a consultant to analyze the possibility of acquiring PG&E streetlight infrastructure as a way both to improve service to the streetlights and to result in some cost savings for what the city pays PG&E currently for its streetlight services. PG&E owns a portion of city streetlight infrastructure, but most of it is already owned by the city. So this would be basically incorporating an inventory of PG&E streetlights into the city's infrastructure. In order to do that, the first thing that has to be done is an offer needs to be made to acquire the property, and that offer has been made based on the value of the streetlight owned by PG&E. The second part is a hearing, and that's the hearing that you have before you today on a resolution of necessity. And in order to meet the statutory requirements to acquire property by the power of eminent domain, you have to make certain findings. And those findings that you need to make are that the public interest and necessity require property interests that are described in the resolution that's part of your agenda packet, that the project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. 3, that the property sought is necessary for the project. The public utility facilities to be acquired are a more necessary public use than the present use to which said facilities are appropriated. And 5, that the offer to the owner or owners of record required by Government Code Section 7267.2 has been made. Those are the findings contained in the resolution of necessity that's included in your pack. Also, I will just note for the record that Public Works Director Mark Dettel is here and available to answer questions that the council might have. Our outside consultant, Jason Tanko, is also present and available. And Matthew Grace from my office, who has been working with the Public Works Department to bring this matter forward, is also available to answer member questions or comments. I believe that the person who spoke previously is a representative of PG&E and would like to address the council. They have also submitted a letter opposing the adoption of the resolution of necessity, which is in your packet. With that, I will turn it over to the council to have any questions or comments that you may have.
Before we bring it out to members of the public, are there any questions from council members regarding the report by the attorney? Okay, I'll go ahead and take it out to the public, and the caller with phone number ending in 2289 who is just on the line, if you want to go ahead and unmute.
If I could just briefly, before the caller begins, because this is a formal statutory hearing, the representative of PG&E, I don't believe should be restricted to the 2-minute public comment restriction.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to ask you that. Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you, Tony. Let's see. So phone number ending in 2289, go ahead and press *6, and you're welcome to speak. And there's no time restriction.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Gina Arnold, and I'm the Government Relations and Public Affairs Representative for PG&E. I'm here to let you know that we've received and responded to the city's notice to acquire PG&E street lighting facilities by eminent domain. As a longtime partner of the City of Santa Cruz, I'd like to reiterate the value of our relationship with the city. PG&E believes that we have a shared objective of providing our customers the best service available, and we are committed to discussing any concerns the city has about our streetlight service. We do not believe, however, that an eminent domain action by the city is the appropriate path forward. We would love to work cooperatively and discuss the city's concerns about our streetlight service, and we hope that you share our preference to come to an agreeable resolution rather than undertake costly and time-consuming litigation. I apologize for the legalese, but for the record of the meeting, I'd like to quickly summarize why PG&E formally objects to the proposed resolution of necessity. Number one, the city does not provide sufficient description of the project. Number two, the city appears to have a predetermined outcome of the hearing on the resolution of necessity. Three, the notice does not demonstrate that public interest and necessity require the project. Four, the notice does not indicate how the project would satisfy the greatest public good / least private injury requirement of eminent domain. Five, the notice does not demonstrate that the property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. Six, the notice has the project would be more necessary public use. And seven, the city did not make an adequate offer required before adopting the resolution of necessity. Again, we invite you, the city, to meet with PG&E to discuss your concerns about our streetlight service. In the meantime, for the reasons stated, we do not believe that the city may properly adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire any of PG&E. We look forward to meeting with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back now. I don't see any other members in the public looking to speak on this item, so I will go ahead and bring it back to the council for continued action or questions of our attorney.
I guess I would like to suggest that Matt Grace from my office comment on the points raised by PG&E.
Okay. Welcome, Matt.
Good afternoon, Mayor Myers and council members. So I would like to, as Mr. Candotti just said, I'd like to comment on the objections that were raised. First of all, the description of the project is self-evident, is that the city is proposing that they acquire the street lighting facilities to operate them more efficiently, to maintain them in a more responsive manner, and to also to operate them in the most efficient manner. So that is the public purpose, and that is the project that is being proposed. And there's no further requirement for the city to articulate anything more specific than that. Two, the commentator from PG&E had said that there's a predetermined outcome. I think that is speculative because there's been no evidence submitted, and the council has not made any determination. So I believe that that's speculative because no outcome has been made at this point. And the same goes for objections 3, 4, and 5, and those are basically relate to the required findings that a public entity must come to if they're to proceed with eminent domain. The first being that the public interest and necessity require the project. 2, that the project would satisfy the greatest public good, least private injury requirement. And 3, that the property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. There is evidence before the council that those 3 requirements have been met. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But there's been, this is a hearing. The council is being presented with evidence to vote on, and no determination has been made prior to now. Likewise, with the objection related to the property being that the city has not articulated why the project would be a more necessary public use. Again, that determination has not been made. There's evidence being presented to the council regarding why the city's operation and maintenance of the street lighting facilities would lead to a substantial public benefit. And finally, regarding the adequacy of the offer, there's no specificity that's been proffered regarding how the offer is adequate or inadequate. And for that reason, it's difficult to comment on PG&E claim that the adequate is offered because cities complied with the code as far as providing the information, the amount of just compensation would be based. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions by City Council at this point? I'm not seeing any, so I would look for a motion. So two resolutions, a motion to adopt a resolution following the hearing, and a resolution amending the budget, and wondering if there's a council member that would be willing to do those. Any hands out there? Great. Councilmember Golder?
I'll go ahead and move item 34.
And Councilmember Kalantari Johnson?
Second.
Great. We have a motion on the floor to adopt a resolution following a hearing, providing the owner of the property an opportunity to speak, finding that public necessity requires the acquisition by eminent domain of the street lighting facilities owned by Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, located within the city's territorial boundaries, and authorizing the city attorney to pursue domain proceedings to acquire the real property, and to adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021 budget and appropriating funds in the amount of $152,960 in gas tax funds for the acquisition of the citywide streetlights project. And Bonnie, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Golder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, move on to our public hearings. Next up on our agenda is item number 40. It's a public hearing for the second reading and final adoption of ordinance number 2021-13 pertaining to special events. For members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. Are there any council members who have questions or comments? Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick statement about this item. We approved on a first reading at our last meeting. I have since received a significant number of messages asking about the purpose of this, and being quite concerned that it appears to be an effort on the part of the city to restrict protests, public protest. And so I just wanted to say for out there, and I've been sending messages back to people, that I did, after getting those messages, I went through with a colleague and looked at all of the changes through the red line version, and the changes are indeed what we were told in the presentation about this item. This is about shifting the authority to the Parks and Rec Department, hopefully one day getting them some cover the cost of doing that, but and then just really some cleanup. So I just wanted to say that I'll be voting yes, and I am doing that, having done a lot of follow-up work to make sure that we're not doing something unintended.
Thank you, Council Member. Go ahead. Is there any other council members who have questions on this item? Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it out to the public. And I have a caller ending in 1810.
Yes, Garrett Phillip. This flat out says public assembly of over 50 people for the purposes of free speech is not without permit allowance or face infractions issued by seemingly any city employee with a job description. No matter how many and/ors you include, and some have lame justifications or are excessively authoritarian, that is what it says. There may be behaviors or consequences at mass gathering events that need explicit restrictions, planning, funding, land use authorizations, or fines to preserve other citizens' rights, health, safety, and excessive public cost. But instead of just defining those, at best, you have instead assumed that the mere possibility some behaviors could occur requires extermination of the First Amendment via permit requirements and fines for both anyone who shows up and organizers blamed for these behaviors, whether they incite these behaviors or not, and for not having civic permission far in advance. At worst, authoritarian logic like a permit is not required unless the permit officer thinks it should be, or pledges like I promise not more than 25 people will cross only at crosswalks that each lights change are plastered all over this. It's not my job, but yours, to examine each one for unjustified overreach. Now, I'm not saying something like this isn't needed. Last summer, BLM groups continually vandalized and appropriated the clock tower in some kind of misguided altar worship and marching mobs like the one involved activists piggybacking the BLM movement's mob intimidation, who loudly street marched to then Mayor Cummings' home residence, or the BLM protesting vandalism at the police station included unacceptable mass gathering expression behaviors. I always wanted to mention then Mayor Cummings' stand against the mob vandals, even in front of a police station, was very brave and highly principled. However, consider Depot Park protest for peaceful. Oops. Oh boy. Oh boy. Consider the Depot Park protests for peaceful assembly and free speech, ask for government redress of the homeless camp plan grievances, or even the beach lockdown protests. They don't need no stinking government permits to assemble in free speech government protests.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any other members of the public. We'll go ahead and bring this back. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to make another comment. Actually, Mr. Phillip reminded with his comments about something that I had been talking with some folks about who contacted me, and I'm wondering if there is a possibility to think about increasing that 50, the number 50 to 100. I think the specific context for those concerns was related to the fact that the town clock and the county building, the steps of the county building are often spaces where people gather for a variety of reasons, and that under this ordinance that looks like it would be restricted. And some of those are quite spontaneous in response to things that are happening in the moment. I know there's some language about that, but it seems like 100 would be an appropriate number for the threshold. And I'm just wondering how folks feel about that. Another item was related to the number of hours that, allowable hours under a permit, which seemed short to me, and I'm just wondering about looking at 4 to 2 hours. So just putting it out there, and I'd like to hear, and if folks on staff want to respond to why you selected those particular thresholds or stuck with them, I'd love to know what those are.
Hi, Councilmember Brown. This is Lindsay Bass, Principal Management Analyst from the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you so much for the questions, and thank you to the public for the comments. We continue to receive a lot of really thoughtful feedback around this cleanup and adjustment that we're looking to make. I would say, and just reinforce, Councilmember Brown, your statements were spot on. We're really to make adjustments that reflect the transition of these duties over to our department. Regarding the specific question around the threshold and some of the concerns around public expression and gathering permits, I would say where possible, we didn't want to adjust the ordinance if it wasn't necessary. So feeling that up to this point, I don't believe the public expression and gathering permit has prevented any expressions of free speech. And we feel that we have and exercise a lot of latitude and careful thought and analysis around making sure that continues to be the case, which is why we didn't adjust those thresholds. Further, I want to reinforce that our actions with respect to that permit in particular are really just around ensuring the safety of those gathering wherever possible, and ensuring the safety of those who may encounter those to the best of our ability. Expressions of free speech happen without permits. These are our attempts when we know of large gatherings to just make them as safe as possible. And those are best efforts that we make. But to this point, we're just trying to not overly adjust the ordinance to what is absolutely necessary at this time.
Thank you. That totally makes sense. I just wanted to try to get folks who were really concerned about that some reassurance that things aren't going to, they're not going to be restricted from showing up if something, if there's something going on at a more spontaneous event. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I do, Bonnie, I closed public comment. I'm seeing 2 hands over there. I'm not sure if they're for the next item or not.
No, I know at least one of them is for this one.
It's for this one. Okay. Yeah. I'll go ahead and just capture these 2. So if the 2 people with their hands raised, if you do want to comment on this, I'll go ahead and go back to public comment A with you, Bonnie, and I'll have Thomas Levitt. Go ahead. Press *6. There you go. You're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say that regardless of the rationalizations and justifications for the fact that this is an existing ordinance, it's blatantly unconstitutional on its face in all respects. I am consulting public interest lawyers who have a specialty in this, and if you do pass this, I will probably be pursuing a lawsuit. We're doing everything possible to facilitate that process. This ordinance specifically and explicitly simply requesting donations to a nonprofit is going to requires a permit. This ordinance puts undue and chilling restrictions on free speech that specifically impose liabilities on people attempting to organize the events, and means that people who have less resources and are less in a position to take the risk of organizing a protest and assuming these liabilities will be discouraged from organizing and protesting. And that's really all I have to say. The letter that I sent you earlier that was prepared with the assistance of a public interest attorney outlines some of the concerns in detail, and I will be following up with you subsequent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move this back to the council, and I would look for a motion on this item. And council members that are willing to, there we go. Councilmember Golder and Councilmember Watkins.
I will go ahead and move item
And Councilmember Watkins, go ahead and second that. Great, thank you. So we have a motion to adopt ordinance number 2021-13, amending chapters 10.64, 10.65, and 4.02 of the Standard Code related to special events. And could we please have a roll call vote? That motion was by Councilmember Golder, seconded by Councilmember Watkins. Could we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Boulder,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner,
Aye.
and Mayor Myers.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to our general business items for today. And first up is item number 41. And for this item, the order will be a presentation of the item by staff, followed by questions from the council. We will then take public comment and then return to the council for deliberation and action. For the members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. So this is item number 41, the Regional Santa Cruz County Bike Share System, request for proposals, and Claire Gallagher, our transportation planner, is here for the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Claire Gallagher, transportation planner with Public Works. We're thrilled to be here today to bring you this item on bringing back a bike share system to the city of Santa Cruz, and not just that, but regionally to the entire county as well. I have a brief presentation that I will put up right now. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the history of bike share within the city of Santa Cruz, what we're currently working on with our regional working group, and next steps in action. As many of you know that were on the council at the time, we, a few years ago, applied for and received a gold level bicycle-friendly community award from the League of American Bicyclists. This is the second level of award. There's very few cities that achieve this, but the next highest level is platinum, which is what we're always striving for. And in getting this gold level BFC award, we got a worksheet that was steps to achieve platinum. And one of the recommended actions there was to implement a public bike share system within the city. We started pursuing that idea in 2016 and out a request for proposals for a bike share vendor to come into the city of Santa Cruz. At that time, we selected Social Bicycles, who quickly became Jump Bikes when we launched. We, after selection from the RFP and execution of the contract, underwent about a 1.5-year-long public outreach and engagement process that included extensive work in the community as well as a multitude of meetings for station siting in the public right-of-way. This involved you seeing me numerous times to grant these easements after going to the Transportation Public Works Commission, Downtown Commission, Zoning Administrator, Planning Commission, coming to you, and for 5 of these stations getting appealed all the way to the Coastal Commission, where we were unanimously given permission to continue. We then launched the program, Bike to Work Day 2018, and for just shy of 2 years, we then managed the program in partnership with Jump. During that time, the almost 2-year time frame, we saw over 680,000 trips for over 1.3 million miles. Each of our bikes got used over 4 times per day for an average trip distance of just shy of 2 miles. I want to highlight a statistic because that 2-mile distance is really important. We think of it as replacing car trips and being really in line with our general plan, active transportation plan, and climate action plan goals to reduce vehicle trips and to encourage multimodal transportation. During the time that we did have Jump operating, we averaged about 300 bikes in service at any given time. At the beginning of the contract, we allowed up to 250, and as contract modifications, we allowed for up to just shy of 600 at the maximum. Something else I like to highlight is that bike share trips during the time that we had Jump occurred on every single street within the city of Santa Cruz. This is a 1-month origin destination map that I've showed a few times, where you can see that there's a density of trips that have occurred in the downtown and the beach area and the wharf and along West Cliff, but there's not a single street in the city that didn't have people taking bike trips to or from those locations. So it really was used by residents, visitors, students, employees, and the really, really broad community. So what we're doing right now, since Jump exited the market at the very beginning of COVID, we have been working with 3 cities, the county, UC Santa Cruz, and Cabrillo College, to determine if we can put forth a region-wide single bike share system. We heard over and over again while we were running our bike share system in the city of Santa Cruz that folks who were using bikes didn't necessarily stop their trip at city limits, and you would oftentimes see bikes piling up on or in Arana Gulch or at the other various endpoints of city limits because people were wanting to continue into Live Oak, into Capitola, and further trips but we're not able to with the system that we had at the time. So setting up a countywide system would allow those trips to take place. We worked very hard at a staff level with our regional working group to come up with a set of shared values, finding areas that we can all agree, recognizing that our needs and different values, but there were some core areas that we really did reach consensus on. From that, we released a request for information, which we thought it was our fact finding. We wanted to know what type of systems can we get. The market has changed so dramatically since we last released an RFP in 2017. COVID has impacted operations of shared mobility systems, and we wanted to see what would vendors say would be a sustainable, reliable system that they would bring to the Santa Cruz community. We received 9 responses to that RFI, which gave us a multitude of answers to our questions and will help us to craft the RFP that, with approval, we hope to be drafting in July and putting on the street in August. Going back to those shared values amongst the 4 cities, the county, and the university and Cabrillo College, what we came up with was a bike-only system with a single vendor, a hybrid docked and dockless system to respond to the needs of the less dense unincorporated areas, fully third-party owned and operated with no cost to any of the jurisdictions. And those were the things that we all agreed upon as being in line with our norms and values that we had. The next steps that we're all doing today, you see me, other staff people are taking the same item to their councils or board in June and Watsonville in early July. We then plan to craft the RFP in July, release it in August, select a vendor, and negotiate a contract hopefully in September and October. Begin that process where the commissions and you see me a lot coming back for that right-of-way siting process. And then launch in early 2022. And something I always like to highlight is that it does involve, when we launch a new program, and the staff involvement there. The recommendation that we have before you today is modified just slightly. Here, this was heard by the Transportation and Public Works Commission last night. They unanimously recommended the recommendation on your screen to you with the 3 words added in red. And that is that the City Council approves the issuance of a request for proposals for a no-cost to the city bike share system with a single vendor and directs the city manager to execute a service agreement for a bicycle sharing system for the City of Santa Cruz in a form acceptable to the city attorney. Supplementary to that, I know that there has been discussion on other vehicle types, and if at this time you would like to provide any input and recommendations on next step actions related to non-bicycle shared mobility programs for the City of Santa Cruz, I would welcome those as well. That would be secondary to the primary action and recommendation there. So at this point, I'm available for any questions. My information is on the screen, and I will stop screen sharing now so that you can all see each other again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. Is there questions from council members on this item? Sonia, you have a question? Okay. Hands everywhere. I have Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson, Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Watkins. And Sonia, do you, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, can I go? Sorry, I wasn't able to raise my hand.
Yep, go for it.
Thank you for that presentation, Claire. I just want to say that the no cost to the city system and the collaboration as a county-wide program is a huge change and public benefit. I think we could all agree on that, but we can also agree that we received concerns from some people regarding the lack of customer service with the previous vendor. And I'm wondering if there's a way to direct that the RFP before it goes out really includes strong language on the customer service piece, the response, the accountability would look like, or what the current language is. You know, even though the previous vendor had a local operating team, the customer service number that one would call was elsewhere and oftentimes unresponsive. So I think that was a missing component that really did damage in a lot of the perceptions of the program. And so I'm wondering if you can speak
Absolutely. A few things there that go hand in hand. The most frequent complaint that we got was bikes that were improperly parked. So if you can solve that problem, then you more easily and readily address the problem of customer service and responsiveness. There are new and better tools now than when we were first operating bike share. Many of them are photos to be taken of a parked bike, which serves to both self-check a person who is parking the bike when they're thinking, I have to take a picture in order to end my trip. Did I do this right? As well as offers a way to validate if a complaint does come in, why, yes, that person did park that bike inappropriately and they can be served with a fine. So having what we like to think of as a carrot and a stick system for parking. So a carrot as an incentive to return a bike to a rack, a station, a geofenced area, or other official parking zone. It might be a credit on a future ride or, lower cost for something else. And then a stick being that there is a fine or penalty if you are a repeat offender of poor parking. That's part one. So solve the root problem of why the customer service complaints are coming in, address that problem, and reduce the number of complaints that are coming from there. Part two is the requirement to a number app-based program and online presence for how users and non-users not needing an account can report issues and have responsiveness there. One of the things that we did have with the JUMP program was a service level agreement of responsive time that they had to respond within. And we, every month, were within that window for average time. That is not to say that there were not outliers that were not responded to within that time, but it is something that we would monitor and have a metric on going forward as well to continue monitoring. And I think finally, the final point there is something that we've agreed upon as a shared value being very important is having a local team in place. San Jose is not close enough. Silicon Valley somewhere else is not close enough to be a local team. Having a team in place in Santa Cruz County to be responsive.
Is that currently in the RFP that's being worked on?
That will be included, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. I'll just say thank you, Vice Mayor Brunner, for asking the big question that I was going to ask. I really appreciate hearing your response, Claire. I have another question because, one of the other controversies around the program, if folks will recall, was related to the locations of docking stations, at least some of them. And so I'm just wondering how far along you are in the process of thinking about where those will go, how those decisions will be made, just so we can be prepared what's coming.
Yes, I love this question because probably as many complaints that you got about the locations of bike docking stations and actual racks, you got 10x complaints about bikes not being in racks. And so that dichotomy of needing to have official bike parking spaces and probably needing to have more than we had before will address the issues that Vice Mayor Brunner just brought up about bikes being parked inappropriately, not in the correct location. And so in terms of where we are, we will likely reactivate many of those locations that we were at because they were requested by the community, they were well used, we have data on those. We will revisit that and evaluate, and we would likely be proposing adding additional stations as well to address the community concerns that we've heard and that you saw in your comments, letters you received today about bikes being parked out of station, and to really make our carrot and stick approach more effective in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Brunner asked one of my questions, so thank you for that. And thank you, Claire, for the presentation. I really appreciated you bringing forth data that really connects us to our larger climate action goals, so appreciate putting it into that context. There was another concern question that came up through emails that we got around helmets and the lack of helmet wearing when folks ride these bikes. I mean, I can't imagine a helmet sharing system. I have young kids and anyway, lice has it's an issue and other stuff, but what are some creative ways to encourage or require helmet wearing when using these bikes? Oh, and I have one more question. I'll let you answer that.
Okay, love that question. I like to compare helmets to car seats, similar to not wanting to have a car seat sharing system because you don't know if that car seat's ever been in an accident. You also don't want to have a helmet sharing system because you don't know the safety of that helmet. What we do regarding helmets with the city is that anyone who is an employee in the downtown and is part of the Go Santa Cruz program can sign up for any of our monthly education events that we host. Right now, they're all hosted virtually. And if you participate in those, we will hand deliver you a helmet and a light. If you are outside of the downtown, many of the vendors that responded to our RFI did have helmet programs, helmets that were either free give-outs or reduced helmets. And we'll also continue to do our ongoing education and encouragement through our Street Smarts programs and other programs as well to really promote helmet use. We know that wearing a helmet significantly reduces the chance that if you are in a collision, you will get a traumatic brain injury. So definitely support helmet use. If you are in downtown, I will also just continue to plug the Go Santa Cruz program and the access to helmets that we do provide there.
Thank you. That makes sense. The other question is, as I understand it, will require extensive staff time and management. Is there opportunity to, since we're looking at doing this across jurisdictions, is there opportunity to leverage resources and have sort of a countywide person or persons that will help manage? Or how are we thinking?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we do each have a point person, each of the jurisdictions. To put it in context, when we first launched JUMP, I estimate that I spent about 20 hours a week on the phone doing direct engagement with community members, many people who had questions, concerns, complaints, and compliments, and just wanted someone who worked for the city, even though there was a number that they could call with JUMP, but someone who worked for the city that they could directly engage with. And from a customer and community service perspective, really important. It definitely did go down over time, the staff need there. But being able to have that shared across the various jurisdictions, I think will be really helpful. If there's someone from UCSC who has questions about that, I can refer them directly to the UCSC point of contact. If there's someone in the county, I can refer them directly there. So we do have, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7 different contacts now.
Thank you. Right. Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just want to thank you, Claire, for bringing this back to us. This was something that so many people in our community, although there's, concerns around where bikes get parked, so many people were using these. And I personally moved my car way less when this program was around. So I do want to express, how much I and many other people in this community really appreciate and love this program. And I'm also really glad to see that the emphasis is on bikes, because I know that there was some potential for discussion with Lime, but Lime wants you to use their scooters and bikes. And I know that many people have expressed how they do not want to see scooters because of just how they get strewn about the sidewalks and block those areas. And so it's really encouraging to see that we're moving forward with this. And a number of my questions have already been asked around bike helmets, and so I won't ask that. But I did want to touch on, so it sounds like it's no cost to the city, but I'm just curious about whether or not this will generate revenue for the jurisdictions that are participating, and whether we will be a part of that profit sharing, because I think in the last contract, we didn't receive any of the revenue that was generated from JUMP. And so I'm wondering if that's also the case with this contract, or kind of what to be discussed around that.
That's a great question. In this RFP, we are planning on including a revenue sharing item that we are kind of working out the details of that. Likely it will look like a one-time upfront, we think as an administrative fee to offset a portion of the staff time, and then likely a per trip fee in the future. One of the concerns I have with that is I don't want that fee to be directly passed on to users. I think for our values, our mobility values, with mobility being the core of why we're implementing a bike share system, not a revenue generator, is keeping prices low enough for people to think bike share can be my first choice, not I'm choosing between driving or biking because of the price point. Additionally, I think as we consider revenue sharing, we should consider what other public benefits we would rather get than direct revenue. Things that I think of for that are expanded low-income passes, expanded student passes, expanded safety and outreach, including things like helmet giveaways and on-bike trainings. And to me, while we are moving forward and we'll be asking for revenue sharing, those other values are things that I think are more important as it relates to increasing the safety of our mobility system and the access to bike share system as well.
Great, thanks. And then I had one other follow-up question, because I know at the end of your presentation you'd mentioned some non-bike related mobility programs. And so are you wanting us to kind of provide some ideas, or I guess what was? You know,
that's a great question, and I'll give you the context that we got at Commission last night. So the Transportation and Public Works Commission took up this item last night for about 2 hours, and there was a pretty broad discussion. And generally the direction that they took is that we have so many other transportation initiatives going on right now that are priorities, that their interest is in not taking this up for the near future, not at least until into 2022. There was general interest that scooters or other mobility devices could be a component, but that right now we should start with bikes. We should move forward on doing the first thing well, and then evaluate if we want to expand from there. So bring this up with that language in the recommendation for if you do want to do direction, but direction at this time is not required on that item.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Watkins.
Thank you, Claire. And I think, honestly, all my questions might have been answered or asked and answered at this point. I guess just following up on what Councilmember Cummings was bringing up in terms of other mobility options, in terms of the regional discussion, has that been brought up within the other jurisdictions as of interest, or is it everybody sort of sticking to just the bikes this time?
That's a really interesting question. At the staff level, we've discussed it extensively, and at the staff level, no jurisdiction feels comfortable moving forward with other mobility devices at this time. Recently, a member of the Board of Supervisors brought an item to the board that would have been a permit program for any type of shared mobility, bikes, scooters, one wheels, other types of devices, to be able to operate within the county. Our regional working group, the City of Santa Cruz, the City of Watsonville, the City of Capitola, and Cabrillo College all submitted letters to the board in opposition to that, because allowing for a permit program within the county that didn't have all the public benefit requirements that our program would have would put our regional operator at a disadvantage in the unincorporated area and would really, in our opinion, break the overall partnership. The board did take up that item. Supervisor presented, heard public comments. 3 of the board members spoke in opposition, and the sponsor of that item ended up pulling the item prior to a vote. So at this time, no jurisdiction in the county is moving forward. And to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing on the horizon to do so.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that, because I think it makes a lot of sense if we're going to go at it together that we continue that kind of approach, right? The only other thing I would ask is if we can weigh in on, and I know that you're familiar with the opposition to the colors of the bikes, the jump bikes. Like, I did not like that, the bright orange, red, and I don't know if there's a way, as we move forward, we can kind of.
Yeah, I love this question. And so, again, it's something that came up extensively at Commission last night, and one of our commissioners, who's a lovely engineer, mentioned that red is one of the first spectrums of color that you can see. And having people be visible is a key element of safety, be seen. That said, red is a color. I heard a really, really wide variety of opinions on the color of bikes, and likely it's not something that we will have the ability to weigh in on. Many of the vendors that come in have their branded bikes that are red, blue, black, purple, whatever color it is, and that is just their standard bike. But yes, did hear that. The other thing that I love to bring up is that, well, yes, these bikes are out there and they are parked in the public right of way, and under no scenario do we regulate the color of cars that are also parked on the street. And so the kind of the trade-off there of, yeah, you might not like how it looks and you might not like how something else looks, and it might differ from someone else there. So yeah, I talk a lot about colors of bikes.
Good points, yeah. And I appreciate the safety lens, first and foremost, that's critical, Okay, thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council members? I see Councilmember Colantari Johnson, and then I'll bring it out to public.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wanted to go back to Councilmember Cummings' point around revenue sharing and what you shared there, that I would want us to really be careful with that, because as you said, really don't want to have this result in increased rates that will then be put on the users. And I love the public benefits examples that you provided. And I am just curious, was there a profit last time around when we used JUMP?
No, there was not a profit. Actually, in the last year of operation, JUMP lost $800,000 in the city of Santa Cruz. So that balance of finding a vendor financially sustainable who has a revenue model that will pencil out over the long term and be a good partner while not having user fees that are so high that it disincentivizes ridership is one of the things that we'll be looking at.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, I'll go ahead and look for anyone in the public today who might want to comment on this item. I'm not seeing any hands. So I will go ahead and, Veronica Elsie, go ahead, please.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Veronica Elsie. I live on the west side of Santa Cruz, and I happen to be blind. And a couple of things that I would just like to ask you to consider thinking about the RFP is that the reporting process with jump bikes, so much of the onus was actually put on the pedestrians. And if you're a blind pedestrian, you can't read the serial number on the bike. You can't read the phone number to call. Some people who use wheelchairs couldn't get, bend over the angle that they needed to get. And it seemed like, if I was reporting every bike that was blocking the sidewalk, I would spend, all of my trip time stopping twice a block to try to figure out, is this a safe place to stop, and find somebody to read the information, and then you'd have to call, and their website was a mess. So I would just hope that maybe if they have a local team, they could do some of their perusing around to find violators and not make pedestrians work so hard. I would also like to see something about maybe higher penalties or something if you lock your bike to, say, a pole containing a walk light button, because sometimes they're parked two abreast and you're trying to reach around and you think you've gotten around the bike and the handlebar comes up and jabs you in the neck. And so I hope that whatever we do, we can avoid the feeling of giving greater access to one group at the expense of another. And just to kind of consider everybody's needs when these bikes are around, especially the electric bikes where a lot of people don't know how to drive them. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Are there any other members of the public who want to speak on this item? This is item number 41 on our agenda. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and look for either further discussion. I see Councilmember Golder.
I'm happy to move the item, but I do think the last caller point, I'm fairly strong. And one time when it was parked, it was literally behind my car, and I could barely lift it to move it because unless you pay for it, you can't really wheel it. And so it was in my driveway. So I think even if there's a piece around education and fines and swooping. And I know towards the end they were good about picking them up, but I agree with it. Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to move the item.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Golder and Councilmember Cummings.
I'll second the motion and also express my same sentiments around, making sure that we're not blocking the right of way of other individuals.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember with a second by Councilmember Cummings to authorize the issuance of a request for proposals for a no-cost bike share system with a single vendor and direct the city manager to execute a service agreement for a bicycle sharing system for the city of Santa Cruz in a form acceptable to the city attorney. And I believe I left out those words there.
No cost to the city.
Yeah, for a no-cost bike share program, bike share system to the city of Santa Cruz?
No cost to the city bike share system.
Okay, no cost to the city. Okay. Okay, let me read that one more time. Motion to authorize the issuance of a request for proposal a no-cost to the city bike share system with a single vendor and direct city manager to execute a service agreement or a bicycle sharing system for the city of Santa Cruz in a form acceptable to the city attorney. And could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Golder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, all.
Much, Claire. Thank you for all the information and the work you've been doing on this for so many years. We're actually running pretty late, about 40 minutes late right now, but we are going to move on to item number 42, which is the approval of a contract with Kimley Horn and Associates for consultant services for the downtown plan expansion project. For members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. The item will be that we will receive a presentation of the item. We will then take questions and comments from the council. We'll then take it out to public comment, and then we'll come back to do council deliberation. Okay, I will go ahead and turn this over to Matt Van Waa, our principal planner with our planning department. Welcome, Matt.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see that?
We cannot yet, not yet, Matt. It says
okay, let me try one more time. Sorry about that.
We can see that. You're in preview mode, though. Now it says end of slideshow. Click to exit. We can see it. It's just that we can see all the slides. There you go. Perfect. You're there.
Sorry about that. I don't know what was happening there.
I struggle with it every time myself.
Well, thank you very much again. I'm going to provide a brief background, and then I'm going to hand it over to our consultant, Bill Wiseman with Kimley Horn, to provide a presentation on their scope of work as well. It's still not letting me click through my slideshow here. Every time I click forward, it ends.
Bonnie, any suggestions?
If you go to start from beginning, go to the first top, go to slideshow. No, over to the right. Slideshow. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Matt, over to the right. Keep going.
Up on your
slideshow. Up. Go up.
I can't see it with the Zoom on.
Oh.
You want me to try?
Okay, here we go.
Here you are. Yep.
And then from beginning, far left.
All right. It's actually working now. Thanks, Bonnie.
There you go. Thanks, Matt.
No, that's never happened before. All right, so go through this really quickly. We had major updates to our downtown plan in the early 2000s and mid-2010s to increase height and residential uses in the core downtown. And those proved very successful in bringing additional housing opportunities to the downtown area. And planning recently applied for 2 state grants, the REAP grant and the LEAP grant, to build on those successes, because these grants specifically are to provide funding to facilitate greater housing production in cities. And they have grant end dates of 10/23. And these 2 grants in particular are both for $300,000. The city was awarded them. Planning intends to use $150,000 of the LEAP grant to also do our housing element update next year. So that leaves us with $450,000 in state grant funding project. And as you'll see later, there's the project is just over $500,000 as scoped right now. So planning would also be using additional consultant services budget to fund that difference. And so going back a little bit, an RFP was initiated in April to select a qualified consultant. And just prior to that, we went to council in March just to select a preliminary boundary to provide in that RFP scope. And this is that boundary again that we showed that was chosen at the March council meeting and included in the RFP for scoping purposes. And again, I just want to reiterate that this boundary is really just the starting point for our consultant in the community, and there's going to be still a significant community and outreach process to determine the final boundary. So there's a lot of time still for changing and refining this boundary as the project goes forward. And so in our, we included draft goals, which was increasing housing units, of course, connecting the downtown with the river and beach areas, creating opportunities for public amenities and infrastructure, working with the Warriors for a permanent arena home, and providing economic opportunities through this process as well. And so through that, we chose Kimley Horn through our RFP process. And there's a number of things that stuck out to them that we really liked. The first was local knowledge. They're a national firm, but they have an arm in Capitola. So they really understand this community well and have done a lot of local, including their experience with the city includes planning work, a lot of CEQA work and transportation work as well. So these connections and previous communications with the city are really going to help streamline this process and really make it a consistent project. Also have a lot of design expertise. They've done this type of work throughout the Bay Area, and they were all very successful. So we look forward to bringing them in for this project as well. And then finally, schedule and outreach. There's 2 main drivers to wanting the schedule to be as fast as possible, or to at least expedited, I should say. And the first is really to bring more housing to Santa Cruz, as soon as possible. That's a really important part of the project. And then also we have this really key community resource in the Santa Cruz Warriors who currently have a temporary home, temporary arena, and we really want with them to create a permanent arena home in the city, and it would be done through this process. And so Kimley Horn really saw that and tried to look for ways to expedite the schedule a bit, and they came up with a schedule that would complete the process about 4 months prior to that end date in the grants. So they would be June 2023 rather than October 2023. And so that was something that we admired. But in addition to expediting that schedule a little bit, they also really created a very measured schedule and outreach process that created a lot of touch points for all members of the city, anywhere from 2 key joint planning commission and commission meetings at key decision points. So we'd have study sessions with them, 1 council study session, 2 coastal commission coordination meetings, 3 community meetings, and then also 3 stakeholder property owner meetings in this process. And this planning process would be happening in just over a year, because almost a year of this process will also be creating the EIR for this as well. So there's really going to be a lot of community and decision maker touch points in this process in creating the plan. So we had really admired that as well. And so here's the staff recommendation to direct the city manager to execute the contract with Kimley Horn for $508,812. The consultant services for this downtown expansion project. And with that, I will send it over to Bill Wiseman with Kimley Horn, our project manager, to tell you more about Kimley Horn and how they intend to do this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'll undo my screen share. And let me know if that worked and it's up on screen, because it changes on this end. Okay, thanks for the thumbs up. Okay, Mayor Myers and council members and community, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I'm going to be very brief because Matt gave a very of what our plans are. I just want to start by saying we're really, really excited about this project. I mean, you've got 3 really key elements. You've got the transformation of the community in the context of putting a permanent sports and entertainment venue in your community, which is as important as the boardwalk and the retail core of downtown and other sort of destination elements in the broader community, and that's really exciting. There's an opportunity to create a plan that's going to implement the transformation of the Lower Pacific area that is, underserved, and to set up a thoughtful plan that's going to look for that transformation, particularly given the development pressures that are currently undergoing, in the downtown area more broadly. And then the ability to provide affordable housing. So that's a really, from a planning standpoint, you can't add a more important, and living locally to be able to contribute to that in the community. I know I speak for myself and the rest of the project team. We're really excited about this project. So now, oops, excuse me. Okay, so just want to make sure that's transitioning.
Yep.
We're all good. Another thumbs up.
Yep,
Thank
Bill,
you. I want to.
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay. So our team, can be the prime consultants, and as Matt mentioned, I live in Santa Cruz County. We have a local office in Capitola, so we are available on a moment's notice. So we're going to be very responsive throughout the process. Dudek and Matt Thompson Architects also have offices in Santa Cruz, so we really felt strategically it was important to combine a local presence and a local knowledge with a national breadth. And then both Dahlin and EPS are going to join us. Dahlin is a design firm in the Bay Area, and EPS will be doing the fiscal economic. And I'll describe a little bit more about some of the sub-consultants just in the context of how we're structured. So our approach is basically based on 5 major themes that I just want to summarize. There's, obviously a lot more in context, but these are the main things that I want to share with you today. The first thing is meaningful community engagement. So any successful plan, we've got to make sure that community engagement is done, that it's broad, it's equitable, and it's effective. And we've got a lot of good tools to do that, and we can do that both in a digital format and a non-digital. So we're kind of at a transition point here, trying to determine, how to scope it and how to react best in sort of the post-COVID elements, if you will. So we're set up and positioned to work in both formats, and, that ends up coming about this. And so we're certainly flexible and can do that. And we have some really good systems and ways of engaging so that we're broadening that participation. So it doesn't have to be, tactile and at a meeting, although that's obviously has its rich components to it, but also where people can also comment in a meaningful way on their own time. And we can talk about that later, or at another time. The key here is that we're going to prepare a community engagement strategy. So we'll be working with staff to tailor the engagement based specifically on your needs. So we've identified in the scope various approaches, and we have some items that I'm going to talk about in the next slide. But the key is that we're going to set up an engagement plan, and that plan is dynamic. So as the project rolls out, flexible with you, working with you throughout the whole process to evolve that and change as needed. This is probably the most important slide, and that is it's looking at the work program in combination with how we do the community engagement. So the blue boxes show the 6 phases of the project, from project initiation through to the public hearings and adoption. And in the kind of yellow orange text, you see where there's opportunities for community engagement. So at project initiation, we'll do the community engagement strategy and basically do some of the back-end stuff with the digital component of it. Through project discovery, we're going to engage in focused outreach with various groups, including the warriors, landowners, community organizations, et cetera, and conduct a first sort of visioning and exploration workshop. And then in the development scenarios is really looking at options. And that's really a key, because that's where the evolution of taking the vision and then what is that going to translate into as far as the genesis and the themes of a plan. So there'll be focused outreach. We identified the opportunity to do joint planning and downtown commission study sessions. So if that's agreeable and defined in the engagement strategy, but we thought that might be a good synergy there. And then to have another community workshop. And then at the end of those development scenarios, there would be a preferred, at least in draft, and that back to City Council and make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So it's really key to make sure we don't get too far down the line and make sure there's plenty of community engagement, particularly at that critical junction, to make sure we're moving in the right direction. And then once we start to prepare the draft downtown plan and associated amendments, we want to go back to the community for a third workshop, have another with the Planning Commission and the Downtown Commission. And then once that's done and we can refine that, then we would go out for secret review. Again, another opportunity for community and others to provide comments on the CEQA analysis, and then the public hearings and adoption, and that obviously would go through both Planning Commission and City Council. So lots of opportunities, lots of touch points for engagement with the community and decision makers, etc. The next point I want to highlight is higher expectation of the public realm. So I noted that we've got Dudek and Matthew Thompson, architect, involved, and we did that very purposely. We want to have a local architect that really understands the local context. Matt Thompson's been around for, I don't know if he wants to admit it, but like 40 years. He knows a lot. He's built town. He understands the community very well. So we've got Matt, Kemley Horn with our planning and urban design experience, and then Dudek, not Dudek, Dahlin Group. And the idea, and we just want to communicate what the theme here is, and that is to really visually communicate what we're doing. So this slide is showing from another project the concept of districts and areas, and then how that translates into specific areas and those amenities, and then carrying that forward into specific standards and design guidelines. The idea here is to be able to communicate visually so that people can understand, and implementation isn't a lot of code, if you will, but it visually complements text and graphics and images to help people understand what the concept to help in the implementation. And then the other part of that is it's not just the built form itself, but then how that connects. So connectivity here is going to be really critical. How does the project area connect to the rest of the downtown, to the San Lorenzo River, and to the beach boardwalk, main beach, et cetera. So that's going to be really a critical component to look at how that whole urban design component works together. The other thing I want to highlight is our in-house transportation and parking expertise. It just so happens that in 2014, Kemley Horn prepared a parking study for Lower Pacific Avenue. So we're well positioned to get started. And we've done a lot of projects for cities throughout California. On the left, you're seeing a parking study that was done for San Luis Obispo. On the right, another one for City of Carlsbad. These are just two examples, but the whole context of parking is going to be really important, particularly as it relates to the parking management strategies, both on and off. what's the appropriate parking ratios for the different land uses, and then looking at event parking, for example, when there's something going on in the permanent arena facility. So parking is going to be an interesting component to this, and we're well positioned to address that. Fourth thing I want to talk about is just our CEQA experience about a little bit. As you can see from the list here, we've got a lot of CEQA experience, both Kimley Horn and DUDEC. So we're going to bring that to bear in both the strategy and creating a very robust and defensible CEQA document for the city. And then lastly is project completion schedule. We know that that's very important to the city, and so we colored our work program accordingly. And this is identifying how we plan to do that for each of the 6 phases. And as Matt mentioned, our goal is to, and commitment is to bring this to the city to start the public hearings and adoptions in May of 2023. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and bring it back to Matt or the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, Matt, cue you up if there's anything to close with, and then I'll invite the council to ask questions. I didn't know if you had anything else, Matt.
Nope, that's it for staff. Welcome any questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'll take it back to the council. I have Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I guess the thing that I'm hearing about the most from members of the public is the potential for the community to weigh in. And so while there's study sessions that are set up, I'm wondering, will there be an opportunity at those sessions for example, commissioners to vote on suggestions or make recommendations? I've also been hearing that there's concern about having the meetings combined as well, and that it might make sense for these to be separate meetings with the different commissions so that commissioners can provide their input. And so I'll stop there, but just wanted to bring that up because that's what I've been hearing.
Bill, did you want to respond, or Matt, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, there's certainly going to be, a lot of time for the public to. There's going to be 3 separate community meetings for them, in addition to the study sessions that they'll be able to attend as well. I haven't heard pushback about doing this potential joint planning commission and downtown commission idea, but we can certainly talk more about that and separate those out if that's desired. Another thing to mention about that is that, this project, this preliminary area that we've chosen isn't in the downtown commission, in the parking district area. So while we're certainly going to want to coordinate with the downtown commission, that's something to keep in mind as well in going forward. And, we haven't worked that out yet, so that's going to take a lot more coordination with them at the beginning of this process to better understand that and where we want to go with the parking district and how we want to work with the downtown commission on that. So we're certainly flexible in that approach, and we have no problem changing that depending on what the commissioners would like to do.
Okay. Has this been discussed yet as well, or with the chairs at least of the commissions? Because I'm just kind of curious whether they've had a chance to weigh in on whether it makes sense for them to have a joint commission meeting versus them having independent meetings.
I have at least coordinated with the downtown commission chair and the parking district manager, Brian Berguno. And he did say there was some interest in having those together. But we can reach out to the planning commission as well and consider changing that if we need to going forward. It's no problem either way. Lee, do you have something more to add to that?
I would just add, it looks like Bill might want to chime in as well, that, I think the Commission, as you were alluding to, Matt, may, we'll have to see where we go with the project, because if the parking district is expanding, or if there's some reliance on the parking district, then certainly there's a direct connection. But we may find as we move forward that there's an alternative approach that we're taking. Maybe there's parking that's provided within the south of Laurel area. There's a new parking district, or so depending on that approach, one of those study sessions, or both of those study sessions even, may not even include the Downtown Commission, but certainly we would need to include them if there was if we were looking to have some tie-in. And so I think we need to understand how the project evolves to really understand it. Does it need to be a joint study session? Should it just be the Planning Commission? And so forth. So I think it will be, it's yet to be determined is what I would say. And I don't know, Bill, if you had any other things you wanted to share.
I'd just say I concur, and I think it's going to be dynamic. And, these were ideas to think about integration. And the end story, or the outcome, is that you want everyone engaged and understands the process as it occurs, not that they're informed at the end. So that basically it's what I call informed consent. So however the city wants to approach that and then evolve and respond as the project proceeds, we're here to be flexible and to work with you.
Great. Thanks for those comments. And I'll just comment myself. I think what might be useful is even splitting out those meetings at first, to have independent meetings with the Downtown Commission and the Planning Commission. And then if there's a time to come back after receiving input from those commissioners, we can then weigh whether the subsequent meetings should be joint, or whether, having separate meetings makes the most sense. I think especially since it sounds like there hasn't been any communications with the Planning Commission yet on this. And so it might be a good way to start the process. And then again, understanding that it's flexible, it's dynamic, it can come back to council, we can weigh in, and then, it can proceed. But I think that will be a really good way of just ensuring that we're giving our commissioners an opportunity to weigh in at the beginning of this approach. Thanks. Those are all my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings.
Councilmember Brown, and then Vice Mayor Brunner, and then Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Matt, for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this as we move through the process. I have two questions. The first is, and these are based on concerns that have been expressed to me as well, around how to create a meaningful public input process, and the way that the agenda report is written here, out of study session and kind of information item type steps. And my general sense is that when we do those things, and I think they're important, I'm not critiquing having those, but those are not opportunities for public input generally. They tend to be a one-way transfer of information to the public. And so, informed consent, consent needs to be developed not just through receiving information, but also being able to engage in the process. And so I'm just wondering, what your thinking is about how to actually shape some of these meetings to meet that goal. So that's my first question. And then I guess I'm curious why the Planning Commission has been pretty well sidelined, it looks like, in this process. Having two joint meetings is wonderful, but really, since we're talking about ultimately general plan amendments, that is the role Planning Commission plays. So I'm just wondering why they have such a little, you conceive of such a small role for the Planning Commission here.
Well, I'll speak first to the Planning Commission question, and thank you for that, Councilmember Brown. So like I said in the presentation too, The actual EIR is going to take about half of this 2-year process. And so we're looking at about a year process, and that includes existing conditions analysis and creating the outreach strategy. So we're looking at, you know, a pretty small area of time where we're really creating a lot of this, and that's where there's going to be a lot of energy put in to get all this input from our community members and decision makers. And so it's really going to be at that time where we're looking at there's really 2 key touch points where we're coming back to the Planning Commission and possibly the Downtown Commission, however that goes. But the Planning Commission is still going to have really two key areas in this where we're looking at the future development scenarios. So they're going to be involved directly in that discussion and as a study session. And then also when we have the first draft of the amendments as well. So there's going to be, those are probably the 2 most important areas where they should be involved. And that's where we have them involved in this process. So that's certainly sufficient given this timeline and schedule. And then of course they're going to be a recommending body to you when this is nearing completion. So we certainly feel like those touch points and decision-making areas are the perfect time for Planning Commission to be involved, and we'll get successful input from them.
So, yeah, thank you for the response. I have one other question. Although I will say, just based on what I'm hearing, it really sounds to me like we are heading down the same road that we often head down, where, you know, what comes to the Planning Commission and then ultimately to the City Council will be a pretty fully formed proposal. And I understand that you're trying to, you know, make that an iterative process and that there are possibilities for change. So I don't want to be critical of your intentions here, but what I see is, what I see is kind of a process that will guide us towards the logical conclusion that we're looking for, and not take account of kind of the messiness of the community's perspectives and views on how to move forward with this. The other piece is that I'm trying to understand the steps in this, because the last time this area of the downtown, or for the downtown expansion came before us, we were asked to make a decision about the process for moving forward, about whether or not we were going to move forward with this type of plan. And as far as I know, neither the City Council nor the public have been able to provide input about that question. So we are now making an assumption that we've all agreed that's what we're doing, and we're going to move forward in that vein. And I think if we are going to do that, that it's particularly important that we involve the public in meaningful ways. So I guess if you all have a response to the question of, like, why are we talking about how before deciding yes? And then I guess the rest, my comments, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, thank you again. This idea of expanding the downtown was brought before council several times through the grant, both through the grant process and seeking council authorization to apply for the grants, also enacting them. And in addition to when we went to council, so it was those 2 grant processes and going to council last month prior to this RFP process. So we did receive direction a few times, and those were public meetings. We received comments on that. So at this time, we're moving forward based on that direction and going forward with the grant goals and trying to meet them through this project.
I'd like to also just invite Bill perhaps to respond to some of the comments from Councilmember Brown relating to the community engagement and the approach that you'll be taking to ensure that the community does have a opportunity to weigh in and help shape the vision for where we go, and then also the proposed standards that we'll be crafting. And so maybe a second to just speak to that, Bill.
Sure, I do. And let me just share my screen real quickly because I talked about, can you see my screen just to make sure? Okay, so there's really the two sides of it. There's the digital and the non-digital. So what we're proposing to use on the digital side is a platform called Social Pinpoint, and that's what the center ring is depicting. The idea of this is that it's going to be the glue that provides the information format that people can engage in outside of direct content. So this is basically, we can hold virtual meetings, we can do surveys, et cetera. And just to show you some of the functionality, it enables people to go in and post comments spatially, so they can look at a map and make comments there. There's a concept called an idea walls. There's forums that can be held. There's pages that can be put together. So it's a really robust way of enabling people. They can do surveys, et cetera. So it enables them to do it on their time, and they can provide very meaningful comments that can be summarized and grouped, et cetera. So a way to together. The other component of that, and by the way, this can be done where we can host meetings through the Social Pinpoint. We can have interpretation so that there's, in this case, you're seeing an example where we actually had someone speaking Spanish to help facilitate for those people. So it's really robust, and it enables us to do that in that, if you will, COVID type of environment. But then there's also just the straight, hands-on. So if we can do some of these workshops or in combination or separately where we're doing direct outreach, I envision maybe having meetings in the existing Kaiser Arena where we can hold forums and be having face-to-face contact, hopefully maybe even having some of the planning commissioners where they're engaged in that process and listening, or whomever else, however we want to do that, but obviously staff and consultants. But this is the other side of where people can be able to provide their comments in a rich, dynamic manner. So we're looking at both ways to do that and get the broadest participation as possible in that.
I'm taking over for a minute. Councilmember Brown, did you have any more questions? Okay, thank you. So I have myself up in the queue and then Councilmember Kalantari Johnson. So my question was also on that community engagement piece. I know that it was previous council that for the grants for the housing opportunities, was that in October, I believe? And so the last time around in March, or when we heard this, there was a lot of community input to be part of the process rather than being told what the process is. So I just wanted to emphasize that importance in this process that is being proposed, that they're part of the decision making in that. And on digital and digital formats are great to see, and multilingual is great to see. Thank you for sharing the examples from the other cities that you've worked with. Can maybe it's Lee or Matt also, I think it might be helpful in clarifying some of the is in the commissions when we have the word downtown in a lot of the names. It's called the Downtown Expansion Plan. There's a Downtown Commission. There's a Downtown Management Corporation. And just understanding, maybe if you can the geographical differences of each of those and their roles, you know, the Planning Commission, the Downtown Commission, what exactly their districts and roles are.
Certainly, I'll speak to the first part, and thank you again, Councilmember Bruner. Just reiterating, staff certainly agrees with your comments regarding the outreach process and bringing people along through this. And one of the big reasons we chose Kimley Horn and Bill for this was we really appreciated just how measured the schedule was and how well thought it was in bringing people through this process and always coming to the community at those decision-making times and really making their comments part of the process, and then going back and showing how those comments are brought forward. So that's the first part. For the second part, I'll turn to Lee. I saw him pop up quick. Do you want to explain that a little better on the district? Thanks, Lee.
Sure. You had some questions about sort of, maybe I'll just start with, you know, the Planning Commission looks at certain land use decisions that are citywide. So that, of course, includes the downtown, but they look at land use decisions that fall within their jurisdiction, whether decision-making capacity or in a recommendation capacity. In this instance, for this particular plan, they would be in a recommendation capacity to the City Council as the formal required process. And then, as you heard from Matt and Bill, they're also built into other, the Planning Commission would also be built into other parts of the process. The Downtown Commission actually looks at areas within the parking district. And so they're focused in large part on the parking issues associated with parking district number 1 that covers a large chunk of the downtown, but does actually include the project area right now. And I think that might be what you were looking to get the distinction regarding. And I apologize for not making that clear, because I'm sure that members of the community aren't necessarily aware of that. And so the parking district does not extend south of Laurel right now. And as Bill was mentioning before, how parking is handled in this area, we're going to be looking at a variety of different options, and you know, we'll be looking at creative approaches to how, you know, shared parking could be shared. We'll be considering should the parking district be expanded or shouldn't it be expanded? What are the pros and cons of that? And so we'll be looking at those needs, but the project area in and of itself right now, if it wasn't expanding the parking district, we wouldn't actually be mandated to go in front of the Downtown Commission. But we may want to do that. We're incorporating well, we would do that if we were incorporating or expanding the district, the parking district. We may want to do that anyway if we think there are going to be parking implications across the district boundary. And so I think that's why the proposal came in, recognizing that there may be some interest, even if that parking district isn't expanded. So does that help to respond to the question that you were getting at there, Vice Mayor Bruner?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Councilmember Colantari Johnson.
Thank you. Brenner, you spoke to some of the comments I was going to make, but I'll say it my way, that I was actually really pleased to see in the scope of work by Kimley and Horn some extensive thought given to the community engagement process. I had some questions initially around it, but you answered them in the presentation. Again, pleased to see the multi-mode, multilingual, I've heard and understand is that we are looking at going and meeting the community where they're at. I saw one example of going to the farmers market. So I think that is important, as Councilmember Brown brought up, authentic, meaningful methods of engagement. So I saw that in the scope of work and in the presentation. Some other things to consider just could be literacy levels, and multilingual, of course, but also looking at literacy levels. I was glad to see visual opportunities of educating the community and engaging the community, but considering literacy as well when we're doing community engagement. And I think just the couple of other questions. In my mind, it makes sense to have these commissions do some joint meetings, because this project does include land use and downtown. And so to have the thought partnership between these two commissions that have expertise in these areas, at least in some of the forums, seem like a logical step to take. So just that comment. And then a question around the parking research that will be done. Does the parking research look at the modes of transportation fit into the bigger picture? How does that look? I don't know who would answer that question.
I can answer that. Absolutely. In fact, that's a critical component, particularly as it relates to the strategy with VMT, with vehicle miles traveled, and the fact that the downtown has so much alternative options. So that's a very critical component to that.
Great. All right, those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other council members' hands up. Yeah, I'll just echo some of my colleagues' comments. It does seem like it's a quick timeline to study an area like this, but it does seem to be that you're able to fit in a number of engagement points. I'd love to see, if it's possible, there's mention in here about, really looking at architecture and sort of understanding that neighborhood feel, and, to the extent that, even having a neighborhood walkabout as one of your community engagement type of activities, it would be neat to see that. It's kind of it's kind of the last little bit of our downtown that's got some, little history, or at least some architecture that's really interesting, and it's got that real neighborhood feel. So, I would encourage you to hopefully not just PowerPoint people, but really think about, we have beautiful weather pretty much all the time here, and get people out walking about. And especially, I'm a big fan, and was one of the folks that worked on the river plan many, many years ago. And, I think the river is a completely untouched resource, and having a new neighborhood such as this kind of planned around its edges, and understanding how to get people connected to the river and utilizing the river in a way that's, more neighborhood based. I mean, it happens now, but this could bring a real opportunity if the Warriors are able to maintain that location. There's also, a facility there for the community to do things, I would imagine, basketball, but other things as well. I know the Warriors have been very generous with their space in terms of accommodating other things for the community as well. So it looks a really exciting area to plan, and certainly look forward to the meetings, and, encourage you to kind of get people out on the river and get people really understanding, like, what will this neighborhood be like if I lived here? Or what would this neighborhood be like if my kids were here? And, just kind of use the space in a creative way to have those conversations. So thank you for the proposal. It's exciting to have you guys on board. I'll bring it out to the attendees now, unless there's any other comments by the staff or the consultant, okay. We'll go ahead and bring it out. I have one caller with your hand raised. If you do want to comment on this item, you should press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. When it is your time to speak, you will hear an announcement that you have been unmuted. The timer will then be set. And again, we are on item number 42 in our agenda. So if you do want to speak to this, press *9 on your phone. So phone number ending in 5362, go ahead, please. Press *6 and that'll unmute you. We can't hear you yet. Phone number ending in 5362. If you could press *6 on your phone, that should unmute you and we'll be able to hear your comment.
Good afternoon, Council members. This is Judy Grunstra. Yeah, this is very interesting. As you know, the community is a little bit skeptical when they hear words about robust community engagement. I see two terms here that sound promising: facilitated dialogue and participant-generated content. Well, those sound good. And the social pinpoint means of doing outreach, that seemed very interesting. I'm just interested in lately. And when you say focused outreach, I certainly hope that does mean to the Latino community and not just providing interpreters. You really have to get them involved in this area of town. And what else? I thought that there was something in the proposal about 3D modeling being optional, and I think you really need, as any of these big projects go forward in the community, they shouldn't be just optional. You need to have story polls, and you need to show people on the site how large these projects are going to be. And as far as parking, I don't see why the Warriors can't be providing some of that parking, or chipping in some, perhaps sharing it with the boardwalk, because they're all going to benefit by having parking, and it shouldn't be all on the city's dime. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back for further discussion and deliberation by the council. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, it's pretty exciting that we're in this direction of trying to, consider expanding the downtown. And I want to thank the staff for the presentation and for the consultant for coming today. I think that there's a lot of great opportunities, and I think so long as we really create a meaningful input process from the beginning, that we can really get the community on board with this, because it's something that could be a huge win for the community, especially we can, keep the Warriors here and all the benefits, not only the solidarity that brings for our community, but also the revenue that has for potential to generate for our community as well. But I do want to express just some concerns around the participation of some of our commissions. So I put together a motion. I don't know if I can share my screen, but if so, I can use it as a starting point and see if we can find consensus. So let me see if I can share my screen. Give me 1 sec, sorry. So the motion would be to move the staff recommendation with the following changes. And just so people are aware, the language here is based off of it's page 42.99 from the Kimley Horn report that has kind of a breakdown of timeline. And so it would add the downtown plan expansion project item to the agenda of the Planning Commission and Downtown Commission after the first community workshop, after the release of the first administrative draft downtown plan prior to city review for input, after the third community workshop to review and provide input on the draft downtown plan, and add a downtown commission meeting prior to the final decision in 2023. And so really what that's doing, it's not change. We'd still have the joint meeting, but it would allow for each of the commissions to provide input kind of after there's been some community feedback after the first workshop. It would allow them to provide input after the first administrative draft downtown plan after the third workshop, and then they would just then add another, because we already have the Planning Commission and City Council meeting in May and June of 2023, but adding the Downtown Commission for final input prior to City Council making decisions. I think that would provide additional opportunities for community input and input from our commissions. And I've spoken to some of the planning commissioners. I know they haven't been meeting much this year, and so this could give them something to do, and we provide meaningful input from our commissions on this process.
I might just see if the consultant or the staff might give us a little bit of whether this is a timeline issue, because I know these commissions sometimes meet only, there's about 3 more meetings to plan based on one day a month types of things. I'm just curious about that. And then if there's additional costs for these and whether that is within the budget of the proposal.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to speak more about that. It appears to be adding one additional planning commission study session. And currently, the way it's scoped now, there would be 2, which is after the first community workshop and after the 3rd community workshop. Mm-hmm. And between those 2, there is a city council study session in between those 2. So staff would still prefer to have that set up to get additional input from each of the bodies. I think adding a 3rd planning commission meeting, of course, in addition to their final decision, a 3rd study session, I should say, would add cost and could potentially back the schedule as well.
So okay. Thank you for that, Matt. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Yeah, so I appreciate the proposal, Councilmember Cummings, that you've put forward. I do think that, I would be much more comfortable with moving forward along these lines were we to have the Planning Commission play that role. And so, and to be more involved earlier on rather than just taking a fully formed draft proposal and giving us comments on that. I just don't think that's a meaningful public process, and it's not a meaningful role for the Planning Commission. They ought to be, collaborating with the staff and consultants in this process. This is what the Planning Commission does. This is what we ask them to do. I don't believe that this would create undue time burdens. The Planning Commission theoretically meets twice, and so there's time to schedule those, to actually have those meetings, and to have the Planning Commission be a collaborative partner in the community workshop public input process. And that I would feel much more comfortable with that. I've not seconded the motion, Councilmember Cummings, because I'm trying way to include the intention to enroll the Planning Commission in a collaborative way in community workshops, public input process from the beginning. And so I'm wondering if you would be willing to include some mention of that in the motion, in which case I would second.
Councilmember Cummings?
I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, I guess the question for staff would be, now I'm seeing this language on the screen, I'm wondering, as a way to cut costs, if the community workshops could be with the Planning Commission, so that is something that, rather than creating more work, that those community workshops would be Planning Commission meetings where we'd get input from the public and input from our commissioners.
Matt, do you want to answer that?
Yes, thanks for that suggestion, Councilmember Cummings. We've worked through this before where we've had a community meeting advertised as an official planning commission meeting, and that's the case when there's a quorum of planning commissioners at a public meeting. And what we've really found is the way we've set it up now, I think, is a preferred way, because
Matt,
when you have a community meeting that becomes a formal planning commission meeting, it doesn't get the same responses from the community as a formal planning commission meeting, and it doesn't give us the flexibility to do additional small groups or focus groups or anything like that during the meeting, or small groups and facilitated groups, things like that. It becomes more difficult when it becomes a formal planning commission meeting that has to have an agenda and is run through rather than through staff. So that wouldn't be the preferred approach from staff. We think it's a better option of moving the community through the process if there's separate meetings just for them and for planning commission, and still for the planning commission, for the community to be commission meetings as well.
Yeah,
thanks.
I would chime in, and then I see Councilmember Kalantari Johnson, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Watkins. My feeling is that, I mean, my experience in doing some of this really around here, people really enjoy the less formal engagement in more of a workshop setting, where there can be, storyboards and small group setting. I think the commission has a huge role in this. I mean, they will ultimately be the body that refers, recommendations onto the council. So it's not like we're leaving them out, I don't think. And I'm trying to understand a little bit, it looks like the proposal and the motion is to actually have the first community workshop and then go to the planning commission. So you have a workshop, it goes to the planning commission and downtown commission, and then you have the admin draft downtown plan. Personally, I really like when we did this with the master plan, for the parks master plan. We've done it with a lot of different plans that I was involved with. That midway stop with city council, to me, is really important. I don't want to get to the end and have everybody else look at it, and then we're like, okay, well, let's dig in here. City council is a place where people do like to come and really voice their opinion. So I think that study session for the city council is very important, and I like the positioning of it. But I really think that community workshops are really that's really what they are. They're community workshops. They're not in the chambers. They're not formal. They're not having commissioners run the meeting. They're having our consultants and our architects and our designers and our artists, hopefully, and other people engaged and excited about what's happening, what could happen on the ground. A really different feeling than sitting kind of listening to commissioners. And I feel like commissioners do have quite a lot of role in this, and it seems really appropriate. And I would really not want to miss that midway check-in with city council with the study session. So that's my thought. Councilmember Kalantari Johnson.
Thank you. That was a question, is what would that combined community workshop and commission meeting do in terms of true community engagement, and would it potentially deter the level of community engagement we want? So sounds like we addressed that. And the idea of increased engagement with the commissions and earlier on is not a bad one, but I am concerned about the impacts on the timeline and the cost. And I don't know if we have, if we're able to get that information now. How much would it add to the timeline? How much would it delay us towards our end goal? And what kind of cost are we looking at? And if we don't have that information now, then maybe we could consider this in the near future when we do have the information.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Kalantari Johnson. The meet, like adding one planning commission meeting, as a planning commission study session, I should say, between the prep, the meeting itself, and then writing a memo afterwards, acknowledging what was received from the meeting. Seems to cost around $10,000. It's slightly a little more. And while Planning Commission holds meetings, twice a month throughout the year, it's tough to say, but between that and a city council meeting around the same time could add 2 weeks to a month to that process, depending on where that falls, and might, based on where the schedule is now and trying to get this to council approval by June of 2023, before the summer break, that making sure we don't fall past that could end up saving us, a few months unless it would get pushed to August if we didn't make that June timeline. So it might not be it won't be a significant amount, but it could be enough to push that to the August date.
Thank you. Okay. I have Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Watkins, and then Councilmember Cummings. And then Vice Mayor Bruner.
Thank you. So I guess before we go any further, I'm going to second the motion. We aren't making any changes to the one that Councilmember Cummings has put forward. I'll second it. $10,000 for a meeting is a shocking number for me when I think about the fact that the materials that would be presented at a Planning Commission sponsored community engagement session or Planning Commission partnered workshop, it's all the same information that you're going to prepare for a workshop. And so I guess I have a really hard time understanding what the $10,000 cost is there just to hold a meeting with the Planning Commission that is, based around material that's already being produced and used in other arenas. So, sorry, that's just, it's pretty hard for me to believe. I guess I just want to, stress again that we are obviously involved in making decisions, and I think the halfway point is really too late, honestly. But I do think that if we don't create a meaningful engagement process, and I'm sorry to be cynical about this, but I have just seen it happen over and over decades now. If that process feels stilted, if people feel like they are not actually being able to provide meaningful input, they will, there will be a lot of dissent. And, so my goal is to try to, even if it's a little messy and it takes a little longer, have a process that we come out on the other end, we'll feel good about it rather than just having the polarized yes or no, all or nothing. So I guess I don't feel comfortable moving forward with the proposal as it is. I really appreciate what's been written in the scope of work, and I know you are committed to this community engagement, but I think that based on the way it plays out in our community time after time, that it's a one-way transfer of information from our staff and or consultants to people who then have, a moment to, if they get their hand, if they get called upon, say something. And that is not, to me, that is not meaningful community engagement. So I guess it's a shame that we can't think about, a more central role for the Planning Commission as a council. But I'll leave it there, I guess, and I don't think I'll be able to support this.
Councilmember Watkins, Councilmember Cummings, and Vice Mayor Bruno.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot of my questions have been asked and answered. I guess my only additional question is, in regards to best practice, I know that our consultants have worked in other communities around engagement and around the role of the Planning Commission. How does this fit in that, in their experience? I don't know if that's for Bill or Lee or others.
Matt or Bill?
I think I'll turn to Bill on this one.
Okay, and I apologize. Can you repeat the question for me? Sure. I got part of it, but not all of it, and I apologize for that.
Sorry, for something our Alexa went off and got like, I don't know why. Sorry. She's not talking, I'm talking. That's so weird. So sorry. My question was in regards to, I'm just trying to get a context of what's a meaningful role of the Planning Commission in this process. And I know that you've worked in other jurisdictions, you shared that. And so in regards to sort of your experience and best practice, how are we aligned with a community engagement that meaningfully uses the Planning Commission in their capacity as well?
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I got the gist of it, but I wanted to make sure I understood what you're asking. While we're talking, there's a couple of things that are going through my mind. One is how the Planning Commission gets engaged. And I don't think it always has to be formal. In other words, let's say that we have a study session or a workshop. That workshop can be noticed as a public meeting, and then the planning commissioners attend and even participate, which really makes it a great way to do that. But there's no formal thing. You just basically start the beginning and say, hey, this is a public meeting, blah, 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 blah. You go through that sort of stuff, and then you have someone close the meeting. Apart from that, no one really knows that it's a public meeting, and that's a really nice way to do it. And I concur with Meyer's comment that it needs to be informal. It has to be creative. People have to feel free to express themselves. And the beauty of that is that they're right there hearing what the community is saying, and in some ways engaging and recording those comments. In other words, they're an extension of staff or the consultants. That is really effective, and I think that might be one thing to consider. As far as the quality of it and decision making, it seems like we're struggling with when to bring them in and what those key points are. What we've defined in here is that they are after the project discovery, they're hearing what the vision is from the community. And then after the scenarios, they're hearing what the response is. So formal standpoint, if the Planning Commission is in response to what the community is stating, and that's why Matt was saying, we need to put together a memo or it's a presentation, whatever. In other words, here's what you said, and then here's how that translates, and then you check with the Planning Commission. And that way they can formally grasp onto something that is genuinely driven from the community, not from, their own personal opinions maybe or otherwise. So I think if it's a grounded process that enables them to respond to what the community engagement process is driving, it'll be much better for you as council members to then see that process in logic. And that's what we've done with other communities many times. So there's kind of that hybrid of engagement, but then there's also the formality of direction.
And that's what I see you designed here for us today as well. So really appreciate that context, and I appreciate the input around community engagement and community voice driven input as opposed to individual, more formalized Planning Commission voice, but also incorporating them in the checkpoints along the way. Okay, thank you.
I just want to do a time check for the council. We are now an hour and a half late on our schedule today. I'm wondering if there is any way to go ahead and either take a vote or I'm not hearing a lot of support for the proposed amendments. And I'm sure as we get into the process, as many council members have said, sometimes you do find yourself with an extra meeting. Maybe Bill spends the night and the next morning he's willing to take another walk around the neighborhood with somebody. I think this is a 2-year process. I think trying to, set everything in stone it compromises the creativity of the
hiring and the professionalism that they can bring to the process. And so I'm not hearing support for some of these amendments right now, but and I'm very aware that we're an hour and a half late. So, and we do have people I know that are waiting on some of these items that we're going to be tackling, hoping to take another break, but I think we're losing that opportunity. So I saw Vice Mayor or Councilmember Cummings, Vice Mayor Bruner, and Councilmember Brown.
I just like to state, you know, the Planning Commission really addresses land use, and that's kind of what this process around expanding the downtown footprint in the city, which has impacts and implications for land use. And I agree that I think that having community workshops that are less formal are really helpful for getting people engaged. And part of why I had mentioned having the feedback go to the Planning Commission and the Downtown Commission independently after some of these community meetings is an opportunity for those groups to hear about what is being said in the community, and then also being able to provide some kind of feedback and direction. I also want to point out that, like, for example, this year, the Planning Commission hasn't met since April 1st, and this is a body that's supposed to meet twice per month. So, you know, it's now the end of June. And so, you know, I think if costs are an issue, I mean, these meetings, we plan for these meetings in our budget. I mean, these meetings are budgeted, and it's something that's supposed to happen, right? And so I think that this notion that it's going to cost the city more isn't accurate, because of the fact that we've already budgeted for these commission meetings, you know, and so I would even go to say that this year we have a savings from not having those commission meetings, since the commission hasn't met since April. But overall,
comes in is really from the consultant team having to do an additional meeting. So when you bring together the full suite of the consultant team, you're talking, you know, several people that probably are pretty highly priced. And so I think that's where the extra cost makes. Just for clarification, I don't think it's the cost of holding a meeting. I think it's actually convening all the experts to make presentations and do those things. But please continue.
Thank you. But I guess the point for trying to add some of these commission meetings in is because when I read the schedule that we have, there's one joint planning commission meeting with the Downtown Commission in February of 2022, and then there's one planning commission meeting in May of 2023. And that just seems like it's not adequate, that we need, I mean, when we have these administrative draft downtown plans, those should go to our commissions for review so we can get input from them. You know, I think about when we had our Parks Master Plan and how the commission plays a large role in providing feedback on those type of documents. This is a similar scenario where we're talking about land use, and the purpose of what I've put into the motion was really to just provide additional opportunities for this to go to our commissions, because as it currently stands, that's not what I see in this project schedule that's being provided to us. So just wanted to give some context around purpose, and really wanting to ensure that we are utilizing our community members who we've appointed to our commissions, because ultimately, you know, part of getting community feedback is also getting feedback from our commissioners and creating meaningful opportunities for them to provide input, and I don't think there's adequate a level of input from commissioners with the current draft that's been laid out.
I would like to clarify quick. Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Cummings. And good catch. The scope of work or the schedule in the attachments includes just one of the Planning Commission meetings. But the schedule that Bill showed in his presentation is the correct one, where there are actually 2 Planning Commission study sessions, and they would be right at the second community meeting, the third community meeting. So there are 2. The scope of work originally included the potential for 2 of them right around the time that they were doing the development scenarios. But we have decided to break those out into 2 separate meetings around the second and third community meeting. So I would like to take this time to clarify that there would be 2 planning commission study sessions and not the one. And that build schedule and timeline of the meetings was correct, the one you showed in this presentation. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Brunner and then Councilmember Brown, and then I think we might need to take a vote so that we can continue with some of the items. Vice Mayor Brunner.
So Matt just touched on something I think on, in that this motion that has been brought forward by Councilmember Cummings, there's talk about Planning Commission study sessions and Planning Commission meetings, and we're talking about regular meetings, and are the study sessions at the regular meetings or extra meetings? I'm not clear on that, so if there's a difference. And my understanding when this came up, and can you clarify, Councilmember Cummings, my understanding is you're wanting this item to be on Planning Commission regular meetings agenda a month as like checkpoints along the way. And then it got into a whole discussion about Planning Commission study sessions. There would be 2, which sounds separate from regular meetings. So I'm not clear on what's being recommended or what the intention from the consultant is in regards to regular Planning Commission meetings twice a month.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Brunner. I'll clarify that. So the as scoped, there would be 2 Planning Commission study sessions after the 2nd and 3rd community meetings in this process. And the first community meeting is really just to introduce the project and begin visioning. So there wouldn't be a great deal to report at that. There would be certainly after the 2nd, which is why it's scoped that way. So the community meetings would be separate as it's scoped right now, where there'd be 3 standard community meetings at various points in the project, whereas study sessions with Planning Commission and potentially Downtown Commission would be separate from those after community meetings.
Okay.
Thank you. So there would be separate Planning Commission study sessions after the community meetings, and on top of the regular Planning Commission meetings twice a month. And so, Councilmember Cummings, are you giving direction to just agendize this at each Planning Commission regular meeting? Is that what I'm understanding in your motion, to add that to the staff recommendation?
If I can respond, ultimately, yes, because, so for example, after the first community, we would be anticipating that the Planning Commission is going to meet in November. So have that go on their agenda as an item for discussion, or just to get an update, for example, after the first workshop. The draft downtown plan is it says first administrative draft downtown plan that looks like it's going to be in March. So, going into the city review in May, it would be good if our commissioners could weigh in on that plan, if that plan is going to be completed in March, and that could be done at the meeting, the Planning Commission and Downtown Commission, those regular meetings in April. And then I mentioned also adding just, when we're getting ready to do the final review in June of 2023, the Planning Commission is going to meet in May, and the Downtown Commission, I would imagine, would also be meeting in May, and this is something that could go on their agenda to get input from them at their regular meeting. And so the intention is not to add meetings. It's really to, during the regular meetings of the commissions, to have more feedback from them and have this go to them so that we can, throughout the entire process, they can, where the community is coming from, they can provide us with input. And given that we have regular meetings scheduled, for me, it doesn't make sense why we're not using these as opportunities to get more input on this process. So that's the intention, is to really utilize the regularly scheduled meetings throughout this process to get input from our commissioners.
Can I ask a follow-up staff question to staff?
Yeah.
Do the consultants need to be present at the regular planning commission meetings? It makes sense at the study sessions, but can staff updates be at the regular planning commission meetings?
Yeah, I mean, potentially we could. I suppose it depends on what the discussion involves and what experts from the consulting team may need to be a part of it. You know, we're certainly open to working with Planning Commission as much as possible, but it's also a matter of, you know, Planning Commission every 2 weeks. You know, staff would generally prefer to work with them when there actually needs to be decisions made. You know, we could potentially update them here and there, but I would say the way it's written now still reaches Planning Commission at key points in the project where they actually need to review stuff and provide direction and feedback to staff. So that's the way it's currently scoped right now.
Yeah, I might jump in here. I mean, my experience is, at least working through plans on commissions, is like the Parks Commission, we had 2 workshops, you know, for the master plan after they had they had a lot of community input. They did a lot of survey work. And it was only when we really needed to make a decision, you know, on a preliminary sort of either feedback that was given by the community sessions and then was comprised, and then there was a list to respond to. But I mean, as a commissioner, you're advisory, you know, your role is not to be sort of managing a project. It's a purely advisory seat. And so staff has to sort of determine when the best time is to bundle all this information and go and get that advice and be able to do that deep dive with our commissions. I don't believe our commissions are meant to just sort of, you know, be, you know, at least that's what I've known about planning commissions is, you know, most are looking for those nuggets of real work that they want to dive into, and, you know, so I'm gonna see if we can kind of round this up. Councilmember Brown, and then Councilmember Cummings, and then I don't know if any council members would want to, if we need to keep working on this, or if we can maybe take a vote. I'll look for first a council member to sort of help me with that at some point. So Councilmember Cummings, we've been on this item for almost 2 hours now, or a little over, well, getting close to, no, I'm sorry, an hour. So Councilmember Cummings, and then Councilmember Brown.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, I have to ask because I had my hand up.
I'm sorry,
my hand went down, and then
Councilmember Brown. I'm just looking at my queue. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Watkins.
Yeah, because I re-raised my hand after you brought it down, but that's okay.
Okay, I had you in there, and then all I'm looking at is my queue. So you disappeared, and then so I'm happy to go in that order. Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, and I guess wanted to make some, you know, follow-up remarks because, you know, it's not clear to me based on the way that the schedule has been created that, you know, for example, when the first administrative draft of the downtown plan, like that seems like an opportunity where we could get input from commissioners. That would be good because there's going to be a second draft that's made, and we're going to make, you know, some kind of decision on that. And then again, then after the draft of the downtown plan, you know, the idea would be that this could go back to commission. Like these plans, as they're being produced, are being reviewed by commissioners. That's really a big part of the purpose of this, is to get the commissioners to provide us with input as these drafts are produced along the way. And so So that's really the intention here, is not to have these commissions managing the flow of this work. It's really, after the first community workshop, getting input, and then as these plans are produced, that they're giving us input as well on the drafts that are coming before us. So that's the intent. It's not to have the commissions kind of managing this process, but it's really trying to utilize them so that we can get feedback. And I will say that when there are not items, the commissions don't meet. So it's not that this agenda for the entire year. It's kind of at these key points when we have these drafts of the plans that they're going to them, we get input from them, so that when we're making a final decision, we've allowed our commissions to weigh in. So the intention is not to have this on every single downtown and planning commission agenda, until the end of the project. It's really trying to identify these key points when we can get input on the plans from the commissioners, and so that they can understand where the community is at too on this.
Councilmember Brown?
So, yeah, I'll just say a few more things. And I recognize this is taking a long time, but this is a really big deal, what we're doing here. The decisions we are making are a really big deal, and we need to be prepared to work through it and get to a vote. So I feel the need to say that because, it's just frustrating to felt like I'm being hurried along, and then still have to kind of respond to the things that I'm hearing, that I need to respond to. So in response to the contention that, my interest or, the N interest in including the Planning Commission more robustly is undermining the consultants, I just really take issue with that. That is not at all what I am talking about here. I want to say I'm very pleased with what I've heard from the consultant. I like the presentation, and I believe Mr. Weissman said that these shops could actually allow the Planning Commission to be present, not to manage it, but to participate and to be there and to see and hear what the community is saying if they are properly noticed. I didn't hear, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Mr. Weissman, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard was that, and so I'm just having a hard time understanding why that is such a problem. I'd really like to see us try to do that, to make that a part of it. This is not about the Planning Commission managing it. It's about them being involved in the conversation. So, I'll leave it there.
Councilor Hopkins is next.
Sure. I appreciate all those different opinions, and I think the general interest around community engagement and checkpoints within the Planning Commission and within the council along the way. Given the conversation, I really feel like I understand the logic behind the proposal that we've received from our staff and the consultants. I wonder if, in the interest of trying to move policy forward here at this time, if we potentially could have the Planning Commission receive regular, memos or updates on progress, and of course, naturally, if there is a need that arises to bring it to the Planning Commission, then we want to see that go forward. But given what I've been presented with in the discussion and kind of the overall intention around really robust meeting engagement with checkpoints within our advisory bodies as well as within the council, I feel more comfortable, I think, with what the consultants and what the staff is recommending. So I'm happy if we want to just go ahead and take the vote at this point, and then we can move the policy forward.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to make an amendment to the motion, to the staff recommendation. Bonnie, can you throw that up again? And that's had a second to it. So the amendment is, original motion was to direct the city manager to execute the contract in a form approved by the city attorney with Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $508,812 to procure consultant services to complete the downtown expansion plan project. Tony, I have a question for you where the actual motion is to execute the contract. And now we may be changing the scope of work with this second motion, but I'm not completely clear after the discussion. Is that something we need to worry about, or can we act on the motion without assuming that there will be a change in the cost and that could be brought back at a? I'm just curious.
I think that just given the discussion, it seems likely that there will be a change in the cost. But that can be something that comes back to the council for approval of an amendment if it's necessary.
Okay, and the second, the amended motion is that, or excuse me, the amendment to the motion is to direct staff to add the downtown plan expansion project item to the agendas of the Planning Commission and Downtown Commission after the first community workshop, after the release of the first administrative draft, after the third community workshop to review and provide input on the draft downtown plan, and add a downtown commission prior to the final decision. I would suggest break this into two votes because the first is really, it is executing the contract. The second is sort of a scoping and may come back as, if we do approve that motion, Tony, we could bring that back with a cost adjustment. Would that be the best way to do it? Tony disappeared.
Yes, it's the mayor's prerogative to divide the question.
Okay. I think we'll take a vote on the first motion, which is the staff recommendation, which is to direct city manager to execute the contract in a form approved. And I believe I need a motion on this. Is there a motion on the floor for this?
Point of order, Mayor, there is a motion on the floor. You just divided it. So there is a motion on the floor. If you want a new motion, we have to vote this one down first.
Okay. I'd like to break them into two. Let's go ahead and take a vote on this one, and then we will try to break it into two motions to make it clear to staff. So there's, and clear for the consultant, frankly.
So can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
If the decision is made to divide the question, then you would just vote on the first question first, and then have a subsequent vote on the second part of the motion.
Okay, so I don't need to break them up in two different motions then, Tony. Okay. So we can hold a vote on the first part of the motion.
That's right.
And then we can hold a vote on the second part of the motion.
That's correct.
And it's the same maker of the motion and same seconder.
What was that again?
It's the same maker of the motion and same seconder. We're just splitting 1 and 2.
That's right.
Yes. Councilmember Cummings?
I'd like to have some clarification because if we could put the motion back up for a second. So part of this contract is the timeline. I think that these are two, that they're not mutually exclusive. I think that approving the staff would be approving the timeline and schedule that is being proposed, and that's the issue for me. I'm supportive of us moving in this direction, but my big issue with supporting passing this contract is that these changes were added to it. And if we adopt the contract, I guess will we be then going back to changing that contract? Because that doesn't seem like it makes sense if we're going to approve a contract and then subsequently right after change that contract. So, I mean, and I also think that if there isn't support for these changes, another motion can be made just to pass the initial contract. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. But that's my support of this is really around trying to have more of the Planning Commission and our commissioners engaged in this process. And so that's where, and so I think if we if we were to take this as one motion, we could vote on a separate motion, or if someone wants to make a substitute motion, then maybe that would be more an appropriate way. But it feels odd for us to split the motion if we're going to vote to approve the contract, and then we're going to vote right afterwards again on amendments to that contract. So
my understanding from the staff's response to the proposed additional amendment was that that was different than what the contract currently states in the scope of work. So that would be considered a change in the contract. And so, and that change could come back with a cost estimate if this passes. But you're adding extra meetings, and that is different than the scope of work that they have brought before us to approve, I believe, tonight. But Tony, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And
you're not incorrect. Essentially, the motion as a single motion is to approve the contract with basically a changed scope of work that includes additional meetings. If you approve this as two separate questions, it's really the same thing. The only difference is that you're looking at the changed scope of work as a separate question, but the ultimate result would be the same whether you treat this as one motion or as a divided question, as is the mayor's prerogative here.
Okay, yeah. Why don't we just vote on this? We'll keep it together.
Point of order again, Mayor.
Let's go.
Point of order again, Mayor.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Brown.
I'm not. If you insist on dividing this, I'm going to withdraw my second because what I want to see, I will not vote yes on the as recommended without the additional considerations. So I'm going to, I guess if we can't vote on these together, then I'll withdraw my second and we'll just see where it goes.
Tony, I need better direction, Tony, about my read of this is that we're voting to actually change the scope of work. And two separate motions, we have the ability to approve the contract and either approve or not approve the change in the scope of work. We don't know the cost of the scope of work included in these extra meetings. And so that's my reasoning for breaking it apart, because I've heard support for actually executing and starting this process. And yeah, Councilmember Watkins, you had your hand up. Tony, maybe you could respond, and then maybe we could try to get to.
Right. I think I interpret the motion as you suggested. You could approve the scope of work in one motion, and then essentially approve the scope of work in the second motion. And you could direct that that cost be brought back to the council, or you could just approve it subject to, some additional unknown costs associated with the additional work.
Thank you, Tony. One quick question for our staff. Can you, I think I heard you say that you would prefer to stick with what is in the scope of work in the original contract, but we can change that. It's our purview, but I just want to clarify that.
Thanks, Mayor. Correct. Staff did work with the consultant on creating, and we feel like it provides more than adequate check-in points at all the key areas with both the community and the decision makers. So that's what we support, but we're certainly open to whatever, we're flexible with whatever the council chooses.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks.
I had Councilmember Brown again, and then I guess Councilmember Watkins.
I just have to say that we could have gotten through this a lot quicker if we had just voted on this motion and then moved on to a new motion. We would have saved a lot of confusion and a lot of time. But we are where we are. I have withdrawn my second motion. I want to be very clear that I would support part one if part two was included in the motion. And I would ask the maker of the motion to decide how he'd like to proceed, getting another second or by other means.
If there's another second, then you can vote on the cited question. Otherwise, it would be appropriate to place another motion on the floor.
Is there a second for the original motion with the two parts? Councilmember Watkins?
I'm not seconding the motion. I'm willing to make either a substitute motion or to move the recommendation as suggested.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have a second for that motion. And so we'll go ahead. Councilmember Watkins, you mentioned you were willing to make a motion on the staff recommendation?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation and the interest around, wanting to have meaningful community engagement. And given what we've heard and the discussion points as well as the checkpoints along the way, I feel comfortable moving forward the proposal as recommended in the agenda report. So I'm happy to move the motion as written. I don't know if I need to read that. I think we already kind of had that up there. It's essentially the recommendation.
And is there a second for that motion? Councilmember Kalantari Johnson?
Yeah, I'll second and just quickly say that we've engaged experts in the field who've done this work. They've created a process for us, and I trust that this process is going to create robust, meaningful community engagement and engage our commissions in the way that we need to. So I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to essentially for the staff recommendation, that's to execute the contract in a form approved with Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $508,812 to procure consultant services to complete the downtown plan expansion project. And could I do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
No.
Councilmember Cummings?
For the record, I'd just like to say I'm supportive of, making amendments to our downtown plan, but get back that, the intention behind my motion was to really, as we're looking at land use, really trying to make sure that our planning commission, whose role is to inform land use decisions, is provided, opportunities to provide input on these different plans. And it doesn't seem like that's built into the schedule. I'm not supporting this today, so no.
Okay. Golder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes 5 in favor and 2 against. We'll go ahead and take a, let's see, we have 2 more items before our 6 o'clock session. We will take, why don't we take a 20-minute break? Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 4:45. And for members of the public who are tuned in, we will be coming back at 4:45 for agenda item number 43. Thank you. Okay, if council members can turn on their cameras, we will get started. We have two items to finish before our 6 p.m. Session, which we have another item tonight on that. Start now with item number 43, which is a resolution requesting the placement of a sales and use tax ballot measure on the November 2021 special municipal election. For members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. The order will be that the Revenue Committee, which is comprised of myself, Councilmember Cummings, and Vice Mayor Brunner, will make a very short presentation a little bit around our process. And then our staff is available to obviously answer questions regarding the actions that are needed to put this, to potentially put this on the ballot. So I would ask Bonnie if you wouldn't mind putting up that, PowerPoint for me, Bonnie, that would be great. And then I'll ask Councilmember Mayor Brunner to kind of tag team me with this, tag team this with me as we move through just an overview. A lot of this is captured in the staff report, which we also authored. So that is a report that came from the committee. And then I would call attention also to the memorandum that was included in the staff, as well as some of the analysis that we did with various types of measures that were considered. So today we thought it would be helpful for you, for our fellow colleagues to understand sort of the process that we've gone through. The Council Revenue Committee was appointed in January. The annual appointment of representatives to external agency groups, council committees, et cetera. So the ad hoc revenue was formed in January. We began meeting immediately after that. So we've been meeting about 6 months on this, about every 2 weeks. And we've done a variety of analysis along the way. We'll just hit some of the highlights, or, talk a little bit about our process, the goals that we've identified for such a task, and we'll get into a few details for you guys, for our colleagues. Kind of the next slide, Bonnie. So the Revenue Committee, in appointing the Revenue Committee as mayor, I considered really the importance of the continuity of knowledge of the breadth of the impact of COVID on the city revenues and functions. Councilmember Cummings obviously was mayor last year. He is very aware of all the various stresses on city finances as COVID hit, and then as we went through the 2 waves. We were hearing details about both sales tax and TOT taxes plummeting. We were working with a financial modeler who was informing us along the way that this really was a once-in-a situation, and it was really pretty much unknown where we would end up as a local government at the end of all of this. So as incoming mayor, I thought it was important to keep his knowledge and his expertise on this committee. Obviously, Vice Mayor Brunner will be in this seat next year, and it was important for her to help us build what we all considered a recovery investment into our community coming COVID, and especially really focused on the severity of some of the social impacts happening in the city, but also the intimate needs we know about all of our local businesses, about families who are struggling, about folks who may have become unemployed or lost their jobs. A lot of things to recover and a lot of things to fix through back into our community. And so Vice Mayor Brunner will have an important role next year in really understanding how to, again, put the pieces back together. We did review the loss of revenues, which again, we learned as the fiscal year continued on, and that was due to COVID, the loss of COVID, but due to COVID restrictions, but also the costs incurred during the pandemic and the fires also. Those are about $21 million in total to date. We learned and spoke with both our federal and state elected officials as federal stimulus started to hit. We lobbied our congressmen about trying to look at to really have a carve out for governments, local governments like the city that were not made whole by some of the calculations in the first round. And we looked at that both from short-term deficits, which were really quarter to quarter in the early part of our fiscal year as we were still going through COVID, and then and that was all done through a financial model that was presented to the council as we also looked at our budget from last year and transitioning into this year. And that financial model continues to be the guide for really understanding the recovery coming out of the COVID and the fires. And then our evaluation of revenue sources, we looked at a number of sources, property use taxes, which included business license tax, parcel tax, sales tax, transfer tax, transient occupancy tax, utility users tax, and a vacancy tax. And then we also looked at service charges, assessments, and fees, including development impact fees, regulatory fees, utility rates, user fees. And then we also looked at the potential to use, to rent our public properties and looking at rents, royalties, and concessions that may come from that, as well as franchise fees. Ultimately, we ended up with the sales tax because it is projected to bring in the highest amount of revenue of all of those sources that we had considered and analyzed. So we did make findings really before we sort of dove into really exploring the sales tax in a more meaningful way by conducting polling. And really these kind of capture the three main findings. One is that although we're receiving federal funds, so between the two parts of federal funding that we did receive, we had an initial amount of around just under $800,000 that was received through the CARES Act, and then the current about 14.2 that will come in from the Biden-related legislation. Help stabilize the budget, but they're not going to fully address the losses due to COVID, and we will continue to have deficits moving ahead, and that finding was shown both in the financial model that we were using, as well as discussions with our finance director and the staff. We also had to dip into our reserves to the tune of about 32% reduction in those. And the importance of these reserves is not only for long-term obligations, but more importantly, for what we just exactly went through, which was basically a pandemic-induced recession, never experienced before in years. But also the staff was right in reminding us that our reserves would serve us, for example, in the case of a natural disaster, another earthquake, a fire. That's immediate money we have that we can provide to our local businesses and can help people through an emergency situation, because the federal government does not give you money as your emergency is happening. It takes months and months, sometimes over a year, to get funds back into your coffers. So our reserves serve multiple purposes, and we did have a decrease in these reserves of 32%. And finally, after a lot of analysis, we did make a finding that restoring services parks rangers is a good example, would be difficult without a new source of revenue in the near term. And I'll stop here and see if Councilmember Cummings or Vice Mayor Brunner wants to add anything on these two kind of first steps that we did, and then I'll continue through the next few slides. If you guys have anything to add, please jump in.
Yeah, I'll just thank you for that summary. There was extensive research and discussion into the various options, and including what other cities have and are doing, and the different types of taxes and fees, and the different yields within each of those categories. And the sales tax, while it did offer the highest revenue generating source, it was also one that was not just on locals, but also visitors, and over around half of our visitors would be paying sales tax as well. And so that was something that was also in consideration, is that around 50% is generated by visitors and tourists. And looking at closing that deficit in order to really maintain the essential services and restore services. And from the polling, really looking at the community response in the polling, and really trying to continue to balance and respond to what the community is asking for in the most effective way. And that included a variety of things. You just mentioned park rangers, for example, but, you know, affordable housing and cost of living, managing support for unhoused folks, and really kind of, you know, at not only the essential, but the needs in the infrastructure as well in the city, which really needs ongoing attention, one-time funds, just stabilize versus ongoing revenue as we move forward, and knowing that the federal not, you know, replenish our reserves should there be an emergency such as an earthquake.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cummings, do you have anything to add at this point? And we'll go through the remaining of the slides after. Yeah, but I want to give you time.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say that, you know, I do want to highlight the fact that we did consider, you know, some of the tax measures that we've been hearing in the community around transient occupancy tax, vacancy tax, real estate transfer tax. And I think what we, in addition to all the other tax measures, and I think what we concluded was that, as the mayor mentioned, the highest, where we could get the highest value and in the shortest amount of time was the sales tax, which is the sales tax increase is unique. I think we had been thinking about this 2 years ago. We wouldn't have maybe had the opportunity to increase the sales tax by 0.5%, but because we have this opportunity to increase it by 0.5%, and given the impacts that we faced during COVID and the need for having some kind of ongoing that will generate revenue largely from tourists and visitors, in addition to residents, but largely through tourists and visitors. That was what, you know, allowed us to land on this recommendation that you're seeing today.
That's a really good point. And for the public, there was legislation passed just this year that added this additional ability onto the tax base. And there was a legislative action at the state level. So Councilmember Cummings is exactly right in that this is really kind of a really unique situation that we're in right now, which we're, you know, want to discuss with the rest of our colleagues as we move forward. Bonnie, can I get the next slide? So just really based on things that we had been already discussing, but then really bolstered by some of the polling that we had done, as well as really doing outreach to community members. really the goals that we kind of came to were obviously restoring in terms of utilization, potential, utilization of these revenues were to restore city services and staffing, addressing critical issues facing affordable housing, homelessness, and associated mental health crisis response, business recovery assistance programs, downtown and business district programming and resources, and then addressing maintenance and capital improvements. And we really were very much attuned to the readiness and competitive for grants, anticipating that possibly with the change in federal administration that there would be additional opportunities coming down for investment in infrastructure and other things that we could see for. So next slide. Vice Mayor Bruner already mentioned this. We did get very positive poll results for general measure. We do need to get above that 51%. We were polling in very high numbers, around 58%, with regards to some of the things that people really responded to favorably for passing the sales tax in order to the kinds of things that we could address. And so those include, again, really the three things. One is, this inadequate and expensive housing that needs to be addressed here in Santa Cruz. For the first time, our poll that the danger of wildfires and the need for preparedness ranked very high. That had not shown up in polling in the past. And we used our pollster who has a long history over a decade history with the city. So that really came up in the polling. There was a recognition in the polling that the city does need more resources. And so there was a recognition by likely voters that counter to what a lot of people believe, where most voters would say, no, the city's got plenty of money. Our voters very much seem to recognize that we do have the need for more resources. And then the voters also seem to indicate that, they felt very comfortable and actually ranked the government as, doing an excellent or to a good job in the COVID response. So there was trust built over the last year that we were investing in the right ways in our community. And so that did actually show up in some of the polling as well. Next slide. We're in the middle of trying to get as much information out to people because, taxes are confusing. They're hard to understand. And obviously people are very concerned about the impacts on their particular couple of things we just want out to those listening this afternoon is that this is a general half-cent sales tax increase. And again, this is very unique in that we could have that general half-cent available right now. That may not be available, for example, in an election a few years from now, because there may be other measures that try to go after some of that sales tax increase. But in general, this will add about 5 cents to a $10 purchase in your stores. A couple things about the sales tax. Groceries, prescription medicine, diapers, and feminine hygiene products are exempt from sales tax in California. And then Vice Mayor Bruner really pointed out these last two information pieces, which is visitors also will pay this. And then about half of the existing sales tax, based on a report that we commissioned, is paid by visitors here in Santa Cruz. So that will help with the shared piece in this tax base. And next slide. I think this is the last one, if I'm right. So we really have a proposed ballot language that would be brought forward on the ballot. The target is either for joining the potential of the recall election. There's many problematic pieces in that in terms of some legislative updates that Mr. Kandati is happy to give the council of what that recall election may actually be in the eyes of the state. But we would be looking potentially for this to land on the November 2021 ballot. And this is the proposed ballot language that was tested in our polling. which is to protect the quality of life in the city of Santa Cruz by supporting resources to mitigate the impacts of homelessness, create affordable housing, reduce wildfire risk, maintain city facility infrastructure, fix streets, support transit, maintain parks and recreation facilities for youth and seniors, fight climate change, and prevent reductions in important city services. So that was what was tested. And again, the projected revenues from a 0.5% sales tax being levied would be approximately $6 million annually. And the final slide is just the council actions that must be taken today in order to align this and consolidate it onto the November 2020 municipal election. Or we also can examine the potential of aligning with the gubernatorial recall election. We need to take all of these actions today in order to meet a November 2021 ballot outcome, and certainly to be ready for anything that might happen with the gubernatorial recall election. So that's why that second resolution has that ability to move in either direction on that. And that's pretty much our report. I'm happy to have, again, Vice Mayor Brunner and Councilmember Cummings join me in adding anything to that. And then we're available for questions from our colleagues, as is the staff. Vice Mayor, do you have anything more? Go ahead, Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, and so I also just wanted to add one thing for members of the public for clarity, that today, in order for us to put this item on the ballot, we have to declare fiscal emergency. And declaration of a fiscal emergency, unlike many other things that we vote on, requires a full vote of the entire council. And so I just want people to understand as we move into this discussion that it isn't a simple majority vote on this item. It requires all council members, largely because it reflects, it needs full community support. So just wanted to make sure that members of the public were aware of what is before us in terms of how this action today is going to be different from any other actions that the council takes.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Vice Mayor Brunner, did you have anything to add?
No, thank
you. Okay, I will go ahead and open it up for questions. I know the Revenue Committee members are happy to answer questions, but also our staff in terms of the mechanics of what we're trying to accomplish today. And then for those in the audience, I will be opening it up after questions from council. I'll open it up to public comment, and then the council will deliberate. Questions from council. I've got Councilmember Watkins, Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson, and Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to extend my gratitude to Councilmember Cummings and Vice Mayor Brunner for your work and your due diligence in this process, and bringing forward a measure that took in a lot of information to land here. And I just really want to recognize your work and show my appreciation for your time and work and energy in this. I guess my question is more maybe for the public, or just sort of more clarification from our staff, possibly our city attorney, that we don't just say like, oh, it's a fiscal emergency because we want to move forward. Like, there are findings that need to be made to declaring a fiscal emergency. And I wonder if Tony or Martine can just sort of share a little bit about that process and why we're landing in a place where we need to declare a fiscal emergency pursuing this option.
The authors of Proposition 218 included language that says essentially that in order to adopt a general tax where the use of the revenue is not restricted to a specific purpose, the election has to coincide with an election for city council, except in the case of the declaration of a fiscal emergency by the unanimous vote of the decision-making body. So that's the constraint that you're operating under, and it's based upon Proposition 218.
And then can I add that, and then of course we have to have a fiscal emergency, which means we have to be facing fiscal challenges moving forward, and that is certainly the case. So as the council has seen during budget hearings, and as you look at our forecast looking ahead, we are projecting fiscal deficits. And without any additional revenue source, we will not be able to fill those gaps. And so the city will be looking at having to make reductions moving forward. So we face a situation where, as we look into the future, we will be facing having to make choices and reductions. And so that is the sort of the fiscal basis for wanting to move forward now to avoid those reductions in essential services and in existing services. And in this particular case, also, it also provides the opportunity to enhance, to focus on the priority areas as well.
So I'm hearing, thank you. And if I'm hearing you, what I'm hearing is that there is the findings for a fiscal emergency. We do have that criteria met, that if this were not to pass, that the city would then be faced with tough choices in regards to not having enough resources for programs, essential infrastructure, and staff. And if it did pass, then essentially we would have an opportunity to not only address some of our structural deficit, but also potentially look at expansion of different priority areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then lastly, our role is just to put this on the ballot, right? Ultimately, it's democracy that ensues from there in regards to how the voters choose. So what is the city's role in a campaign like this? If we were to pursue, moving forward
in the campaign, the primary function of the city council is to order the item to be placed on the. You cannot use city resources to promote or to advocate for the passage of a ballot measure. So individual council members or subgroups of council members comprised of less than a quorum can certainly advocate for it. But the city can't expend resources to support it or to oppose a ballot measure.
Okay, great.
A little bit, the city can provide public information about the ballot measure, but it's very, as the city attorney noted, it's restricted legally, so it's limited to providing public information and data and facts about the measure.
I see. So essentially, the city can get to a place, and as the Revenue Committee did, in regards to the findings and the proposal, and potentially the decision to put it on the ballot. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to the campaign outside of the city to kind of communicate with the voters in which direction they want to go with this. Correct? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Councilmember Contari Johnson.
Great, thank you. I also want to echo my gratitude and thanks to Mayor Myers, Vice Mayor Brunner, and Councilmember Cummings for your hard work on this proposal. I had one question that was brought to me by a community member stating that the essential products that were listed, the diaper and feminine hygiene products, foods, that some of those exemptions are due to expire at the state level in 2022. So what can we do locally to make sure that we can maintain that the taxes won't be, that those products won't be impacted by the taxes? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, maybe I'll have Tony. Tony, are you aware those? I thought that the diapers and the feminine hygiene, we were advised that those were just recent legislation that was just passed. And maybe there's an expiration on those two items, but I believe sales tax, groceries and prescription medicine has been, our team, maybe I feel like that's been long-term.
That's correct. And it's legislated by the state. And so it requires state legislation, and groceries, yes, and the medicines have been exempted for many years.
For decades.
The others, I will have to do a little bit more research with respect to an expiration date. I wasn't aware of that, but if there is one, the appropriate recourse to obviously talk to our legislators, like we do for anytime we want to have legislation amended. So we would reach out to our state legislators, Stone and Laird, to advocate for that restriction to not expire. And that does happen.
where the legislature will have an expiration date, and then before that happens, the legislation is amended to extend it or to make it permanent, which is certainly a possibility.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I'm looking at the correspondence, and it is specifically diapers and feminine hygiene products, and I guess it's SB 92. So I guess just something for us to be aware of. Should this pass tonight, should it be passed by the voters, for us to keep our eyes on how those legislations unfold, so that we can.
Right. It also looks like California already extended for the diapers and the hygiene products through July 1st of 2023. So it's already been extended 1 year at this point.
That's great. Thank you for providing that information. I don't have other questions. Councilmember Watkins touched on some of my other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. I think it's probably for Tony Kanda, anybody who can answer. What is the final deadline to declare fiscal emergency and place something on the ballot to be able to do this in 2019? I know we have a little more time than the vote. Just wondering what the final deadline is.
So it really depends on whether or not we're able to consolidate with the gubernatorial recall election. If we are, then it would be 4 calendar days after the date that the election is called, either by statute or by the governor. If not, we would be looking at a standalone election on November 2nd of this year, and I believe the deadline is August 6th, but just so I don't say it incorrectly, I'll say the first week in August.
Okay, so before council returns from the summer hiatus.
You would have to have a special meeting because it's before your first regular meeting in August. That's right.
It's August 6th. We confirmed with the county clerk.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this time? Okay. The one thing I just will touch on real quick too, just before we move to public comment, I did want to mention that we do a series of meetings also with our tourism businesses, restaurants, retail. We met with the chamber and some of our larger businesses in town. And we did, there is definitely concern, especially from the retail sector, about, the perception or, the added, competitiveness that having this added tax may cause. So there was some caution there, and Vice Mayor Brunner was in that meeting. She can speak more to that. The hotel community seemed very much positive about this, especially with regard to the ability to utilize some of these funds for some of the priorities such as homelessness and other things. And that was shared to some extent by restaurants as well. There was some caution from restaurants because, again, all of our small businesses are just barely getting up and running again. They're concerned about competition. They're concerned about, recovering from this loss of revenues. So there was caution, but there was no outright, we will not support. But we want to be aware, and we continue to work with them and talk with them as frequently as possible. But there was overall, I would say, caution, but also no stated being against something like this. So I just want to clarify that. And Vice Mayor Brunner, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but we have done that outreach and continue to do that.
I would just say there was definite understanding of the intentions and the need for additional revenue to the city. For the retail group, with this past year and the impacts and costs going up and cost of goods, cost of rent, things that were brought up. It was just one more thing added to their list that could be seen or felt as another thing against, customers. Already there's online competition or maybe another city with a lower tax rate. But overall, I think all of the groups understood that we couldn't guarantee specific funding, specific things, but understood that it was needed, additional revenue like this was needed for the overall functions and essential services that need to be maintained and achieved and the needs to be met in the city. So caution, yes. Understanding, yes. No direct opposition. Good summary.
Yeah, thank you. Take it out to the public now. I have 3 hands raised so far. If you are calling in, if you are interested in speaking on this item, you should call into the meeting at this time. And please refer to the instructions on your screen. When you are with us, you're going to press *9 to raise your hand. And then when you will hear an announcement that you have been unmuted. The timer will be set to 2 minutes. And occasionally you'll have to press *6 if the unmuting is maybe not working, but we'll watch for you. We have first phone number ending in 1810.
Okay. Gary Phillip, if I read your chart right, the city currently gets a 1.75% sales tax delivered exclusively to the city. You want that to be 2.25% or about a 29% permanent raise justified on an emergency basis, even though extra emergency funds are pouring in. I don't think I ever get a 29% raise all at once, ever. There are no new specific accomplishments promised with the money, and you state your fiscal problems are beyond your control, even though we know a systemic deficit has been building for some time. I wouldn't blame COVID on economic devastation, for the economic devastation. That one is mostly on the government's response. It's a rough memory guess, but revenue and expenditures increased by, I think, like 60% between 2012 and before the pandemic. Seems like you have enjoyed quite the inflationary ride, along with property taxes and inflated goods prices. You had no trouble keeping up expenditures with those eye-popping increases in revenue. A new inflationary surge has probably begun, which you will enjoy whether you raise taxes or not. Raising tax rates then compounds on top of that. I didn't have time to check your financial estimate guesses of future income and expenses over the years, but I'll bet they were no better than guesses. Of course, the voters recognize you don't have enough money. The government never has enough money, even if it does. It approaches immorality. No, it is immoral at the federal level, as an example. California has the highest sales taxes of any state in the nation and the highest gains taxes in the world. I think you're wasting money on this one, public money. It's a regressionary tax on the poor and will probably go down in flames, since with inflation and still high unemployment, the people are tapped, or soon will be when the funny money runs out. But sales tax revenue will probably get an inflationary raise anyway, even without this, until the end game of the current bull burst. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller is 8575. Go ahead and you'll be unmuted. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. This is Glenn Schaller. I've been a resident of the city of Santa Cruz since 1976. I'm currently the political coordinator for the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Have over 80 unions and over 38,000 working families that are part of the Labor Council. The Labor Council looks forward to working with our labor union affiliates and the community in support of the sales tax measure if it's endorsed by the Labor Council following our process, but we do have some concerns. Increased revenue to the city of Santa Cruz without a corresponding increase in wages to ensure that our lowest paid city workers who receive to make sure they receive living wages is unacceptable. One needs to be tied to the other. No matter when the recall election is scheduled, we will be working in opposition to the attempted recall of our governor, and we would look forward to simultaneously encouraging City of Santa Cruz voters to further tax themselves and our tourist visitors. And of course, the Labor Council is uniquely situated to do that. But we urge you to support city workers and working families as you move forward with the possibility of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have phone number ending in 0575.
Good evening. My name's Ken Baer. I live in the city of Santa Cruz, work for the city of Santa Cruz, and I'm the president of our chapter of SCIU 521. I spoke to you last council meeting to ask you to pay employees a fair living wage. Now, after meeting with you, I can see that Santa Cruz also needs to increase revenues. I would support the ending of the city's exemption to the living wage ordinance and also the proposed increase to the sales tax. I would appreciate your consideration on this matter, and I look forward to working with you on both. Thank you.
Next up, we have phone number ending in 2673. Go ahead, please. You were just unmuted. You might have to press *6 again, please. You're ready. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is Liam McLaughlin. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz. I'm also political organizer with SCIU 521. And yeah, I just wanted to call in, as an individual, my support for this revenue measure in order to help the city of Santa Cruz with all the crises we're dealing with. I did also, of course, want to highlight that our city workers have been essential to the health of our community and city throughout the pandemic. Beforehand, they will be continuing going forward to be essential to our recovery. And as stated by another caller, the lowest paid city workers are not currently making a living wage. So I would just really, I want to support this measure. And I also really want to urge the city council to consider really prioritize using new revenue streams towards making this a livable place for our city workers. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much. Next is caller ending in 9218. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kim. I'm an organizer working with our SCIU 521 members who work at the city of Santa Cruz. This past year has been challenging for our community, and we've been hit hard by the economic impacts of COVID-19. And now as California begins to reopen, we need to be strategic in how we recover from this devastating pandemic. The sales tax revenue was much needed revenue to the city, and I support this measure, but we must also be intentional about how the revenue this tax measure would bring in is allocated. A strong recovery necessitates a public workforce that is staffed up and has the resources to both do the work that our community depends upon and to support themselves and their families. Across the city, there are below the city's own living wage ordinance, which is unacceptable. This sales tax revenue measure is a good step to recovery, but I urge you to prioritize using these funds for equitable and fair compensation for city workers to build a skilled, reliable public workforce free of the chronic recruitment and retention issues that make it so difficult for city workers to serve our community the way that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is phone number ending in 6639.
Hi, my name is Josie Roberto, and I am the CEO of Etheridge Farms, a health and wellness cannabis legacy brand. And I'm also speaking to you today as a member of Community Prevention Partners. We support for the Santa Cruz City Children's Fund. Our cannabis movement was originally founded on compassion, and as the industry takes shape, the values upon which it was built are fading into the past. Being of this original intent, we know the benefit of giving to our community by helping those in need. This fund contributes to the children adults in Santa Cruz who may otherwise be overlooked. Fact-based research like Born to Win, School to Lose, and Annie E. Casey Foundation-funded report from Georgetown University Center shows us that we can mitigate these disparities and create equitable.
I'm sorry, I believe you're waiting for the next item. Are you here to support the the children's fund?
I think the children's fund. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. That will be right after this item. I hope you can call back in. I'm very sorry. We are running late today.
Yeah,
so.
You know what? I'll call back. I was wondering why the tax, I thought maybe it was all lumped into one. So I thought, oh, gosh. No. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for.
No, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Next, we have caller ending in 2414, and then again, this is for the sales tax item, a placement of a sales and use tax ballot measure. So this is not the children's fund. Go ahead, please. You should be unmuted shortly. We're ready.
Okay. Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Jeffrey Smedberg. I'm a city resident for 30 years and was a county worker for many years and a member of SEIU 521, and which also represents many of the workers at the city of Santa Cruz. One thing that I learned in public service was that both for the county and the city, one of the most valuable assets that you have are people who work for the city, both who work directly for the city and also people who work for nonprofit agencies under contract with the city. And currently there are direct city employees, most of them extra health workers, who are being paid less than what the city designates as a living wage, and also workers at nonprofit contractors with the city who are being paid less than the living wage. And I understand that the city has some financial challenges, and for that reason, I would support the sales tax measure to be put on the ballot, but only if, because this would be going to general fund, only if there are very strong assurances that this money will help the people who are at the lowest end of the wage in this city. And so I would want to make sure that in order to support and work for the passage of this measure, I would want to be assured that the city workers were going to get the living wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public this evening that wants to speak on item number 43 at this time? Okay. See here. Okay. I will go ahead and bring this back to council for continued deliberation. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Meredith. And before public comment, I was trying to get attention briefly, but just also wanted to point out, because in discussions with some business owners, restaurants and bars who've expanded their outdoor services, and when bringing this forward as well, many of them were concerned with the impacts that this could have on them. But one of the things that we were able to help them with is today the City Council unanimously approved expanding and having that continue through November, and we'll be coming back with a permanent process for businesses to create permanent outdoor dining options. And so many of those restaurant owners were very excited about that, the potential for that to happen, because it's definitely increased their ability to conduct business. So wanted to also share that. And then I want to just mention, so that members of the public are aware, that this is going to, as I think has been stated, we can't earmark these funds today, but because this is an increase in the sales tax that will go directly into the general fund. But one of the things that we can do as a body is we can pass a resolution of intent. And so that, we'll really be able to highlight what are some of the priorities that we would like to see this funding go. And, this is, councils to come will be determining where this revenue goes. But ultimately, the people will have the opportunity, should this pass, to determine whether or not we want to vote on this, or whether or not we should approve the sales tax increase at the election, whenever that should occur. So I'm happy to, having worked on this, I also want to thank Mayor Myers and Vice Mayor Bruner and staff and our consultants, because we put a lot of work and effort into this. And so I'm happy to make a motion. And so the motion is going to be the recommendation that we've provided, which is to accept a report on the recent work of the City Council Ad Hoc Revenue Committee and adopt a resolution making emergency findings for placing a general purpose 1% retail transaction and use tax measure on the November 2nd, 2021 election, or align with the state of California's gubernatorial recall election, and adopt a resolution requesting that the consolidated November 2020 municipal election or an election aligned with the state of California's gubernatorial recall election include a general purpose 1/2 of 1% retail transaction and use tax measure. And then 4, support the measure for the purpose of authorizing arguments, provide direction regarding the authors, directing the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis, and providing direction to the city manager regarding the preparation of the analysis as appropriate. And then the last piece of the motion I wanted to add in was that the council directs staff to bring back a resolution of intent for the allocation of funds generated from the increased sales tax based on input provided by council members and staff to the mayor, preferably by the first meeting in August. Bonnie, I can send you this additional language so that you can put it up on the screen.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bruner.
I wonder if Councilmember Cummings, could you please copy me on that message as well?
I just sent it. I'll send it again.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bruner.
I was going to second, but I would like to see the language of that added part. It sounds...
Yeah, and I can share my screen too, so that while those messages are getting transmitted, we can look at it on the screen. And if I can just explain the intention behind this, and Tony, maybe you could weigh in as well, but the idea would be that we bring back this resolution of intent, and rather than trying to have us sit on the dais and say all the different things that we would like to see this money spent. I spoke with the mayor last night, and we thought what might be possible is if council members could send their recommendations to be included on that resolution, and then the resolution could come back preferably in August, but as time allows, and that we could vote on that resolution intent, so that the members we can demonstrate to members of the community that there are priorities that we're going to recommend for how the funds should be spent, although we're not exactly saying that we will spend them on these things, since we can't earmark those funds.
From a legal perspective, I don't have a concern with that in terms of compliance to routine. We would need to make sure that the resolution makes clear that we are bringing forward a general tax measure, and so the council could change its spending priorities over time under that measure.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Brunner.
I second.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have on the floor, which is to accept basically the Revenue Committee's recommendation, including the 4 steps in the staff report, with the addition of directing staff to bring back the resolution of intent for allocation of funds generated from the increased sales tax based on input provided by council members and staff to the mayor, preferably by the first meeting in August. Is there any other discussion on this item? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Yes, I do have some comments that I'd like to make right now before the vote. And I have so much I want to say, but I'm going to really try to keep it brief. So I believe that the city is really perched on the edge of fiscal emergency, and not opposed to making that declaration under certain circumstances. I, in general, don't believe that a regressive tax that's going to hurt poor people in our community the most. Really, they're the ones who will be hurt. Of us can absorb those small percentage increases in the sales tax, but it's really a regressive tax, and I don't think it's the appropriate measure to address the problems facing our city. However, it was something I was willing to accept, given all of the work that you all did, and I also want to add my appreciation to the members of the committee. I know, having been on Revenue Committee, it's a lot of work, and you talk to a lot of people, and you really get in there. And so I want to support your recommendation. Unfortunately, my concerns, in conversations that I've tried to have prior to this meeting, my concerns have not been sufficiently addressed for me to feel comfortable supporting this recommendation tonight. There are 2 areas in particular that I want to highlight, and I am not raising these because I have an expectation that the sales tax revenues would be dedicated for these purposes. I recognize that a general tax requires that it be used, as a general tax and go into our general fund, and we can sort of make decisions about where the most impact, the best impact, most impact would be. So, I get all that, I do, but I'm going to talk about these 2 items, and it's not that I want necessarily the sales tax money to for these purposes, but I want our city to be prioritizing these, and our city has not been prioritizing these. The first one I'm going to mention is the need for preemptive waste management, and we are moving in the opposite direction. We have fallen woefully behind in some of the most critical spaces that our communities noticed. And I recognize that much of that is because our Parks and Rec department is under-resourced, and they're not able to meet the growing need. We see, obviously significant trash in and around encampments. We see that happening in our open spaces, and we do not commit to dealing with that trash. If we had preemptive management of waste, if we had preemptive waste management, if we spent time, going in and communicating with people in encampments, we can wish it away all we want, but they are going to be there, and the trash will be here. And saying it's not okay for people to live this way is not going to let them go away. So, given that reality, I really think that we should be checking in with folks on a regular basis. We should provide the resources to our Parks and Rec staff to be able to do that. We should eliminate trash and wildfire risk, the kinds of, all of the things that worry us about potential fire. We should be getting ahead of that, and we are not. We wait until it gets out of control, pick up the trash. We actually participate in the creation of that blight. And we have a responsibility to address those issues. It's not a hard thing to do. Yes, it costs money, but it's not a hard thing to do. I haven't seen it. The second item I'm going to talk about, I also feel very passionately about, and some people have come and spoken tonight about. I appreciate hearing from them. The sentiments that were stated, I have shared for many, many years, since 1999 at least, when I worked to get our city council at that time to adopt a living wage policy. 21 years later, our workers are not earning a living wage. It's not a significant number, but it's a number that is significant enough to warrant concern. It's a request that's being made by our workforce. Lifting up our lowest paid workers is critical. And I'm not talking about largesse. I'm talking about raising pay for lifeguards who keep us safe on the beaches, who earn minimum wage or pretty close to it. Workers at the resource recovery facility, in parking and parks maintenance, who work multiple jobs and are still barely able to make it, if they are able to make it at all, and in this town. These are the workers that who support what our local community is asking us for. Okay, so when I say raising those workers' wages, and I hear that could compete with providing these critical services, that makes no sense to me. These are the workers who are providing those services. Given that, I'm just not able to support it at this moment. Mr. Smedberg stated essentially what, I guess I'll just back up and say, this is in part further explanation for why I have this concern at this time, and I'm not prepared to move forward without further discussion. Mr. Smedberg stated essentially what I had asked for in 2018. And at the time, folks assured me, oh yes, of course, this is what we want to, and this is good for the city. And yet, those low-paid workers are earning pretty close to the same wages that they were in 2018, with the exception of the small COLAs built into their contracts and the workers who benefited from state living wage increase or state minimum wage increases. I'm sure I will hear, and we will hear, threats of layoffs. There are always threats of layoffs to make workers afraid. And I don't believe that is appropriate. I believe we should be coming together and working collaboratively. I think that I've heard from at least some of the members of these two bargaining who have workers below the living wage, that they're interested in having those conversations. And it's not happening. And it doesn't appear that there's an opening to make that happen in a way that assures that we are not continuing to exploit workers as we make decisions about how to spend monies. So I have so much more I'd like to say, and if anybody wants to talk to me offline, I'd be happy to share more, but I will not be able to support the motion, and I will do that with the hope that that my colleagues might be interested in having more of a conversation and possibly bringing this back for a special meeting so that we can really move forward together and feel good about it.
Okay, I'll look to Councilmember Watkins.
I appreciate the input from the community, the perspective shared from my colleagues, and agree that we can have conversations about a number of competing priorities, and including the concerns that were brought up by Councilmember Brown to increasing our workers. That said, I think that to acknowledge that we have a fiscal emergency and to acknowledge that we want our voters to weigh in on this proposal doesn't preclude us from those conversations or from moving in that direction in an informed way in the future. So I don't see them as being separate, they competing or one required for the other. It can't be one required for the other, or else then it would require the 2/3 measure, which is essentially sort of the challenge that we find ourselves in this evening, right? We don't want to move forward with this special designated purpose because that's a whole different type of proposal. I think, for me, clearly, I appreciate Councilmember Cummings' motion, allows space for us to begin that process of prioritization as well as to move forward in a meaningful way that shows resolution of intent. It's really challenging in terms of timing, without further information, without details, without all of these specifics, to then now fit into this decision that we have before us right now, for me. So I certainly am empathetic and understand that it's being shared. I think you recognize that this does hinge on you, on your vote, right? And at the risk of losing a significant, potentially, money for our city, for services, and for workers. So, I mean, that's just the reality of it, right? I think that I shared and that working on a number of these things. It doesn't necessarily fit with how we can move forward with this evening. Because of the constraints of the measure, right? So I'll just say that it's certainly disappointing, and it is what it is. But that being said, I think that we, the City Council, will have to continue to address a number of issues facing our community and facing our city in regards to competing needs and resources and potential expansion of programs or cuts, right? So that's the job, and that's that I'm committed to doing with all of my colleagues here.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, and then Councilmember Kalantari Johnson.
I appreciate the comments, Councilmember Watkins. I will say that I'm dismayed that we are at an impasse here, and that I have not been able to advance this goal for as long as I've been advocating for it. And and I hope you can understand, I don't know that you will, but I'm just going to say it, that when those commitments were essentially not met, or at least the commitment to talk about that and to put that in the mix, that didn't happen. So there's no reason for me to believe that would happen now, and that is the problem for me. I also think that there are that we do have some. We absolutely should be looking more critically at our budget and how we are spending money. I think the message that people have been delivering loud and clear, at least to me, is that, we don't approve of the way a lot of your money, you spend money. We think nothing of raising, salaries for, a $5,000 a month increase for a city manager. We have no problem. We can afford all of those things. We can't afford this piece. And my intention is not to tie this to a sales tax. My intention is to say, if we can't prioritize these workers and the critical service needs in our parks and open spaces, then, and maybe we will, maybe we would, but I have no reason to believe that will be the case. What I believe is that there will be opportunities for consultants and planning processes and potentially some new executive level positions. And that is what people see. And it's frustrating. And I am at this point, having now played along during my last term on the council and seen the results, I'm not ready to do it again. And, I'm sorry about that. I'll raise that it is my hope that there are some council members at a minimum who would be willing to have more of a conversation about how to make this holdout vote more comfortable to move forward. And I think that's possible, but it's not possible if people won't talk about it. So if folks want to suggest that I am foreclosing of anything positive happening at the city and that cuts are going to happen, I just think that's the same line that we always hear, and I don't think I don't think it has to be that way.
If I just may quickly in response, I wasn't talk about it beforehand. This is brand new information to me. This wasn't brought up at our budget hearings as a potential priority that needed to be, assessed at the time. Am I open to it and to do the work to figure out how to make it work in a meaningful and thoughtful, informed way? Yes. But that it requires the time and work and energy and information gathering and consideration of unintended impacts and other priorities that are competing and other groups of individuals or people or whatever. I mean, it requires the work. And so I haven't been talk about it. So it does seem to me like this is a blind ultimatum, if you will, that what lays in peril is, potential for our community, our democracy to unfold, to ensue, and have the voters weigh in, and to make the decision on who they elect also for these types of priority decisions. So I think I just get a little bit confused with sort of, if not this, then that. Like, I think it's oversimplifying what the complexity of the job is, right? Which is a number of things, everything in between. And I welcome those tough conversations, those compromises. I frankly believe that's what our country wants, right? In terms of representation. How are our electeds, how are our community members working together to get past, making compromises? And sure, they won't be perfect, but, we won't have to compromise our values. We can still move forward with a compromised decision that's for the betterment of all people. And so I stand by that approach, and I will continue to work with all colleagues in that way. This was last minute, and I didn't have the opportunity to really have that approach unfold. So I just want to be really clear about that.
Thank you, Council Member. I have Council Member Clontard Johnson. And then I'd like to make sure that I know we're deliberating here. Councilmember Brown, I'm going to see if there's any other council members that have any comments on the floor, and then I'll go to you. Councilmember Clontard Johnson.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments brief. I want to thank the individuals who called in, our union representatives and city employees, and just state that your work is valued, and the dignity of our city workers is valued. The same sentiments and concerns as what's been stated, that this needs to be a thoughtful process. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Brown, that past experiences with other councils have not tainted, but have influenced how your approach is today, because I would roll up my sleeves and work on this. I thought that Councilmember Cummings' addition to the recommendation and the intent resolution would get us there, because ultimately a no vote shuts the conversation and it will hurt those who need these resources the most. So I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councilmember Brown and then Councilmember Golder and Councilmember Cummings.
Well, I feel like I really don't want to keep responding to point by point, but in this case, I do have to say a couple of things. First of all, the rushed nature of this is, I think that's a subjective view of this proposal. I understand that it coming before you in this way feels rushed. It's an issue that's been on the table for many, many years. It's with respect to the question of why the budget, I didn't bring it up at budget because I know I wasn't going to get the vote. So this is my only opportunity to, and I didn't find out that this was going to be what would come before us until our last city council meeting. The very next day, I started having conversations with staff to try to figure out how to get some information together to make it, to provide us with thinking about the possibilities there. And I guess that information wasn't sufficient. So I'm really disappointed. And if folks want to, say that I'm have obstructed closing a possibility for sales for new revenue, I say we've got a month. If people want to talk, we could figure it out. So I don't think I am foreclosing the conversation. I'm just not prepared to support this tonight.
Councilmember Golder?
Councilmember Brown, you kind of answered my question. I was going to ask, what would make you feel comfortable supporting this tonight? Is there anything that would make you, I know we had some discussions earlier in closed session, and is there anything that would make you feel comfortable supporting this tonight?
Well, I need to be very careful here, but I would say that based on the outcome of those discussions, I don't think there's anything that would make me feel comfortable here at this point. I am absolutely willing to continue the conversation in some fashion. We could hold a special meeting. We could talk about this further. May be persuaded to, look at moving this forward in a different way. But my goal is not going to change. And so again, I will just put out that offer once again. If council members feel that they would be, if they're amenable to having additional conversations about, if you don't like my ideas about how to get workers to a living wage, perhaps you have some of your own. And if that's the case, I'm in. But tonight, no, I can't support this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that what Councilmember Cummings was trying to suggest because the reason that I couldn't support this morning in closed is I felt like I didn't have enough information and I would need more information. I wasn't trying to close the door together. And I think other council members would agree with me on this. It was just we need more information and a little more time. And so I think what Councilmember Cummings was trying to suggest, and his intent was to give us more time to look at those details. So that's where I think.
I hear you. At which point I will once again be in the minority and unable to accomplish this goal if my colleagues, if the majority of the council is not willing to go there. So, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take right now.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to respect the perspective of Councilmember Brown and where you're coming from. I know throughout the year there have been and over the past few years, there have been items that have come before the council that you've been passionate about, and there hasn't been as much of a willingness to compromise on some of those items, which is likely why you're feeling the way. There's times when we express that we support certain things, but then that looks differently when it comes time to vote. And so I can understand why you're hesitant because of the fact that you really don't think, and what I'm perceiving is that it's not clear that something will be done, because for so long nothing has been done in terms of the things that you prioritize and what you want to see moving forward. So I respect that. I do want to see, like, I guess where I'm at now is really trying to understand. I'm still standing by the motion that I made, but I really want to understand, like, where do we go from here? Because this is the last meeting we're going to have until August, and it sounds like Councilmember Brown is pretty firm in where she's at, and so I don't know what we can do at this point, and so I'm really wanting to see whether the discussion can shift to something that we can actually accomplish this evening. I don't know if that means we have to schedule a special meeting or what can be done, but obviously this is something that we really need to address because we really need to figure out how we can get some kind of tax measure passed, and because we know that this is going to generate funding for our community, and I also understand that with intent that it's not binding, but that is a step, you know, and it's a way of us expressing, you know, what we're interested in prioritizing funding. I mean, personally, I'd like to see, you know, us fund mental health crisis response. You know, we're interested in establishing public banks. There's the pool, you know, bringing back the park rangers. There's a lot of different things we want to see these funds go towards that. Ultimately, our community has said, like, we want these things, but we need money, right, in order to make it happen. And many of these are really good social programs. So, you know, I'm hoping that, I don't know how we get there, but I did just want to express that I hear your frustration, and to this group, then how do we move forward from here? So, I'll comment.
Okay, I think I'll just cue myself real quick here. Councilmember Brown, I understand maybe past experiences. You know, you reflected, you know, many decades of you know, working on your priorities in our community, and those are I think at least priorities I share as an individual and now as an elected. I don't think anyone is intending to try to pick and choose between who, you know, succeeds and receives, you know, benefits. You know, I do have to reflect on, you know, without disclosing any, you know, details or data, but I do know as a new council member in 2018, we bargained with all of our units, and they all received the benefits from the quarter-cent sales tax that was passed in I believe it was in June of 2018. There was a quarter-cent sales tax. Certainly, you know, every bargaining unit received actually more than actually what the staff and the finance actually recommended. So we went above and beyond that. And so for the folks, you know, the voters who voted for that, you know, I think it's important for them to know that sales tax did go to benefit our workers. Now, is it to the place that you want it to be? It doesn't sound. I think it's very important that we clarify a few things, and especially that our employees, now that we were able to go into a more secure fiscal future coming out of 2008, which was a much harder hit in some ways than the COVID hit, we did invest in our employees, and so that sales tax measure that people are paying did help towards that. I think I also have to reflect on the fact that, you know, the number was astonishing to me that came back from the polling, that 68% of the people who responded to the poll want us to invest in things that most people probably wouldn't have thought that the voters would want us to invest in. They want us to invest in mental health services and to invest in wildfire risk reduction. They want us to invest in the parks and do exactly what you just mentioned, which is have our parks workers. We're down 8 maintenance workers right now, and that's because of COVID. And we can get out of that with this tax measure. So, you know, the reason that people aren't picking up the garbage is because we're down the workers, and also the working environment is very dangerous, frankly. We've received a report from our Parks and Rec Commission that basically states our parks and recreation workers, our parks workers, especially our maintenance workers, they're at risk when they go to work. And so how do we solve that? Solve that by actually proactively trying to work with the houseless individuals in our community, manage the kinds of things that they need in their lives, and not have people living in the way that we've seen them living in the last 4 years. And this sales tax helps us get there. It helps us fix our pool. It helps us do the things that we should be doing for our community. And our voters, the voters are the ones that are losing out on. You're removing their ability to make a choice on investing in their community, even more than they're already doing. They're already paying 1/4 cent sales tax. So, you know, I'm sorry to be so direct, but we've done an extensive 6-month process on this. We have been informed all on the way the committee was coming back. This was not kind of out of the blue. There was a revenue committee, and during our budget hearings, there was multiple statements that some kind of revenue measure discussion was going to be brought forward by the revenue committee. This did not land kind of out of nowhere. I also want to really clear up this notion that, you know, somehow a sales tax is a regressive tax. And in fact, when you look at the data and you look at analysis, actually California taxes are not found to be regressive. In fact, they're found to not worsen income inequality, and they rank much higher. In fact, in some indexes, they're ranked as one of the best or second, usually in the top 5, because of the way our tax structure works in California. So this idea that we're somehow, again, you know, passing a regressive tax, I cannot find a professionally published report that states that. Most tax analysis that is done by impartial think tanks and policy recognize that California taxes as a whole are not regressive. We're one of the most progressive in the country. So I just need to state those things because I think that as a council member who came on in 2018, we invested in our employees. I was there. I saw it. I understood what we were doing. Our employees are the most important part of the city, but they deserve a really good working environment. You know, they need new vehicles and they need to be safe at work. And we have a lot of social issues in Santa Cruz that we are not able to do because you know what? We don't get any money for some of this stuff. $0 from the state of California to deal with some of the most pressing issues in our community. We have an opportunity right now to say, please, voters, think about doing this. Please think about taxing another 0.5%. So that we can start to invest in some of the most important things that need to be done. Affordable housing, homelessness, management, those kinds of things. And more importantly, yes, we will invest back in our employees. If we don't take the vote tonight and this goes down in flames, I don't know what you say to 68 to 69%. In some categories, it was as high as 70%. That's what the voters told us. They told us this is okay with us. I understand the need to feel like you have to stand your ground, and I admire that in you. But I feel like it's just disappointing to know that there's nowhere to go, and that we will jettison an opportunity that is pretty much unique to this situation right now with this availability of this tax at a half a cent, and it's not going to last long. There's going to be plenty of other local governments that come and look at that opportunity. So we've done the work, we've done the polling, we are poised. We could meet a November 2021 special. We could do this. We could do this in November 2021. And if that doesn't rank high on your list, then I completely acknowledge that, and I understand that that's what your vote will be tonight. But I need to paint that picture for you, because I think we need to clarify some real investments that have been made, and I'm wondering if we should just go ahead and vote. I think you've indicated where you're at. I don't know, Councilmember Brown, if you are. I mean, we can call a special election, but or a special meeting. I could do that. We've been working on this for 6 months, and we see an opportunity. We've mapped it out really well. We've done our job. We've polled. We've worked with our business community. We've worked with folks individually, and we feel confident. You have a 3-person council committee that is telling you we feel like this is a viable thing to do. And we've been on the phone. We've been meeting with people. We've done all the due diligence that you should expect of a committee, and I think that's why we brought it. We didn't bring it in August. We're not bringing it in November. We're bringing it this month because we have an opportunity for November of 2021. So, we could wait 3 more weeks, but I'm hearing that you're pretty firm on your no vote on this. So I'll go ahead, and I know you want to respond, but I'm not sure what 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 buys us on this at this point, except a missed opportunity. So,
well, I will respond and say I'm sorry you feel that way, and I'm sorry that you're willing to foreclose this opportunity by not being willing to have an additional conversation about this. So in terms of the question that Councilmember Cummings asked, what's the next step? I have indicated I am willing to go back to the drawing board and have the conversation, or not really back to the drawing board, but to return to the conversation that we were having and see if there's a way that I can come out of that feeling comfortable about declaring this fiscal at this time. And if you're not interested in doing that, then it's really just a matter of perspective. You can blame me, but I'm going to say I'm leaving open the door to have that conversation. And we, 3 weeks from now is still time to put something on the ballot. So I feel like I'm giving you all an option here to have that conversation. If people don't want to take me up on that, then, unfortunately, we are where we are.
The other council members with thoughts on this? Vice Mayor Brunner, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Watkins, and then Vice Mayor Brunner, and then Councilmember Golder.
I'll keep it short, because I think we kind of know where we're at, but I appreciate your comments, Mayor, and I understand the desires here. And I think, though, without a compromise, in this situation, not even the folks that you say you're kind of going, on the record, nobody wins. We lose resources, and ultimately we lose opportunity for democracy to take place, because our voters are the ones that get to choose with us, and they get to choose this measure.
Vice Mayor Brunner. Oh, you're muted.
I was going to say earlier that Councilmember had mentioned a desire to work on this, roll up the sleeves, and I am as well for this conversation. I really appreciate your context with this topic and history and passion and you standing up for this. We value our city workers, and, a lot has gone into understanding how many workers are below living wage and what are those categories and, temp positions and, the 10 permanent positions and so on. So the conversation I am willing to have, and I know, everyone is willing to have that. It's independent of this opportunity for funding. And so I want you to know that the conversation is, I don't know if a special meeting is, we have an August 6th, I believe, deadline. Our next council meeting is August 10th. So it would have to take place, someone before then. Is that correct?
It has to be by August 6th. Yes, that's what Tony or Martine mentioned, that date, the drop dead date.
And how is that different from the additional language from Councilmember Cummings in terms of that conversation that, at least he and I seconded it, that intention to state those priorities, that intention of resolution of how those general funds will be prioritized. And so that to me is the opportunity of where you so firmly stand to prioritize those workers below the living wage. And that is the opportunity to state that. And I'm willing to have that conversation with you and however that takes place. And I just wanted to state that.
Councilmember Golder? Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I guess mine was more of a logistical question, and I'm not sure if someone else can pop on to answer, but if we have that hard deadline, what kind of meetings can we schedule in between now and then with our break? I mean, I'm not sure if it's just us that are going on break or if there's staff that's going on break too, and I know a couple of council members have vacations planned, and so I just think, would it be possible to schedule something else? And we already did have a few hours of conversation around this today, and what else could we do to make, I think all of us want the city to be prosperous and the workers to get paid fair compensation, and I think we're all concerned about fixing our structural deficit and how we can address those issues moving forward. And is it possible to have these conversations outside of this meeting this evening? Because if we're saying that this vote is going to just, we know how it's going to go and it's going to pass tonight, I think many of us are committed to seeing how can we make it acceptable for Councilmember Brown, and how can we get this ballot measure out there for the voters to decide.
I'll let Martine answer that.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things. So to the deadline, the August 6th deadline relates to the amount of time that's legally required to give notice to the county clerk to be able to place the measure on the November ballot. And that's like 88 days before the election, and that's what the county clerk needs legal. Place that you also need the declaration of a fiscal emergency. The resolution of intent is separate. That really is about the council, and it's really for city purposes. That's not needed for the purposes of setting the election or calling for the election. Now, the other two, from a timing perspective, is that one of the things that we've been advised by our ballot consultant is that it would be preferable to place the measure on the consolidated election with the recall election too. So that has a timing issue too, because that one we don't know when that's going to be, and so set up as the city attorney mentioned, to have the council meet within 4 days of when that's called. So that's the other sort of complicating factor in terms of being able to take action in a timely fashion. And then you add the additional complication of when council members are available or not available, which is why, from a logistical perspective, it just makes more sense to take action today, quite frankly, so that we are in a position to take advantage of whichever situation makes the most sense from a purely logistical perspective. So I just want to be clear about those complications and issues.
Councilmember Cummings, or I guess Councilmember Brown, you're next.
So, yeah, just in response to what council members have said, and Martine, you as well, with respect to the timelines. What I'm hearing is that folks are willing to have the conversation, but only after I give you my yes vote. That's something I cannot do. An alternative that I'm trying to suggest, I am open to. I'm not making any motions because I'm not hearing people seem amenable to this, but an idea that I think could work is and those you may not do that we establish a subcommittee to really quickly get through this and have that conversation and schedule a special meeting, and assuming that we can kind of pull together the information and get ourselves into a place where folks feel comfortable with a process for moving workers to the living wage that is not simply our hopes and aspirations in the holistic context of all our other needs. That's just too vague for me. That's just too ambiguous. And again, given the history, makes me feel like it's unlikely that's where we would head. So if there are, if council members who said it would be amenable to having the conversation, if you're amenable to having that conversation, I'll get to work. I'll roll up my sleeves. I'll meet as often as needed to try to work through this and bring a recommendation back to the council. Hopefully that would allow us to take a vote in time for the recall or the November election. I think with respect to the recall, I know we're on the edge of our seats waiting, but if we got to work right away and tried to come up with something, we can call a meeting once that's declared. We have 4 days, and we could do that. I think we can, and I would hope that you all, or at least some of you, would feel that way too.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, this is just more, it's just a comment on some things that I've heard. And it's largely for some of the newer council members, but I think, one of here is, a sense is a lack of trust, I think, amongst the body, because oftentimes people will say they're supportive of certain things, but then when it comes time to act, there's a lack of support that's there. And this is already played out this year. I mean, I know that, Councilmember Brown and I were supportive of just initiating discussions with community around, for example, a division on homelessness, around discussions around, potentially looking into creating positions like an equity officer. Those weren't hard decisions that we're making. It's just, can we start having these discussions? And I think the lack of support that Councilmember Brown has seen, has put her in this position today. If she were to move forward with this, are we actually going to do something? Because so often people say, I'm supportive, but, and then, you know, vote against what they say they're supportive of. So, so I think that it's part of the issue here is, you know, how do we build trust amongst ourselves as a group? And part of that too is, you know, because of, well, I should say, how do we build trust amongst ourselves, given that, you know, what we've seen so far this year, and I'm sure Councilmember Brown's probably experienced this over many years on council, is the lack of support and the lack of willingness to try to find compromise on issues that the majority might not necessarily want to pass it and might not, in terms of making the decision. Ultimately, I feel like we should constantly be trying to get to 7 votes. I mean, that's what we tried really hard at last year when we had to make a lot of difficult decisions. And, you know, here we are today where we really need to come together as a group. And I think we need to try to figure out a way that we can ensure that, you know, we're going to address the issues that are concerned, because I think the community as well, and we've heard people speak today, they really want to see a commitment of this group, especially if they're going to go out and, you know, go knock on doors and raise funding for these measures. I'm just trying to kind of pull the context of this conversation together and provide, you know, some context of where I think people might be, what their feelings and where they're at. So, you know, I don't know what, like, again, it sounds like Councilmember Brown's making some recommendations. It sounds like there's other council members who are interested in working on some of these topics, but, you know, once a vote is made, and we saw this last week, you know, sometimes it's difficult to go back. And I think that's a big concern, just given how we've been making certain decisions throughout this year. So if there's a way that we can build trust, I think, into this, that is probably the priority at the moment, so that we can.
Okay, I'll take, we're now a half hour late, starting our evening item. So I just want to make sure the public understands that if you are calling in to, actually we have 2 more items to go. So for those who may be checking in right now, we are still on item number 43. We still have another item 4. We're now 3 hours late to start that item, and we still have an item for our evening, which is estimated to start at 7 p.m. We're obviously very late for that. So anyone who's calling in about those items, I just want to make sure you're updated on where we're at with our timeline tonight. I'll go ahead and let Councilmember Watkins make a comment, and then Councilmember Golder, and then I think we'll go ahead and take a vote.
I'll keep my comments short because I was going to respond. I think, but I do want to say one thing. I think it's about doing the work. It's not about proposals that come forward at the 11th hour, which makes it really hard to make an informed policy decision. So yes, definitely, let's do the work. Let's explore what we have. Let's start with the foundation of what is at stake. Let's build up the momentum. Let's hear from the community. Let's do the work. I'm totally down with that. 11th hour proposal to create commission, or, you know, create big divisions or whatever is hard, or a last minute decision around, it's just simply hard of big decisions with, you know, these very last minute proposals. So I will leave it at that, because I think we can go into how we have different opinions about processes, but personally, for me, I struggle with that. So it's not about priorities, it's about how you work together and how you do the foundational work with your colleagues. And I'm 100% open to that. I'm reluctant to commit to moving forward in this sort of you know, we're at the kind of the last hour of this, when we're about to go on break, and there are times I'm going to be out of town. So I feel, I struggle with saying, like, yes, I'm down, and it's so truncated, it's tough. So yes, it's disappointing. I understand the intention. I'm happy to just go ahead and we can go ahead and take the vote at this point.
Okay. So I think we'll go ahead and call the question, and why don't you do a roll call vote?
Hold on one second. I have someone at my window.
Okay. Councilmember Cummings, did you have another?
Yeah, I had a question about process because I think that if one, I don't think the mayor will question as part of the process. I think it has to be another council member. But that being said, if someone calls the question, then we're going to have to vote on calling the question.
Councilmember Watkins, I believe, just called the question, I believe.
I just thought we were ready to take the vote. I was done. I mean, I know the item, if we can call the question unless there's any further discussion. It seems like we've kind of come to an understanding of where we're at, in my opinion.
And I'm just really saying this because I want to make sure that the process is clear, because if someone calls a question, I think there has to be a second, and then we vote on calling the question. And if it passes, then we vote on the item. And so I'm just doing this so that it's clear in terms of like how we're making decisions that we're, that we're doing this right. If I can pull my hand down, I was just really going to say that it was just a comment in response to something Councilmember Watkins said, which was, I think that what some of us have been trying to do is initiate conversations, not to create departments, but to start that work, to start those conversations off with the community to see where we can go and to really start digging and doing that work. That was not, I think that, and I just want to make sure that that's clear. So that's the only comment I have. I'm fine. I'm done making comments. It will be unclear where we go from here unless there's some kind of amendment from other council members to work on this further. But the main reason why I wanted to stop this is because I wanted to be clear for members of the public, when that does come with a certain process behind it, and there are certain people who can and can't call questions. So.
Tony, could you clarify, please?
Yes, any council member other than the presiding officer can bring a motion to call the question. If it receives a second, then debate ends and the question is called.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
So, I called, but thank you for calling on me one last time. I just want to make sure that I am clear here that what is happening is a vote on this fiscal emergency without any consideration of further discussion over the coming weeks because it seems too rushed or people have vacations. So if that's what's happening, then I'm really sorry that folks aren't willing to try to find a way forward. I receive materials that I'm expected to make decisions about very, very short turnaround time. We all are. I compromise on many things. I ask for just a little bit, and the majority I just never seem to get there. So, as Councilmember Cummings said, so I just want to make that point that right now what I am hearing is if there's no willingness to bring a small group together, try to find a way to sort something a few weeks, then we are effectively right now going to foreclose the opportunity to put the sales tax measure on the ballot. And that's a real shame. Without any indication that any of that is going to go to support workers, I just can't do it.
Well, clarification, the motion on the floor is to have input for priorities. So I think that is part of the motion.
The motion on the floor is for a resolution. If I could just explain, the motion on the floor is to develop a resolution, in the future about some of the priorities we might, agree on, or the majority of you will agree on. And that is different from working towards trying to figure out what concretely we could do to achieve the goal of bringing workers up to the living wage as a matter of policy, as a matter of principle for the city. And it seems to me that we could potentially make some progress if we were to have that conversation. I am not willing to, just hope and dream that a resolution of intent will lead to the workers who do the most for the city, who earn the less, actually get more money in their pockets for the work they do. So again, I'm here. I'll make a motion to, get together with two of you and try to figure this out and come back. But I'm not hearing, I'm hearing from at least Councilmember Watkins and Mayor Myers that there's no interest in that. And if others would be interested, I'd happily give it a shot. But otherwise,
I guess my comment on that is, I don't believe we can pre-negotiate outcomes for this tax measure. And as a council member who is making a vote, I'm doing my due diligence, and I understand the lane we need to be in. And we cannot predetermine and have this be a general measure. It's very clear. I mean, we've been told that, and I feel that is what is being asked. So
it's not. So you misunderstand me, Mayor Myers. You misunderstand me.
Okay. I've got Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Kalantari Johnson, and Vice Mayor Brunner.
I'll yield by 10.
Councilmember Kalantari Johnson?
Yeah, just that we had explored and talked about creating a subcommittee to work on this. So I'm a little confused about the perception that there isn't a willingness to do the hard work and to find solutions. So anyway, I'm just confused. We said that we would create an ad hoc subcommittee. We would look at living wage, and we would do the work that's needed to explore the best way forward. And so I don't understand why one has to be contingent on the other. And I'm sorry that in the short time that we've been together as a council, that there's already distrust. That's not how I have felt up until today, but I'm sorry that that's the reality. This will eventually hurt those who need it the most.
Vice Mayor Brunner. You're muted. Sorry.
Councilmember Brown, I'm willing to work with you on this. I think it's very important, and it's also a priority of mine. I say that, and I know others have said that, and I think, we can research and understand all the data and the components of how to thoughtfully get our city workers below a living wage to a living wage. And I'm willing to work with you on that. I'm stating that again. It's my understanding is that it's separate from this revenue measure, because we cannot allocate funds or designate and promise funding in a general fund measure. So your proposal is to make this happen no matter what, whether or not revenue comes in or not. And so I think that's where I'm having kind of difficulty, is that feels fiscally irresponsible without knowing all the information first. It's a little blind, and we can work on whether it happens now, this year, within a 2-year time frame, whatever that looks like based on the data and the steps to get there, that we can lay out a plan thoughtfully. I'm willing to work with you on that. Separately, this revenue measure is a tool to help us get there, is how I see it. Even though we cannot tie that with this, it's a tool that could really help us to get there faster. So whether or not you vote today or not, I'm willing to work with you on this.
Okay, I'm
Can I respond? Would it be possible to respond directly to Vice Mayor Bruner right now?
Yeah, well.
Or you can give me all the reasons why I shouldn't. That's fine.
We've had the conversation at least for almost 4 hours today. I mean, we've been working on this. So I'd like to see if I can find a motion to call the vote. It's unfortunate, but I don't think we're getting there. And we've been working on this for at least 4 hours today, so I haven't seen a lot of movement. So Councilmember Cummings, and then I've got Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson and Member Golder.
I did want to mention one thing within the motion, or maybe this is just, I know this might not pass tonight. However, if we are going to move forward with the resolution of intent as is stated in the motion, I just wanted to double check on what would the timeline be for when you would want us to have our information this passed. So the idea is if we want to make recommendations for a resolution of intent, we have to get a staff report together and, put together the resolution. So I'm just curious, if we want to build that into the motion, or if we can just have some consensus around when you would want that information from us. It was one thing that I just thought about while we were having.
I'd be happy to receive those as early as Friday. I think part of the problem is that we've all planned trips to leave. And so, I'm happy to receive those. I personally planned some time out of town with my family, and I was going to literally turn my computer off, which I haven't done in a long time. So, but I'm happy. You can get them to me but by Friday at 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock, we'll all be together. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to call the vote and just briefly say that I have now heard every council member say clearly that they are more than willing to have this discussion.
And thank you. So we have a motion to call the vote, and I have Councilmember Golder.
I just have one last comment, and I want to apologize if there's distrust on behalf of other council members for the way people have voted in the past. And I've also, there's been times when I thought council members were going to lean a certain way and they voted a different way with other things that have come before us. And I don't feel distrust. I feel like it was part of your decision-making process to, go through the process of deliberations and public comment, and then maybe you've changed your mind. And so I hope that moving forward, there's trust amongst the seven of us, and that we, are debating in good faith, where we all, are being honest with our intentions. And that being said, if you want somebody to work on this in the upcoming vacation, I'm not going on vacation. I will also gladly work a committee if you need another volunteer. So, and I'll be happy to second the call to question, but I do want to let the last two people talk if that's possible. I see two last comments, so I don't want to cut them off.
So we have a motion on the floor with a second to call the vote. Tony, is it appropriate that I continue to take comments on, or should we just vote? Because I'm just looking for procedural advice from you at this point. I'm not trying to be the bad, the bad.
Yeah. As I recall, Councilmember Watkins made a motion to call the question, receiving a second. If it did, that should just end the debate and the vote should be taken.
It was Councilmember Johnson that made the motion. Seconded by Councilmember Golder just seconded it.
Okay, so now that will end the debate.
Then I do want you want them to say their final piece since they have their hands up? I don't want to.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, we're already 4 hours into it. Let them have the last word. Last comments, last words. Fine.
Tony, is that doable?
If that's, yeah.
Councilmember Brown and then Councilmember Cummings.
I'll just rephrase the offer that I have made in a way that hopefully gets y'all some clarity about what my intention is here. I'd like to do that work. I'd like to get going and doing that work prior to being asked to call the fiscal emergency, to vote on a fiscal emergency. If that's not possible, if that would all have to happen after my vote, I am using the tools available to me, and I have very few, to make the case that low-wage workers need to be prioritized, and I can't support a fiscal emergency that may result in money that is not going to those really critical needs. It's just, I'm sorry that if folks feel insulted that there's not trust. It has nothing to do with any one individual council member. It has to do with what I have seen as a systemic lack of interest in supporting our lowest paid workers. And there's no reason for me to believe that has somehow just changed. So I'd love to do the work if we could do it and then come back for this fiscal emergency vote. I'm happy to do it elsewise, but that will be in the context of no revenue measure. So I'm really sorry. I don't think it's unreasonable to say, let's talk about this. We do have the time. I'm sorry if it would interfere with vacations. I have plans too, but I can find a time within that to have the conversation. So I'm sorry, but there's nothing more I can say. Again, if people were willing to have a subcommittee process for the next couple of weeks and then bring back the fiscal emergency, I'm in. But barring that, I will be casting a no vote.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, given that there's 3 council members who said that they're interested in working on this, I'm just wondering if maybe one of those council members would be interested in making a substitute motion or some. I'm just trying to figure out how we get forward,
I feel like I went with process and respected Councilmember Golder's, but there's a motion on the floor, and there was a second. I don't think we're getting there, and we should. I don't know, Councilmember Golder.
I'm just trying to make my final comments. Okay. With the intent of trying to move us in a direction where we don't lose out on this opportunity, because it sounds like there's an interest to work on this. It sounds like it's not completely dead in the water, but we kill this now, then it's going to be coming back, and I don't want to see us miss out on this opportunity. And I think this is an example of what's been discussed today, which is really trying to find ways to compromise, especially since only 3 of us can work together at any moment in time, and this is the only space we have to have these discussions together and to take the information that's in our agenda packets, digest it, and try to figure out a way forward. I think where we're currently at is exactly where we've been having problems, which is how do we find compromise when we're trying to make difficult decisions. So, and it sounds like there's 2 other council members in addition to Councilmember Brown who want to work on this. So I'm just trying to figure out a way that we're not killing this opportunity that we've invested a lot of work in, a lot of money in with our consultants, and I feel like if there's a way that we can keep it from going down in flames, we should do so.
Councilor Cummings, we've tried for hours this morning and for hours this afternoon, and I called the vote, and I'd like to take the vote.
If we need a second, I'm happy to second that, but
we do need a second, I think.
No, yeah, I have Councilmember Golder seconding that.
Yeah, there is a motion
motion to call the question on the floor, so.
Yeah,
So technically, you've extended this discussion beyond what's authorized by your rules.
And I just want to very quickly just clarify the motion, just to be clear, now that looks like you're ready to move forward with the vote. So it includes what's recommended by the subcommittee, plus, as I understand, there is the creation of a resolution of intent that would come back. If that's correct. And then staff would also like to just clarify under item 4, one of the things that would be helpful that we've done in the past is that there is a need to have council members identify members of the community to identify those who would sign the argument in favor of the measure. Again, this is pass. And so we'd like to ask that you authorize the mayor to designate up to 3 council members to work with members of the community if they so choose to identify who will sign on the argument in favor of this measure. So just a clarification there on that portion.
Okay, Martina, yeah. That is specific to
number 4.
Number 4.
Number
okay.
4. And just a clarification so that the mayor is authorized to work with council members to identify those that would be that would sign on in favor of the measure, and that's kind of a standard protocol that's needed when again if the measure moves forward.
If it moves forward, but we would need to name those council members. You would like those?
No, you don't have to. No, the idea would be just to designate the mayor to work with them, and that just makes things go quickly. Otherwise, you have to come back for another action, and so this just makes it easier to have the mayor just designate. We've done this before. This is just a slight oversight here, that where the mayor would just simply be designated to work with up to 3 council members to identify members of the community who would sign on to support the measure.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to please call the roll, call vote.
So just to clarify,
sorry, I'm assuming it's going to be the same. It's that we're approving the motion to call the question first. So
correct.
Just so everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Golder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. So we have a motion on the floor can I see that motion again? Actually, I've got it right here. To accept the recent work of the City Council Ad Hoc Revenue Committee and adopt a resolution making emergency findings for placing a general purpose 0.5% retail transactions and use tax measure on the November 2nd, 2021 election or aligned with the state of California gubernatorial recall election. 3, to adopt a resolution requesting that the consolidated November 2021 municipal election or an election aligned with state of California's gubernatorial recall election include a general purpose 0.5% retail transactions and use tax measure. And 4, support the measure for the purpose of authorizing arguments, provide direction regarding the authors, directing the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis, and providing direction to the city manager regarding the preparation of the fiscal analysis as appropriate. And then 5 would be direct staff to bring a resolution of intent for allocation of funds generated from the increased sales tax based on input provided by council members and staff to the mayor, preferably by the first meeting in August.
And the direction to the authors would be that the mayor be authorized to work with 3 council members to identify the members of the community that would sign on to support the measure. So that's the clarification in number 4.
So it would be the mayor to work with up to 2 council members.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I guess Bonnie will go ahead and do a roll call vote on this.
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
No.
Cummings?
Aye.
Boulder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion fails due to the 7-0, or sorry, how do I state that, Tony? It fails because we've not reached the full seven required 7.
It fails based upon a no vote from Councilmember Brown.
You know, I guess I'll wrap this up. You know, I think the intent on both sides, despite, I think, some of the communication this evening that we somehow are not working well together, and we're sort of not trying to get to 7-0 votes. I don't think that's the intent this evening. I think there's some procedural and want to acknowledge just some hard decisions that, you know, are being asked of folks without enough information. And so I heard a lot of my colleagues say that they would like to keep working on this. So, you know, I'm happy to also look for, in case there can be some resolution made, I think it may be best for us to also look for a motion this evening to authorize a special meeting should we make progress, so that we don't walk away from this opportunity. I want to ask Tony, does that require a motion? Would that be a motion we would want to do tonight so that we have that ability, just in case, or not?
I think it would be appropriate to do that by motion, merely because the meeting guidelines specify that a motion for reconsideration can only be made on the same day as the action that was taken. What's happened here is that no action has been taken, and so it's not clear that a motion for reconsideration would be appropriate. So I think the step would be to vote to authorize the calling of a special meeting in the event that progress is made toward a consensus among a subcommittee that includes Councilmember Brown to bring something back to the council for further consideration.
And should we appoint that committee tonight? Should we, I heard 2 council members in particular that were willing to potentially work on this. Is that appropriate to do the subcommittee tonight as well, Tony?
I think it would be, yes.
I understood that Councilmember Golder and Vice Mayor Brunner both stated that they would be willing to work with Councilmember Brown. Is that still stand?
Correct.
I've got Councilmember Watkins.
No, I appreciate that to be an option. And of course, you know, we'll support you, Mayor, in calling a special meeting if there is a way to some sort of resolution here. And I'm hopeful that can happen. And I'm also hopeful that the timing works out. I think if we could get a heads up on when the timing could work out, that'd be really for us in planning some of our time away. And of course, I'll be there and interested in with my colleagues if it arises. So we'll go ahead and make that motion to authorize the mayor to call a special meeting if need be, as a result of a committee of Vice Mayor Brunner and Councilmember Burns have some sort of resolution proposal for us.
So was the committee, you kind of cut out on there, sorry, Councilmember.
Sorry. Councilmember, I believe it's Councilor and Vice Mayor Brunner, who will form a committee, and if they have a resolution that could be brought to us, the way of the mayor calling a special election, we'll go ahead and authorize the mayor to do so. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kalantari Johnson.
Yeah, I'll second that, and also hope that we can establish a meeting time sooner rather than later, or potentially.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we have a motion on the floor to that provides the ability for the mayor to call a special meeting and also to appoint a subcommittee of Vice Mayor Brunner, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Golder to continue discussions to hopefully get to a 7-0 vote on the fiscal emergency declaration. And Councilmember Cummings, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, I just had one comment to make because I feel like what just happened was an example of the problems and issues that I think that we've been seeing in terms of, trying to work to compromise with this body. Prior to us taking the vote and having the question called, this is exactly what I recommended. And the sentiment was, we've already discussed this enough. We don't need to talk about this anymore. And all I was trying to do was figure out a way that we could have, if we were going to move in this direction, obviously, because Councilmember Brown didn't want to support what was currently before us. The recommendation I was making was that, having heard two other council members mention this, let's put together a subcommittee. And my colleagues said no. And now the same colleagues who said no are now supporting that same direction. And that is an example of how the lack of and willingness to try to make compromise and reach compromise, that is a clear example of the frustration I think that we've been feeling around, trying to work together on bringing things forward. So I'm happy that we're moving in this direction because, again, I do not want to see us miss out on this opportunity. But I do want to point out that when those kinds of things happen and that we're trying to get the support of everyone and trying to make compromises and find a way forward when some of us are being shot down only to then have the same recommendation come back, it hurts. And that's an example of how some of us feel like our voices are not being heard and that there's not a willingness to work towards compromise. So I'm hoping that we can try to do things better and try to listen to one another and hear each other out because what we're doing right now is exactly what I was hoping we could work towards just 10 minutes ago.
I appreciate your comments, Councilmember. I believe I made this similar offer about 4.5 hours ago to establish the subcommittee to try to work things, and I was told no. So I've made the offer. We tried to tried to build the bridge earlier this morning, and it didn't work. And so I think that's where we're at. I know for a fact that I made that offer earlier when we were in closed session to establish the subcommittee to try to get to a place where we could continue discussions. And that received a no also. So Vice Mayor Brunner and then Councilmember Brown, and then we do have a motion on the floor, I believe, still.
Okay, so you were calling a motion for a special meeting. And then Councilmember Watkins, what was the motion you made?
So my motion was,
we didn't vote on your motion yet, right?
We didn't vote on the motion, but I just want to echo your comments around creating a subcommittee. And you don't need a formal subcommittee to be formed. If it works, it works. And if they come together, they ask the mayor to call a special meeting, the mayor has the ability to do that. If there's a way out here amongst council who can maybe move this in a way that is going to work with the ballot measure, then wonderful, and we could have the special meeting called. I don't know if the mayor even needs authorization from the council in the form of a motion. Tony, maybe you can specify that. I think, honestly, Mayor, you could probably just do that if you so choose. And if a group of council members are able to connect over the break and are able to bring something forward, you can do that. So I'm happy to withdraw the motion and leave the authority up there.
Let me just procedurally, I believe Tony believes we should have an actual directed motion just due to some of election, I think because of some of the election procedural stuff, Martine. I mean, Councilmember Watkins, let me double check with Tony though. I see he's looking something up. Tony, did you get that question too? So was, do we need a motion to call, do we need a motion to state that the mayor may call a special meeting to continue to discuss the potential for the fiscal emergency? You're muted, Tony. Still muted. Okay, you're there.
Multiple things going on at once. That was my recommendation.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm happy to keep the motion up that authorize the mayor to call a special meeting if need be. And if a subcommittee wants to work together with Councilor Brown to come up with some sort of compromise, and hopefully we can do that. I just sort of want to, so that's the motion, to authorize that process. I guess just sort of a few comments though, briefly. I know that we've had a conversation on this in regards to process. So I don't want to belabor that. And I feel like we talked about a subcommittee about approaches, and it was always challenging because it requires this general tax measure, right? And so the rub is around then shifting into a special measure, kind of for the horse in terms of designating purpose before, we have this measure go before the voters. So I guess I'm struggling how this is possible other than if we have these intentions set around wanting to do the work in regards to continuing to move forward with the measure without purpose. So that's where I struggle with how this is now coming back to us in this way. But, I don't know if we need to go into that or if, Tony, you have any answers to that. But personally, where I struggled with this approach around now the committee for this reason, like, you know what I mean?
So,
anyways.
So what the council could not do is, as part of this discussion, is make a binding commitment to spend resources from the measure toward this specific purpose. And so Councilmember Cummings' motion was to bring back a resolution of intention. And that's probably as far as you could go before voting on the measure, is to express the council's intention, but it would not bind the council to spend the money in that way as part of the tax measure.
I get clarification because, Tony, we voted for that, and that majority of the council voted yes for that, but that failed because Member Brown voted no. So how is this different?
It's not, other than the council would be making a decision to express its intention to spend or to take this action with regard to low-wage city employees, independent of the tax measure. And as I understand it, Councilmember Brown's position, she's indicating that unless the council is willing to make that gesture, she will support the fiscal emergency declaration. But they're independent of each other from a legal perspective, in my opinion.
Can I ask one last clarifying question?
Sure, absolutely.
Because if they are independent of each other, then the decision to move in that direction would have to be before even the measure is on the ballot and potentially voted on by the voters, or else it becomes that special purpose. Is that correct?
It would be an expression of intention, but it would not become part of the ballot measure. And it would also not be binding on the city council to take that action. It would be an expression of intention only, which is the farthest you can go with a general tax measure without having it without risking having it characterized as a special tax measure.
Okay.
I mean, it's not uncommon for a council or city to put a ballot measure on for a general revenue measure and accompany it with a resolution of intention to spend at least X percentage on parks or, whatever your funding priorities are. That's a fairly typical practice. You have to be careful in doing so as to not commit the city to do that.
And Tony, does the resolution of intent, does that need to be the subject of a special meeting, or is it the fiscal emergency? I'm a little confused now.
The reason why a special meeting would be needed is in order to make sure that you get on the November 2nd ballot. There's not another regular meeting. So the special meeting would be for the purpose of considering, I suppose, adopting a resolution of intention and ordering and making the fiscal emergency findings and ordering an election for November. There is a slim chance that a measure could be added to the recall election, but I'm afraid if there's a delay in the council taking action, the opportunity might slip by because at the latest, the order for consolidation would have to be adopted within 4 days of the date that the recall election is set.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Watkins, I believe. And I believe Councilmember Kalantari Johnson is the second. Correct, Bonnie?
That's right.
Okay, great. Additional questions or comments, and then we'll keep working. Councilmember Brown?
Well, first, I want to appreciate the change in perspective after that vote, that we can actually move forward and try to have that conversation. I just want to point out that I have heard multiple people say, there was a discussion about a subcommittee, it was shot down, and that is actually not the case. What I said was, I'd love to have that conversation, to have a subcommittee to talk about it and then bring back the entire package with the fiscal emergency declaration. That was shot down. I'm ecstatic that there's a possibility that it's going to happen now, but I just want to be clear, this was not something that was accepted until this moment, and I hope that it will be in the vote that we're about to take.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kalantari Johnson?
Yeah, just want to address Councilmember Cummings' comments earlier. You had a very thoughtful motion that you forward hours ago now, seconded by Vice Mayor Brunner. That was a very different motion than what we're looking at now. So it's not the same thing. And I wanted us to complete that process before considering the second option.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Brunner?
So I am eager and pleased to work on this with Councilmember Brown, and great to hear Councilmember Golder has also offered to work on this. So it's still in my head, it's independent of this, and Councilmember Brown, it's not, the work we do on this doesn't need a subcommittee to do the work, we can start on that. And it's independent of the measure. So no matter what information and plan we end up with, will be a possible budget adjustment, will be all independent of this revenue measure. So I'm trying to understand, vote, why it would change, and the rush to get this a special meeting, if the resolution of intent is not sufficient enough in this context for the revenue measure, it doesn't change that I'm still planning and I still want to work on this, but I'm trying to make the connection with this revenue measure and your vote.
So if I could just answer very quickly, the connection is simply that this is my one shot at getting council to seriously consider low-wage workers immediately as a priority, knowing that we have to discuss it. It's not related to the revenues that will come forward. It is only related because I am using the tool available to me to force that conversation. And I'm sorry it has to be this way. I hope that the conversations that we have can be, positive. I think there are other things that we could consider, as interim that would give me, greater confidence that we're serious and that there is support among my colleagues to prioritize these issues. So I don't know if that totally answers, but that's my, it's not just a resolution. There are other things we can do and recommendations we could bring forward, straight that commitment. And I have some ideas I'd love to talk about in the smaller group, whether we call it a subcommittee or not.
Okay.
Councilmember Cummings?
Can we get the motion language back up? Because I actually do have some concerns that I want to express. First, I think one question I have is, if we want, this is likely going to require that staff work with whatever the council members are, whatever that group is. And so I think that establishing a directing staff to work with those individuals is important, because this is likely going to take more than 8 hours of staff time if staff is helping them. And I would imagine you probably need some staff support and help, given that if you're, looking into wages, that's going to require reaching out to HR. And really getting, in order to have a good understanding of whatever it is you all want to bring forward, there's going to be legal questions and HR questions. So it might make sense to include some language around, working with staff. And then I'm not sure, there's not really a topic of what you're supposed to be working on. I don't know if that's worth having in there. And it sounds like the only thing that you're bringing back is a resolution. And it would be better if that were recommendations that you bring back. So I'm just, really trying to make sure that if the subcommittee is going to be formed, you all are getting the support that you need, which you're likely going to need from staff, and that, and you're going to be able to bring back whatever recommendations you would like to see come back. So just wanted to put that out there.
Mayor, as Speaker of the motion, may I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
I wonder if we can just really keep it simple and say that we ask the mayor to call a special meeting if need be to reconsider this item. And if council members are able to work on something quickly, great. If they're longer, which I would have said, yes, I just don't know about the quickness of it, then, yeah, let's keep working on it. Nonetheless, if it comes up that we can have you authorize a special meeting let's empower you to do that. But
Yeah.
okay to
Does the seconder of the motion agree with this? Keep it simple.
yes.
We're going to be taking out the above items, so we'll take out the subcommittee and all of that.
Okay.
So we have the motion maker and the seconder has agreed to the revision by the motion maker. And I see Vice Mayor Brunner, Councilmember Cummings, and Councilmember Brown. And I'd be happy if we can move this along too. We're spending almost an hour on this piece after basically voting to not move forward on the other. So, who did I just?
Vice Mayor Brunner.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. So your hand went down. I was like, oh, wait.
I know. Yeah. That was going to be my friendly amendment to that motion, was to just, as we're talking about this, to eliminate that subcommittee language in this motion, but to just keep to authorize the mayor to call for a special meeting to revisit this item. And so that already happened. And but I'm still committed to working on this, however long it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cummings, you have additional comments?
Yeah, I guess my last one, I'm just, of this, but I am concerned that whatever council members, three of whom I'm assuming who mentioned that they were wanting to work on this, if they're going to need staff support, I would imagine that's going to take longer than 8 hours. So, I think that having that direction for staff to work with specific council members is important, because we have a policy that we've adopted that states can't work with staff on any item if it's going to take more than 8 hours, which will then further delay this process, because then they would need to get approval from the council to then move forward with whatever they want to do with working with staff.
I don't think we can commit to anything specific to keep it in keeping with a general measure. So I'm not sure what staff would do, except I'm a little confused on exactly what the staff would be doing. And we're not seeing the committee to do any specific amount of work or come out with a specific analysis. So I'm not sure that that this is a big issue. I mean, if the folks who say they want to keep talking, they know the Brown Act, they know the rules, and if they feel like they have something to bring back, then we have the option I can have the option to call a special meeting. So it seems pretty straightforward. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Brown, and then Vice Mayor Brunner, and we are running very late tonight. We still have another item to go. Seems like we have a path here. Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Or, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the thoughts that council members have raised, or the thoughts that have been expressed here. Councilmember Watkins, I think that your point about this not needing to be have a big rigmarole around it. My preference absolutely would be to do this in a way that is streamlined, does not require a lot of staff time. I would like to just state and hope that there's some inclination to staff is amenable to being available to answer questions and provide information if we find that there's information we want to request. But aside from that, I don't think we need, 5 to 7 city staff convening meetings for us, which is usually the way it works with these subcommittees. So I'm all for it. And just as long as we can get just information if we need it to help guide our decision making. And so thanks for bringing that up.
Can I just say, we'll do our best, but I do know that we do have staff. I don't have their schedules that are on vacations in July. I don't have them right before for me, but we'll certainly do our best. I'll be around.
Thank you, Martine. Vice Brunner?
And I just wanted to clarify that my agreement to work on this is to work on looking at all the information and data in order to inform how to work towards our city employees that are below a living wage, how to get them to a living wage. It's separate from this revenue measure. That's not what I'm agreeing to work on. So I just wanted that clarification there. That's the work that I want to work on. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, I'll go ahead and call for the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Boulder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Bonnie, you had two motions there. Did you delete that first one and just keep the corrected one?
I will. Yes, I need to.
Okay.
I need to keep it for the minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So aye. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Mayor Myers.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. We will take a 10-minute break, and we will now we'll come back in at 7:40. Let's just do 7:45, and we will come back to discuss item number 44, which is the resolution ordering an election to be held on November 2nd, 2021 for the Santa Cruz City Charter Amendment to be placed on a ballot for the Children's Fund. We'll come back at 7:45. Thanks, everyone. When they arrive, we'll start on item number 44.
Mayor, did you want us to start, or did you want to wait a little bit longer?
Yeah, just seeing if we've got 5 now, so we'll go ahead and start. So next up on our agenda is item number 44, resolution ordering an election to be held on November 2nd, 2021 for a Santa Cruz City Charter Amendment to be placed on the ballot to allocate 20% of the general fund revenue received from cannabis business tax to youth and early childhood development programs. For who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. What we will do first is, I believe there's a very short presentation by the council members who have brought forward this measure. And after that, council will be able to ask questions, and then I'll bring it out to comment, and then we will have deliberation. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Watkins.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just kick us off, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues. I want to start by, one, really thanking the community members who reached out to us in regards to the item, and also acknowledge that the delay really inhibited some of them from being able to speak. So I just, I know I had called in, and I just want to acknowledge that if they had to tune out, we got their emails too. I also want to start by saying, although we had a difficult conversation on the last item, I acknowledge Councilmember Brown specifically for the past 4 years always supporting kids, and this is one I think we've always seen eye on, and that we have to find those moments of success too. This item is essentially what we're proposing is to have our existing children's fund, which is already council policy, be affirmed by the voters and have brought before the voters and be put on the ballot. And it's a wonderful way to have this longstanding commitment continue, as well as to really affirm a process for it and recommendations and mostly our ability to commit to kids no matter what. And one of the great things that we've seen is that we have really proof of concept. We've seen these dollars used to support early childhood development. It's been used to support scholarships for vulnerable youth and prevention, and for our Parks and Recreation scholarship programs. We had this fund available when we needed to be nimble with COVID and set up pop-up child scholarships for childcare. It's, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a ton of money, but it's always going to be, if voters affirm it, a potential funding source to confirm our commitment for years to come. So I am happy to answer any questions. I won't go into a major kind of, I can talk about this at length because I feel very passionate about it, but I know we've been talking at length already. So I will slow myself down and not go into it too long, but I'm really hopeful and excited that this is a potential opportunity for us, and really grateful to work with great colleagues who co-signed this item, but also who've supported kids over the years. And more so just really grateful for our community, who's always really been behind wanting to support kids and families and just the healthy development of our youth so that they're set up for success, and that their socioeconomic standing doesn't determine what they can access or their opportunities in their life here in Santa Cruz. So I will turn it to either Councilmember Golder or Kalantari Johnson to add their comments as well.
I'll go next if that's okay. So I just wanted to say I'm so excited to bring this to everybody, and I know it's something that we can all be passionate about in kind of this idea of this pro-social activity that is a prevention for future homelessness or addiction or other things that can happen in people's lives. And I just do, and I don't know if Tony Elliott's on the line still because it's a little late, but we collaborated in my other capacity. I was the summer school principal for the 5 elementary schools, or I guess I still am. And we've been collaborating since February, people in his department and myself, on creating some after summer school camps. And we've got 17 different sections at either golf or one of them was at the skate park. But what we collaborated on was summer school ended at 12, and the camp started at 1 and went till 4 or 4:30, and I arranged for childcare in between, that 1 hour gap, and meals and transportation if need be by way of walking bus to the other location. And in the summer school application, I asked, do you have a Parks and Rec account? Yes, no, or maybe. And then I had our bilingual community coordinator reach out to families that put no or maybe and walk them through not only the application process to create a Parks and Rec account and making sure that families that maybe were concerned about immigration, that was not a place where data was being collected, and also walk them through the application process for the scholarships for the classes. And I'm happy to report that about half of the students or the kids in these camps are coming straight from summer school, straight Santa Cruz City School summer school, straight to the camps like Slimetopia, the Lego camps, the basketball camp. And these are families that wouldn't have otherwise accessed these programs, and parents and students alike have just been so happy. And I think the Children's Fund really enabled families to access these activities that other families take for granted and sign up for year in, year out. So I'm just so happy that this potential ballot measure could codify this revenue stream in perpetuity for the children in Santa Cruz. So that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll just add a few points. I'm also really excited and thrilled to bring this forward to the council tonight and hopefully to the voters in the coming months. But I want to connect it to the public health and youth work that there's a lot of research out there that shows that upstream prevention work is effective in decreasing things like justice system involvement in drug and alcohol abuse and increasing the likelihood of engaged, thriving youth. I won't go into all the research, but I want to point to the youth developmental assets. And there's 2 core that this Children's Fund directly connects to, and that's constructive use of time and community supports. That's exactly what the Children's Fund does. I've seen the effectiveness of this in the work that I've done around addressing childhood obesity, prevention of drug and alcohol use, youth homelessness. And in fact, we received a letter from a young woman that is part of Friday Night Live. Her name's Emily Pallone, and she described how youth programming and these opportunities has changed her life. She stressed the importance of cultivating positive environments and increasing access to community opportunities. Again, this is what we've done with the Children's Fund, as Councilmember Golder just pointed out, and Councilmember Watkins in the last couple of years. We've piloted, it's been successful. And should this pass tonight and should the voters approve, it has long-term meaningful impacts for the youth in our community. And it shows and demonstrates our commitment to the youth in our community. If I may just take a couple more seconds, I want to quote a letter that we got from a colleague, a mom, advocate of children, because she just says it beautifully. Her name is Allison Guevara. So she wrote, this is part of her letter, she wrote, why? Because every dollar we invest in young children delivers a significant economic and social return on investment. Our children, because children have been some of the hardest hit during the pandemic, not necessarily from the virus directly, but from the loss of 1.5 years of normal childhood development. And that will have ripple effects for decades to come, because there's a growing movement of parent and community leaders who will stand behind this ballot measure and ensure its victory. So wanted to end with her beautiful words. Hand it back to you, Councilmember Watkins.
No, I want to thank you both for your insights and comments, and definitely, you know, the reality of what it means for the families that you interface with on a regular basis, Councilmember Golder, and that parents like Allison really understand the importance of. And for me, ultimately, our hope is that every child in this community is set up for success. And as a result, we all benefit. And to allow the voters to affirm this commitment would be a really great opportunity for us to have that process and the work of this policy codified. And so that's essentially what we're asking of the council this evening. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, council members. I will go ahead and look to see. We have Councilmember Cummings. We'll do questions from council members, and then I'll take it out to the public, and then we'll come back. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues who brought this forward this evening. I have a couple questions around process and then I was looking through the text and I have a few recommendations I want to make. I just am trying to get a sense of, you know, when we want to put measures on the ballot, historically what that process has looked like. And the reason why is because I do know, I've been in contact with a number of community members, and I know that, for example, there are community members who are interested in things like a real estate transfer tax, vacancy tax, and these are, you know, things that the community wants to see. And I know that there's support from council members to put items on the ballots so that the community can vote on these as well. And so I'm wondering if maybe the city attorney or city manager could speak to this, because additionally, like, I ended up running for office because the council was not willing to put a rent control measure on a ballot, and and we had to go out and collect 11,500 signatures in order to get the measure to qualify. And so it seems like, while I have nothing, you know, of the substance of this, I don't have anything wrong with what's before us, but I understand, you know, this process, because if this passes tonight, I know that there are other community members. They're going to want to see other types of ballot measures move forward, probably for the 2022 election. I want to understand so that it's clear to me when people are coming to me and asking me to bring something forward that, you know, we're not going to have, you know, a double standard for, you know, putting a ballot for the community. So, Tony, maybe you could speak to this. And it'd also be good to hear from the committee members, just kind of, you know, some background on what led up to this.
From a legal perspective, there are two ways that a measure can be placed on the ballot. One is by council, and the other is by circulating an initiative petition. So this isn't a tax measure, it is an appropriations measure, and so it's not constrained by Proposition 218 in the same way that a tax measure is. And so really all that's required in order to put a measure like this on the ballot is a majority of council members to be in support of it. And that's all that's required for a general tax measure too, if you place it on the same ballot as a municipal election. So there's no particular process short than just placing, you know, a measure, you know, the council voting to place a measure on the ballot.
And that's always been the process that I've understood, right? And the conversation that we had on the prior item, you know, as part of that process, right? So, and it's been the process throughout other types of initiatives in terms of whether it's council directed by signature gathering. Most children's funds, to be quite honest with you, they're pursuing signature gathering, right? They don't have supportive councils or boards that are willing to put it on directly. I think that we do. So I think we do because we have the policy already in place. And I think we do because when the voters wanting to have this new tax measure be part of our cannabis sort of legalization process. Part of that conversation then was around wanting to have these dollars reinvested in the community. Some communities didn't have any kind of ordinance on the books in regards to how to handle cannabis. A lot of them didn't. And so they're looking at a new ordinance now to allow cannabis in their community, at which time they're looking at the conversation we just had around, do you do it as a general measure? Do you do it as a designated purpose, et cetera? A lot of them have tried different things, right? This is not unusual. Actually, this is unusual in that we have had a policy, and what we're now is asking our voters to say, you got this right, and we stand with you when we want this policy to continue. So that is sort of the process with this one. It was sort of an interesting way of doing it because we didn't really have the chance to do it as a special kind of thing books at the time, and we just sort of made the adjustment and made the policy commitment. Ultimately, it's great to take it to the voters because that means democracy is in action, and they can affirm this that we as a council are saying is a priority for us. So that would be my response in terms of how this came about. The reason why it's on this agenda is that having conversations with Martina over the past several months, I knew that the Revenue Committee had been working, that there was likely to be something coming up, and I worked with colleagues in advance to have conversations and to flesh out the details so that it can accompany that discussion that we had in terms of potential ballot measures. And I'd like to still pursue it, really. I just feel like, you know, I anticipated it accompanying the other measure. It's okay, it doesn't. I think it's still really great for our community. And I'd love to see us still vote on having it go to the voters weigh in, even if it's just on that. I think it's a really great opportunity to say we're going to commit to doing really good things, and no matter what, we're going to commit to kids.
Thank you for that. I'll have some comments and recommendations when this comes back from public comment, but I think that I'll hold the rest of my questions so that my other colleagues can weigh in.
Thank you. So I want to thank Councilmember Watkins for bringing this and bringing other council members into the conversation to support this, bringing this forward. I absolutely support it. I'll have comments later. And, you know, I know that your dedication is really paying off here. And, you know, so I want to congratulate you for that. And I'll thank you for the work you've done. I do have a question, though, just apropos of the conversations that we've been having throughout the day around dedication of revenue, because this is, you know, $340,000 out of our general fund that, you know, some of which we have been dedicating already as a city policy, totally on board. I don't want to say that I'm, you know, opposing this in any way, but I do wonder if the same kind of expectations of figuring out where the money was going to come from to address the gaps in the general fund, that money is currently going to other uses, all of which we have supported in our budget process. And so I guess I almost don't really want to know the answer because I don't care. I want this to happen, and it's a priority for me. And I know that we'll figure that out. But I'm just asking now because the outcome of this is going to be a sequester for a very important purpose that can't be used for other purposes. And you know, and that was a serious objection when I was talking about money for low-wage workers. So I just want to point out that I see a contradiction there. And I'll leave it there. I just, you know, I guess I wonder, did you talk kind of the implications of, you know, what might be affected and how this this particular amount, this particular percentage would you know, intersect with the other general fund obligations?
I think if I, you can correct me if I'm not understanding your question accurately. how I interpret what you're asking is the set-aside approach to investing in kids. And I have, as you know, for that, since having this new revenue measure, revenue opportunity come about in 2016. And the difference here is, yes, it's increased a little bit, but it's not necessarily changing the intention, nor is it really changing already encumbered dollars. Other than that, it's already an increasing revenue coming into this community. It will eventually most likely plateau at a certain point once it kind of all figures out. But it's not like we're taking something that's already kind of encumbered, right, to a certain extent, since it's already been council policy. I think that uniquely this approach for this particular purpose, how this works in our city, having an existing policy on the books when 2016 came about, is where we're at uniquely in the city, and that having the voters affirm that this is the direction we want to go in will make it lasting in terms of our investment. Frankly, it's not going to cover what we need. It just won't, as we know, but it's a constant a way to have our commitment to kids continue, and ideally to support those who need it the most. And as a result, we're impacting all the things that we talked about and all the issues that we see manifesting later. And so it's sort of that prevention, challenge, work in prevention, understand that. And it's so worth it to invest in our youth early on and to set them up for success. And in regards to the process, I think, it's ultimately up to the voters too, right? So, this will go to the voters and we'll see how they vote. And if they're in support of us maintaining this direction, wonderful. And if not, then we live with that too.
Thank you. Asking for the rationale for why this is important, I completely agree with you there. I was just kind of trying to think about the same, using the same kind of framework and, for making determinations about setting aside money for particular purposes. So that was all I was trying to do. But you don't have to convince me that this is a really important step that we can take today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Brunner's next.
I was curious about the recommendation of having this be, the language says ordering an election to be called and consolidated with all elections, also called to be held on November 2nd. So if there was a gubernatorial election, would this still be aligned with that? Would that, is that what that's insinuating?
Tony, you said yes. My understanding is yes, but I'll have Tony if you could confirm.
Yes. I mean, this is the same situation that applied with the last measure. There's a provision of the state law that says that that a local measure can be consolidated with any special election that's called by the legislature or by the governor if action is taken within 4 days of the date that the special call. And a gubernatorial recall election is typically considered a special election. However, the legislature is considering legislation that, for reasons that are not entirely clear to me, would define the gubernatorial election in this instance as a regular election. And under the elections law, in order to consolidate with a regular election, you have to take action at least 88 days before the date of the election. And so that presents, should the election go forward as it is postured to do right now, that would make it impossible for the election to be consolidated with the gubernatorial recall. City staff has reached out to local legislators about possibly fixing the legislation so it wouldn't serve as a roadblock And the reason why that might be a good idea is that the gubernatorial election is likely to have a significant turnout, probably in excess of what you can expect for a standalone city election. And secondly, it would save a lot of money because you would only be paying for the additional cost of the text that's added by the city, and the cost of mailing and printing and all of that stuff would be covered mostly by the gubernatorial election.
Right.
There is no other election scheduled for November 2nd of this year. No county elections, no other ballot measures, no other offices that would apply citywide. So absent by some, by some slim chance this on the gubernatorial election, this would be a standalone election, and the city would pay the whole cost of it. So we've included language in the resolution that provides for either.
Okay.
When and if the gubernatorial recall is established, we may be asking the council to schedule a special meeting within 4 calendar days to formally add it to the recall election, if we're able to do that, which we don't know yet. Sorry, I can't make it any clearer than that, but it's complicated.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Cummings?
I was going to bring this up after public comment, but since Vice Mayor Brunner has brought it up, what I might suggest when the time comes is that we add language that came from the previous motion or the previous agenda item, which helps resolve this. So there's a line in the recommendations where it says, on the November 2nd, 2021 election, or align with state of California's gubernatorial recall election. And if we added that to recommendations 1 and 3, I think that could help resolve that issue. And again, I was going to bring it up later and wait, but since Vice Mayor Brunner brought it up, I think that might be language that can help clarify that it can be tied with, if the November 2nd, it can be tied with that, or if there's a special election on another date, it can be tied to the governor's recall election.
Yeah, and I apologize, but I should have clarified that. The recommendation language is what it is, but we have provided the council with a revised resolution that adds the necessary language to the resolution itself. So the recommended action, therefore, is to adopt the resolution that's in your packet as opposed to the language that's on the agenda report.
Thanks, Tony. Okay. Is there any other questions by council members at this time? Seeing any? Okay, we'll go out to the public. So for those of you who would like to comment on this item, I'm going to read off the last 4 numbers of your phone number. The 3 folks, I see 3 folks have their hand raised. And then you will hear a note that says you've been unmuted, and then you'll have 2 minutes. So phone number ending in 0881. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. I'm Stephanie Kimitsuka. I am the General Manager of the Hook Outlet Dispensary in Capitola, and also representing Treehouse Dispensary in Soquel. Our organizations are in support of adding this measure to the ballot in November. We are locally owned and operated businesses. 30% of our employees at the Hook are raising children in this county. We believe that children are our future. Allocating revenue to youth and early childhood development programs is an investment in the future of the community. As a single parent, I have depended heavily on after-school programs. They allow me to hold a full-time job, without which I would not have been able to provide for my son and myself. The cost of living is high in Santa Cruz County. Easy here. We should support our children by dedicating more of our tax resources to them. Please allow the community to put this to vote in September And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Emily Pallone. Let's see, Emily, you disappeared on us. If you want to call, oh, you're back. Emily, if you press *6, that should unmute you. Oh, you disappeared again. Oh,
computer, I'm not on a phone.
There we go. Okay.
So sorry. Okay. Hello, my name is Emily Pallone. I am a resident of Santa Cruz County, and I am an active member and youth representative of our Santa Cruz County Friday Night Live program, also known as FNL. Friday Night Live is a youth-led organization that works to reduce youth access to alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs while providing a safe and collaborative space for youth to share their voices. Youth receive opportunities for community engagement, skill building, leadership and advocacy, and develop caring relationships with peers and adults. The skills that I have acquired from FNL helps me address everyday issues and tackle them in an effective and healthy way. Due to the supportive nature of FNL, I have been able to get into one of my top 3 schools, Santa Cruz. As I grow into an adult, the respect that my adult allies have treated me with has helped me become a mentor and role model to my peers. Friday Night Live and similar youth programs in our community have not only supported and helped me grow, but has helped many other youth as well. Friday Night Live has 44% of our youth who are eligible for free and reduced lunches, and Friday Night Live is a 100% free program and provides youth of all different backgrounds and equal access to the opportunities that FNL offers and gives us all a platform for our voices to be heard. Funding for youth organizations like FNL is so important because being in an environment that promotes positivity helps reduce high-risk behaviors youth may have engaged in if they were not a part of the program. This resolution would help youth gain equitable access to organizations like FNL that they would have otherwise not had access to. As a youth leader and resident of Santa Cruz County who knows firsthand the positive impacts that youth programs have had on the health and well-being of our community as a whole, my ask of you, honorable council members, is that this resolution is the ballot for our community to vote on. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for calling in or showing up on your computer. Thank you. Next is caller ending in 1810.
Yeah, so, hey, item 44 costs money and is another city-funded social program that has lately attracted huge real estate fund promises anticipated as future funding by higher forms of government. Not that I want the government to have their hands on vulnerable and susceptible young children, considering their politics and not traditional pure educational interest. I would point out that the state educational system can no longer be trusted with children, as they are more concerned with turning them into social justice warriors, teaching them to hate each other, hate white people in the form of critical race theory, hate the country, see racism in everything, dumb the students down to achieve equity. Dangerous, useful idiots, as Lenin would say. Since the 0 to 5 age group is the most sensitive age groups in child development, I wouldn't trust the government with 0 to 5-year-olds any more than a thief with my wallet. I also question if this isn't going to be hijacked as an equity issue and be a financial instrument of systemic racism or neo-Marxism. Yeah, probably. Of course, this supplants other city services. To say otherwise is a falsehood. I don't like earmarks that deprive future elected of the opportunity to decide how to spend funds. Your wisdom is no greater than theirs? Nope, it isn't. It redirects tax funds away from the general fund. It's not free money with no give-ups. There will be something exchanged in exchange, but we don't know what that is. Sure, voters love taxes. They don't have to pay them, but they don't have a choice on what it is not spent on. It's a permanent allocation with no accountability or performance. Thanks.
Next up is phone number ending in 6798.
Hi there. My name is Janine, and I'm a Santa Cruz City resident. I don't think there's any question that this is an excellent investment of money, and I think their children are absolutely a worthwhile investment. I'm kind of stuck on the fact that the cost for the vote is actually going to exceed the cost of the increase. And as I understand this, the dollars for the tax go into the general fund. They're going somewhere. And so the last caller's point about where is it going now is a good one. But I think the simple question I want to ask is, can't you provide this commitment to children in these services without putting on a vote that, as I say, is going to cost more than the increase? It seems like a vote for something that is only $100,000 is just not a prudent investment. So I would appreciate an explanation for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last caller is 1473 on this item.
Hi, my name is McKenna Manis. I'm a community member and a member of Community Prevention Partners. I would like to also highlight just how important youth programming is to children and families in the Santa Cruz community. Having worked in youth programs and early childhood education and currently working with an amazing group of teenagers, these programs are so, so vital. Working parents can have the peace of mind knowing that their children are cared for and safe. Children are able to form trust with adults and peers, and these programs prevent learning loss over summer. They keep kids active. They're so, so important. So funding these programs with more of a higher percentage of the cannabis tax revenue means that parents and families can have greater access to all these benefits that these youth programs offer. Growing up, I had two working parents, and we needed affordable youth programs that could keep us safe, entertained, help us build our social skills, and those things were so, so important. I loved school. After-school programs filled that time after school with physical activity and more interaction with my peers. It was so, so valuable to have access to these programs, and I know with more funding received, many programs could serve more families like mine. Utilizing cannabis tax revenue for programming services and quality is an appropriate and smart use of that funding. Cannabis tax revenue has been touted as a way for us to fund community programs that produce positive outcomes, and I think now is the time to really make that reality. I think voters in the community will agree. So thank you for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have another member from the public, Patrick Mallow. Go ahead, Patrick. You may have to press *6 on your phone if you're using a phone. Like you're unmuted. Let's see, Patrick, if you are using a device, you should *6 should get you to unmute yourself. Oh, we can hear you, but
can everyone?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Well, so excited, and thanks everyone for a long afternoon and hanging together. Yeah, we're really excited about this going forward and being even a little bit greater of a percentage of cannabis revenues directed towards specific positive new programs in the community. It's always what we wanted, and especially when those programs have an emphasis of youth prevention. And I agree with everyone that if we put the money up in the front end, we won't have to worry as much about these downstream risks. So in prevention, like everything, it's better to invest early. I would like to say, we have supported this when it went through the county. We've supported it when it came up at the city the first time, also supported it when the percentage adjustment was there. And, the cannabis community that's left definitely is support of this. I'd just like to also bring up that, this is really something that is positive in our approach to cannabis is when we align it with public health. More and more recently, we've seen a restorative justice approach be consistent with the public health, and that's not always how we've gone about things in cannabis policy up until this point. So I'd like to see, the folks that we're supporting in this also support the masses of the previously legal small cannabis actors that have been shut out of this new thing experiment called regulated cannabis. And we've got to make it succeed, and we're not going to make it succeed the way that we've been going about it entirely. So I'd like to do more things like allocate resources to children with the tax money, also drop barriers of entry so that we can get people in and we won't need the continuation of the drug war. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, looks like all of our attendees tonight have been covered, so I'll take it back to City Council. I see Councilmember Watkins has her hand up. Oh, you're muted, Martine.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the community members who were able to call in and hang in there with us to speak to this item. I'm happy to answer any additional questions if further questions arose. I will just sort of speak to one that was brought up by a member of the community. Yes, this will be a one-time cost to have it go to the ballot, but ultimately we'll have an ongoing revenue stream that, if the voters approve, will exist within the city for generations to come for kids in our community. And just with that, I'm happy to move the recommendation as we presented. I'm happy to also include the modified language as suggested by Councilmember Cummings and further refined by City Attorney Condotti to align it with the gubernatorial. That's a tough one for me. I'm not gonna lie. And I think you had some language specifically that we could use based on the prior to ensure that that's written in there as well, if that opportunity arises.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I have Councilmember Jeff Cummings next.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second the motion. I would like to include a couple changes to Exhibit A, which I think is the language that would move forward. Is that in this exhibit, it's the Children's Fund Act of 2020, and I'm just wondering if it might be worth us cleaning that up so it reflects the year when it's passed. So that would be 2021. And then that'd be my first recommendation, and the other one would be under Section 4.4. The language reads, monies in the Santa Cruz Children's Fund shall be appropriated by the City Council to support enhancement and expansion of evidence-based programs to prioritize access to early childhood development, prevention, and vulnerable youth programs. And given that prevention stands alone, and maybe you all can help me better understand this, but would it be worth us having language around, substance abuse and violence prevention? I mean, because the way it reads, it seems like it's like prevention of what? And so and I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but I'm just really trying to make sure that it's clear when we're saying prevention that people can see that it's substance abuse prevention, violence, gang and youth violence prevention, something so that when the voters are reading that, they have a clear sense of what that means, what we mean when we say that.
I wonder if it could just be, youth prevention. It could be all of the above, or based on whatever need is, arising at the time. That's part of what is really great about this resource, is that it's nimble and it will use community and expert voice to help direct it. You know what I mean? So like, say something comes up and there is an urgent need that they know that they can recommend. So keeping it generic, I think, to a certain point is a good thing in terms of being able to be flexible. But I think, youth prevention, I think, kind of covers the whole spectrum, if that works for you.
That's fine. I just, as someone who doesn't work in this field, I'm just trying to figure out what's the most appropriate language.
Yeah.
So,
Can I,
I think that's
before you
it.
move on, Councilmember, what was it was 4-4?
It was 4-4 in that first sentence after early childhood development, and then it says comma, and then instead of just prevention, it would have the 4 at youth prevention.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy. Thank you for catching the 2022. So I'm happy to accept those. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution ordering an election to be called, consolidating with all elections, November 2nd, with the corrections offered by Councilmember Cummings, requesting the Board of Supervisors to permit the Santa Cruz County Elections Department to provide any and all necessary services, requested the Elections Department conduct the election for the measure, and direct the city clerk administrator to cause said proposed ordinance and notice of election to be published in accordance with the provisions of the California State Election Code. And there was 2 revisions to the resolution that were noted and approved. And so I would ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmembers Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantori Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Boulder?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brunner?
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes unanimously, and congratulations for looking out for our kids here in Santa Cruz, and just super exciting item you guys have brought forward. So thank you for doing that. We have one more item this evening. This is going to be item number 45. And before that, we're going to go ahead and we need to do oral communications prior to this. So right now we'll be doing oral communications, and for members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if you want to comment during oral communications, now is the time to call in. Instructions are on your screen. Oral communications is an opportunity for members of the community to us on items that are not listed on today's agenda. If you are interested in addressing the council, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. You will have 2 minutes to speak. When it is your time to speak, you will hear an announcement that you have been unmuted. We request that you clearly and slowly state your name before your comments so that we can accurately capture it in the meeting minutes. However, it is not required to state your name. Please remember, this is a time for council to hear from the public. We are not able to engage in dialogue with each member of the public, but when we are able, we will address the questions raised after oral communications has completed. Okay, I'm sorry, we've got 2 more items, so we'll go ahead and take this out to the public. I see one person with their hand up, Kyle Port. So again, this will be on items not on our evening agendas, and that would be our evening agenda. That would be item number 45 and 46 this evening. Welcome.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you. Thank you to the City Council. You guys amaze me. You seriously do. I cannot believe what you go through and how well you handle everything. My item is homelessness, and I've been trying to find the solution for years. I've been studying it a lot. I've been reporting my findings to you all because I respect you and you're the leaders. I do not know what the solution is. All that I've found is that everything everyone's been trying is a great effort, and the problem continues to get worse. So I myself am just starting over with, I don't know. I don't know. And I think that is the best way to find like a real sustainable solution, which is that maybe none of us know. I don't want to add to your, but I just want you to deeply consider these questions and don't be defensive to the question or to me. Not that you would be, but I know I was when I get asked this type of question. and so please deeply consider this, is when you see the camps or any homeless person, do you know them? Do you know what they value? Do you know their family story? Do you know what they're living for? Do you know what their parents think? Do you know where they're even from? Questions that I've come to terms with myself, and it's been very enlightening for me to really come to terms with myself on, do I know the answer to these questions or not? And what.
Thank you very much. Next is phone number ending in 4844. This is for items not on our agenda. Those would be items number 5 on the downtown site, library site reuse, and the updates on council direction related to homelessness and camping services and standards ordinance. Go ahead, please.
Yes, members of the council and community, this is Robert Norris of Huff Homeless United for Friendship and Freedom. This is not going to be about the updates, which I'll be talking on later. It's simply to announce that for those members of the community and the council who wish to know about it, there is a June 29th court hearing coming up, which people can access online about the Benchlands injunction, which is a matter of some community concern, that our organization meets at 11 a.m. in the Benchlands on Thursday, if anybody wants to join, at the benches between the courthouse and the Benchlands. At the Santa Cruz Union and its Benchlands Camp Council meets at 5 p.m. Fridays under the footbridge to defend the rights of those in the camp. And Jeremy Leonard, who is the city's representative out there, will be holding a camp meeting on 6 p.m. on Thursdays in the middle of the camp. And I'll be working on homeless issues specifically in one of your coming items. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Serge Cagno.
Hey, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Okay. Good evening. I'm sorry I wasn't, I'll be real quick. I wanted to talk on number 26 that was on the consent agenda. I assume it passed. It was about the abandoned vehicle program. I just want to say that, and I understand, I try to really understand both sides of the issue of people in their vehicles parked in places, bothering housed people, and that whole trash and sewage. I get it. But the 3-day, to call somebody staying there for 3 days an abandoned vehicle, I think like 3 weeks would be an abandoned vehicle. But to be towing people's vehicles and the number of people not getting their vehicles back, who then become our street homeless, and then we have problems with them. So it's sort of feeling like we'd rather have street homeless than vehicle homeless, which puts them at more risk and more trauma, rapes and assaults and all of those kind of things. So I think you probably passed number 26 and you're continuing on with that program. But I think that's just a philosophy of the war on the homeless, putting the rights of housed people above rights of unhoused people. And sometimes I totally accept people may be disorganized and may need to be supported into getting services and moving vehicles, but this is also a low income thing. I know a lot of people who don't have gas and they ask me for a couple bucks to move their vehicle across the city and stuff like that. So I'm just putting it out there that if we're really going to get together with the county and actually work to solve the problem, we should stop making it harder on people and taking away their vehicles. That's it. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have phone number ending in 1810.
Okay, try not to explode when I say what I want to say. I hope I state the obvious that modern LGBT activism has become a movement advocating and producing a major societal moral change, piggybacking the mostly addressed, now legitimized individual civil rights grievances of old. It's also part of a piggybacking of the neo-Marxist victimization struggle, instead using sex, gender, race, and not class struggle. That, and from large percentages of gay men having more than 1,000 sex partners, to the Ellen and Porsches, to 6-year-old twerking transgender drag queens, beauty pageants, to child sex changes, that makes identify as LGBT more so a leftist group identity badge. Identity due to the vast internal moral differences. Mankind's invention and evolution of morals is the front line between expressions of humankind's near unlimited capacity for both good and evil that doesn't always proceed forward in a straight line, no pun intended. The question, why is Gen Z so queer, arises when studying the generational demographics of LGBT identification trends. In 10 years, LGBT identification has boomers unchanged at 2%, Gen X up to 3.8%, but millennials have shot up from 5% to almost 10%, and Gen Z's astounding baseline is almost 16%. This portends a youth-focused generational geometrically increasing conversion to some LGBT identity occurring accompanied by that broad set of somewhat anti-nuclear family morals. I wonder aloud if the cause of these trends is the rather loud LGBT propaganda pride activism, and also the recently installed leftist educational system's role in gender and sex belief conditioning aimed increasingly at younger people. I'd love to ask Gen Z, whose idea was that, that first same-sex experience? And if it was yours, where did you get the idea from? Fish don't need to swim, but humans learn everything, and Gen Z children sponge-like absorb anything sprinkled on them and are...
Thank you. Okay, looks like we're moving on off of oral communications. We'll now go to item number 45. I want to invite Bonnie Lipscomb up first. And the order of this will be a presentation by our staff. And again, I've got Bonnie Lipscomb as our Director of Economic Development. Welcome, Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Rotella, who is the project manager for this project and has worked on this project and other projects for over the last 6 years. And so in doing so, it's definitely a sad moment for us, but a little happy moment for Amanda. But I wanted to just acknowledge Amanda and all her work that she's done for the city over the years. She's done some really critical work that's benefited the community. She is sadly leaving us, but for a great opportunity at the city of Seaside. So I just wanted to make sure council, I'm pretty sure all council is aware, but I wanted to publicly acknowledge the really positive impact that Amanda has had on our community. With her last presentation, with sadness, but great appreciation, I want to turn it over to Amanda. Amanda, thank you for all your work.
Well, Amanda, sorry, you are going to be missed. You are going to be missed, Amanda. So,
thank you. Well, this will be the first
one about your latest, at least your latest work before we lose you. So, thank you for all your work, though.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Bonnie. This will be my first council presentation. I start off with tears in my eyes, but it really has been an honor to get to work for the city of Santa Cruz and work alongside all of you. So I very sad to be leaving, but definitely hope to stay in contact. And with that, I will wrap it up and move on to the item of the evening. So I'm here today to report back on the library site reuse visioning process. Back in June of last year, council provided to staff to move to initiate an engagement process around reuse of the existing library site and gave direction to look at housing and town commons and other public uses. And so we initiated a competitive RFP process and selected Group 4 and the Project for Public Spaces. And they are with us here today to report the engagement that we've done with the community and some initial recommendations. Do want to kind of frame this up that this is very much early stages. You know, there would be a lot of work and next steps to take kind of following this initial process we undertook. So certainly more to come, but this is sort of an exciting launching step. And with that, I will hand it over to David and Elena.
Thanks, Amanda, and good evening, Mayor Myers and Vice Mayor Brunner and esteemed council members, it's a pleasure to be before you and the community this evening to share the report out. And I too want to share my appreciations for Amanda, who's been wonderful, as have all the city staff members who everyone in the community should be very proud of. And our agenda tonight has 6 items. We hope to a quick 15 minutes or so. We'll try to keep it moving along. And we're going to start with introductions to our collaborator, Elena Madison of Project for Public Spaces. So, Elena.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for having us tonight after a long agenda. I represent Project Public Spaces. We are a nonprofit organization working nationally and internationally, specifically in public spaces, and our goal is to help communities create the great public spaces that strengthen community life. And we're really pleased to be part of this team with Group 4 and collaborating with Bonnie and Amanda has been a pleasure.
And just again, my introduction, I'm David Schnee, Principal in Charge at Group 4 Architecture Research and Planning. We have a long history serving and working with the city of Santa Cruz and working with the library and various downtown projects. And we're specialists in facilitating community processes. So it was really a privilege to be selected and to be with Project for Public Spaces here. So almost exactly a year ago, Council recommended a public process to consider reuse options for the current library site, including affordable housing, the community commons, and other public uses. For orientation, the existing downtown library site is the majority of the block bounded by Church, Center, and Locust Streets, and includes the repurposing of 915 Cedar on the northeast corner. The site's approximately 58,200 square feet and has 60 surface parking spaces. We've had a 3.5-month visioning process, and it began in earnest in March and has proceeded through 3 phases of listening, discussion, and analysis. And underlying this whole process was an engagement effort that was quite extensive, and we'll be sharing that as part of our agenda, and we'll jump right into that. Stakeholder the engagement really had 2 parts. One, meeting through focus groups and virtual sessions with stakeholders, and 2 rounds of public engagement. First, to open dialogue, provisioning, what are the opportunities here? And PPS was really instrumental in sharing a great foundation, which we'll give you an abbreviated portion of tonight. And then taking, that helped us design the second part, a survey we had wonderful input from. And to summarize the stakeholder input, we really are appreciative that people were very generous with their time. We had really thoughtful and detailed input from all of the stakeholders mentioned here. We had 2 sessions with the folks on the left, and 1 with city staff members as well. And then having our neighbors were involved as well in this project, very important to have them involved. The public engagement, as I said, was 2 rounds, and significant input was received through it. So we're really pleased at this very, very early stage of just beginning to ideate on what could be possible here, that people are really tracking this, and we're very thoughtful to give this input. And it included 2 identical sessions done virtually, which had a total of approximately 120 participants, and then the community survey, 120 respondents, and we, as one Group 4's great ways just to get intercepts on the street, and both Group 4 and Amanda were out on the street corners of Pacific Ave and the Beach Flats and Lower Ocean and Wave Vista and Midtown Market, and people were very engaged. So I'd like to give the presentation now over to Elena for a moment, just for those listening in on the community, reestablish the foundation of what do we mean by placemaking, and what would a sort of a town commons possibly be.
Thank you, David. We approached this project and this engagement with your wonderful community by setting up and reviewing some principles, and starting with an understanding of why would we even consider a community destination and a variety of uses to replace the existing library building, and approaching it from the point of view that great public spaces bring a multitude of benefits to communities, starting with nurturing a sense of belonging and a sense of pride and ownership. Great places are also accessible by a variety of transportation modes, including transit, bicycle, and on foot. And accessibility is expanded for people with mobility limitations or older citizens, but also to the young who may not be driving or who are not old enough to be independent in their movements. Great places are comfortable, both in the physical sense with amenities and features that are welcoming, but also adapted to all ages. They offer a place in the shade or in the sun, and ideally allow people to feel in control of their personal space, which we've seen is very important these days, for example, by offering movable chairs. With COVID, we've seen how important public spaces can be for public health as well, and for our physical and emotional. Great places, of course, contribute to the local economy in a variety of ways through vending and retail, but also by creating jobs and ultimately generating community wealth. And last but not least, before I jump into the qualities of great public spaces, I would say that great places encourage social interaction, bring together diverse groups of people, and allow all members of the community to feel welcome. In short, they help develop social capital and connection, and I understand this is what this council is seeking. With that, through many years of work in public spaces, our organization has conducted research and a lot of hands-on experience into some special qualities that should be considered as a starting point in the exploration of a new downtown destination and could be applied to the current library site or to other potential sites for this development. Starting with promoting a mix of uses, I want to note that a community destination is not made up just of public space or multiple spaces. The best destinations have a mix of uses. Any vibrant downtown have a residential component. We understand how important affordable housing is to the Santa Cruz community, along with commercial, civic, cultural uses, along with offices and live-work spaces. So in Santa Cruz, there's a great desire for affordable housing downtown, and the goal aligns perfectly with promoting a mix of uses in the community and really bringing a variety of users to the space, which brings me to the next point that great community destinations have a lot of things to offer and attract many people of different ages. They feature programming, activities can change with the seasons, and most importantly, they attract a critical mass of users, of people who will be in the space during the day, on weekends, in the evening. And you see in this slide an example from the Porch in Philadelphia. So it's an anchor for a public space that is not very complicated, and sometimes these anchor activities don't even have to be permanent, they can change. Great public spaces also a strong inner core and a really strong outer square. So if you think of it, it's kind of like a jelly donut. You need the core and you need the outside. And the core is usually featuring different focal points or art or places to sit or fountains and so on, gardens. But there's also for the outer square or the edge of the square to support the public use and create a street that is not dominated by cars. People can cross it and actually reach the destination. In terms of active and connected, of course, we're looking for ground floors that actually engage with the space. They draw people in with various uses. And again, they don't have to be commercial necessarily. civic, cultural, community services, offices, anything that draws pedestrians and pedestrian foot traffic also engages the sidewalk and the adjacent public spaces, and it's beneficial. And we believe this location in Santa Cruz has a lot of potential. In addition, good public spaces are very good at collaborating with surrounding cultural and other civic institutions and kind of bringing the inside out. Feature what is most important in the inside, and the infrastructure of the space allows for this spill out to happen. What we've seen is that in many cases, this infrastructure is not present and it has to be kind of created ad hoc, as you see in this example from Lincoln Center from last October, where they used an existing lawn to repurpose it for concerts and events. In addition, obviously, the streets surrounding great public destinations are very important. They have to be walkable. And the character of the buildings also affects how the street feels, the setbacks, enclosure, continuity and variety of what you see in the windows and the stores, and keeping everything at a human scale, avoiding super blocks. All of these elements contribute to a vibrant downtown destination. Balancing, of course, the modes of transportation already. Streets, we want the streets to be safe and accessible, to be connected, and to be convenient and comfortable for transit users as well, which is something that was expressed many times in our conversations with the community. And last but not least, great community destinations are really a wonderful way of showcasing your unique identity, of bringing out the special qualities, the art, the culture, and really an opportunity to engage with the community and beyond on a cultural and identity level. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to David, who is going to continue our presentation.
Great. And thanks so much, Elena. And Elena and her team at PPS really enriched the project so much. She's actually joining us from New York, where they're based, although they, as she said, they have an international effort. So we're just approaching Wednesday for her. So thanks for staying with us, Elena. And I know everyone's tired, so we're just, you've really enriched this effort. And so getting really specifically those different aspects of successful open space. We talked about what would park spaces be. So we really, that was something that came out of our focus groups and our meetings with state, addition of new types of park spaces, which really can be rich. Another open space use are plazas, like that hardscapes that could have a whole variety of different types of activities. A big partner in this effort, of course, is looking for the farmers market, which is such a vital institution, and their desires to and their use from more than once a week to possibly twice a week, and looking to see how their activities can be provided for it, and how it's so much more than just with food, but it's also an incubator for small businesses. And as Elena was describing, housing and mixed use options here. And then how to planning, we very much had dialogues about using those adjacent streets and working with fire in particular to make sure Center Street, not good to close hardly ever for just except the few events that they also have now, but that looking at Church Street is a definite possibility, and Locust as well. And then again, how this space can be a center for culture, art, and identity. Of course, there is, as I said, 60 surface spots and 2 surface lots presently. And so we wanted to get understand what was the role of parking in the future here, and what did stakeholders in the community feel about that. So the community input was in 2 rounds, and we'll give a little summary of both of those right now. So the 2 public forum, giving opportunities for different people to participate. Ideas that really came out were about having flexibility in design, making sure there are a mixture of uses, retaining the scale and character of the downtown Santa Cruz and the Cedar corridor area. A lot of discussion and recognition of the importance of affordable housing, open spaces, support farmers market, and definitely people were interested in the temporary closures. One of the things that came out of that was also helped us design the different options that we put into the survey that we will summarize right now. So it was open from May 13th to June 8th. We had 720 respondents. We had outreach events, and we had a lot of great publicity. The economic development team had our stakeholders help publicize this, which really got the word out. And so to describe how we did this first part of the survey was in two parts. And the first part went into asking people on a series of couplets, what were their, how do they prioritize on a scale from sort of one extreme to the other. On the left here is the open space uses of plaza and park. On the right was housing and mixed use. How did people feel was the right balance they should choose if you had to choose between those? And you see that there were strong interests on both sides of this continuum, with a little bit more of 50% wanting more park or open space. On the second couplet, we said, well, how do you feel of park versus parking? And here you see that people really were valuing having the park and plaza significantly more than maintaining parking, at least on this site. We talked about those mixed use spaces, so ground floor uses with multi-story housing. What would people want those to be? Should they be more community focused, like youth centers, something that might support the farmers market, senior center, other aspects like that, complementing other Santa Cruz resources, or commercial like you might see on Pacific Avenue? People were thinking, hey, this would be really, should be more community focused quite strongly. We also asked, should this be, there are opportunities for, as showed a variety of scales of spaces that were continued to be what Santa Cruz is, a regional destination. Do we want this reuse vision for the library site to be something that is further extension of county-wide and beyond regional destinations, or something that's more downtown focused for Santa Cruz residents? And it was towards more than 66, 2/3 of the respondents wanted a more local focus for that. The second section of the survey showed three possible vision alternatives, not just these couplets, with different scales of potential uses on the site. And I'll just walk you through each of these very quickly. The first had the heading of a plaza and park with housing. So a little bit more plaza and park here. And that was the first one. The second one we asked people to rate was more housing with Civic Plaza and Park here. So more low-income housing with some plaza and park. So just changing that scale similar to the first question, wanted people to weigh in. And then in response to what we heard in the first round, people were really saying, should we still have, can we make use of the existing library, perhaps build it in some form for city functions, or could it be an indoor marketplace or other places? We didn't get into the cost issues or technical aspects of reusing that structure, but we wanted to be responsive and gave the opportunity for people to weigh. So what we asked people to do both in person at the kiosk and online was to rank the order of preference, and approximately 550 participants ranked the options, which provided really good input. The mixed-use housing with Civic Plaza, what's shown on the top here, had a significant, received the highest score, with the greatest number of respondents ranking it first. That's the green, the width of the green bar here. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm not covering these slides here at all. Give me 1 second. And then the plaza and park with housing received the greatest number of second choice responses, giving it the second rank. And then the library structure repurposed with parking option, which proposes to adaptively reuse the library structure, had the lowest score and was ranked the lowest among the three options. And just as Council specifically requested this vision process to address how the site could be repurposed after the library is relocated, the survey did not include questions about the relocated library project. Nevertheless, we created space in all of the engagements and at the end of the survey for people to share whatever was on their minds. And amongst the wide comments that were included in our report, approximately 17% of respondents expressed their desire to have the library remain on the site. And at the in-person kiosk, it was interesting for me to watch. Couples might come up and one member might say, oh, I definitely got to keep the library here. And others say, no, I'm really looking forward to the library being relocated and really engaging with this topic. So we all know there's diverse opinions, and it was a relatively small number who chose this vehicle to share those comments. And so from that, what does all the input lead us to propose a recommendation for you? And that vision recommendation here is that we recognize that we're in the very early stages of what is, and Elena was sharing as part of her larger presentations, like the creation of new open spaces is multiple years. The library project itself is many years in the future. But at this stage here, there was really a high level of community interest, and based on the responses received, there is a strong preference for a significant portion of the site to incorporate low-income affordable housing. And implementing this goal, there's a strong interest in downtown-focused open space that could include a combination of a plaza and park spaces supporting the farmers market, and ground floor uses and a potential multi-story housing component should also be focused on community needs as opposed to commercial development. So we were really pleased. We had no predisposed understanding of what would come out of this, and I think we had a great level of participation and really strong information to share with you. And as Amanda mentioned, there are a whole range of possible next steps in this, what is a natural multi-year process, looking at what is the feasibility of each of these components and meeting with city stakeholders and other folks understanding the economics of each of these projects and where possible funding comes from. Plaza and Park, of course, is something that Parks and Rec, who were partners in our engagement process all along with this, and we appreciate their participation in this effort. Understanding parking and how it fits into all the downtown parking requires further study, and then what would be the planning and entitlement and development considerations. And of course, as is the tradition of making great spaces, is a lot of community input. So that concludes our presentation, and I don't know, I think this was just informational here, Amanda and Bonnie, so we can, I don't know if there's anything else.
So we will defer to the mayor, and I do want to say that this process was very much in collaboration with our Parks and Rec department, and we do have Rachel Kaufman and Travis Beck on the line as well, if you'd like to do questions. Great. Yeah, I think it is noticed as a presentation this evening. So I think its intent really is as an update. I'm happy if people want to ask a few questions, but certainly not meant to be deliberative or anything tonight. It's really just an update. Member Cummings, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you, Amanda, for your work on this. It's been definitely one of the most controversial issues over the past few years, and it's really cool to see this process as it's been developed. And I want to thank Group 4 also for the presentation. It sounds like many of the concerns we had with the previous decision made on the library, we're now seeing that when we're thinking about reusing that site, that the community is really starting to weigh in, and we have the two options of affordable housing and the downtown commons area, which many people wanted to see on Lot 4. And so I think it's just really cool to see that we might be seeing a new vision for the space, that civic area, which can really kind of open up that area as well and allow for more connection between our civic space and the community as it would relate to them being able to utilize that space and have our city hall be kind of front and center in what could be a really cool plaza and housing space. So, I think it looks really cool, and I'm glad that you all were able to get feedback from the community on this. And it'd be great to hear what's some of the timeline for next steps as well. I know this was just a presentation, it's a great update, but I guess what's kind of next in terms of when we would see something coming back to council for us to make a decision on?
Mandy, you want to take that one?
Actually, I'll hand it over to Bonnie.
Okay. Thanks, Amanda. I think one of the things that we do need to follow up on is there was a lot of community feedback around the farmers market, but we don't have any sort of formal recommendation or decision feedback from the farmers market board. So I do think that that would be one sort of sooner follow-up that we could take and come back to you. We do have scheduled our regular update on the library mixed-use project in August, and we could come back to you at that time with some feedback from the farmers market, because that is one of the areas on this that we had a lot of feedback on, potentially including the farmers market, but had those conversations with the farmers market. So that would be some of the immediate first steps, but we do have quite a bit of time. So, we really defer to council and sort of, for you to give us some direction, maybe at one of the upcoming meetings on where this fits in the overall priorities, because we probably have, a good three to 4 years for the library is in a position to relocate. So we do have some time to work on this.
And I think another piece of the puzzle is to talk through project financing and, pulling together teams and looking at funding options to kind of take this to the next step as well.
Councilmember Brown?
I was going to follow. Thanks for that. And then I will just say, as this is moving forward and seeing all of the housing developments, I think there was some doubt from community members about when we would see a lot of this affordable housing coming forward. But as we're seeing construction projects get underway, and we're seeing more and more funding commitments for the various housing that we're going to have in the downtown, I will say that I am becoming increasingly concerned about parking, because especially as it relates to low income families, if we living in the beach flats, we don't have a lot of parking, and it's really difficult for residents who live down here. And I think that it's going to become a reality. The housing is coming, and I think we're going to have to really make sure that we're ensuring that people will have, people who need to use cars to get to work because they are low income and they have to transport their families, and they'll have somewhere to park.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown?
I too want to say thank you for all of the work that you put into bringing community input into this process. It was a real hope of mine that this was something that would come out of the decisions that we made around the library mixed use project. And I'm really heartened to see that what I sort of generally imagine as community priorities, and based on the people I talk with, to see that play out in the responses, that people really are interested in community space, in affordable housing, and so I'm hopeful that this will and also the point about community space in ground floors of whatever buildings get built, housing, rather than more space commercial opportunities and storefronts that we would need to try to fill, along with a significant number of storefronts that we're wanting to fill in the rest of the downtown. So I'm really excited to see the results so far, and looking forward to hearing more. I did want to ask a question about the intentions or any plans to allow for public input, like in terms of the public's experience of engaging in this project, right? I mean, I would love to hear how it felt for the folks who went on to the survey. I went and I did it, and it felt good. And I'd love to hear more from people about their experience, their interests. just for, for really to think about how we do that kind of work in the future, and what works, and hearing what works really helps us for the future. So I just wanted to ask if there's going to be places where that kind of input can be made possible. I am, I feel like we are getting these updates and it's great. And we also have not really set them up in ways that the public can weigh in. I recognize that's happening in those other spaces, but I just want to, I would love to be able to hear what people who are going through these processes, how they feel about it, what they think, what they would want to see beyond the responses in the survey, which were, with no criticism, pretty prescribed scenarios, right? So just when this comes to our agenda, if there will be opportunities for the public to speak. I think there's a lot of people who really are itching to stay involved and give their input.
Absolutely. And I would just make a couple of comments in response to your questions. First, the survey did have sort of that open-ended final question where we did receive a lot of didn't require being very tailored. And you can see there's like 5 or 6 pages, I think, of feedback that we got there. So that had a lot of great content. I will say, community members emailed me directly during the process about either things that were working or their frustrations. I know in our community workshops that we put on, we kind of had structured things in one way. We got into them, we were iterating on the fly during those meetings to be more responsive to the feedback we were getting and the ways that people wanted to participate. But I would say, really, the community engagement piece is a constant learning. I mean, I'm in constant conversation with my colleagues about things that are working. I was in the Beach Flats, and we were partnering with the food bank and getting outreach and, figuring out like what's the best way to reach people, and okay, I had colleagues that were taking one approach, and so it is very much an adaptive process. We're looking at things that are working, and the ways that people want to interact is constantly changing. And then we had the COVID layer, but certainly, like I said, I received a ton of feedback, and then we got a ton of really just unfiltered feedback in that survey part. So I think those 2 pieces were great, but certainly, I think it's important to, after a process like this, kind of regroup and say what worked, what didn't, how would we do it differently, and have that reflective moment. So I appreciate that, and I think that's something that needs to kind of be like very much built into how we wrap up projects, because it's so easy to just jump on to the next thing. Yeah. And David, I don't know if you had anything to add.
No, and just to alert folks that all that really wonderful feedback, always leaving room that everyone's voices can be heard. And as Amanda said, a lot of folks, based on what Councilmember Cummings said, there's controversy here, and some people wanted to challenge the basic assumptions of the project, but we made sure to recognize those voices here. But there was great willingness to participate, and then it's so early, people have lots of. So there's a wealth of information there, and how to make sure that is built into the ongoing work is a great comment.
That's so great. And I just a quick follow-up, Amanda, what you were just saying, that totally makes sense to me, and I love it that that it is a process that you do look for what worked and what doesn't, and then so because and I am a little bit I'm not really wanting to admit that's happening, but since you are, it would just be great to not lose all of your good thinking as you've been involved in this process, with tips on, how we can do better in the future, or just do, things that work. So I hope that we can still make use of your big brain and your experience and knowledge moving forward. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member. And Amanda, we're going to miss you. But we know you'll come back, and Bonnie, it's exciting to know that this project's going to continue on. Probably it sounds like for several years, so we'll have a lot of work ahead. And just appreciate that presentation. I know I attended a couple of those Zoom meetings, which were really fun, and so really a hard thing to do during the pandemic. But you guys got some really interesting data and interesting feedback. It was really neat the way it did happen. So. I know we'll be bringing this item back in August with more information with an update, I believe, about the library mixed use project. These aren't necessarily tied together, but certainly they are tied together geographically. So that is, I know, planned for August. And looks like Councilmember Watkins, and then we'll move on to our last items tonight.
I'll keep it super duper short. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation and the update, but also just really wish Amanda the absolute best as she enters this next phase of her career. And it's so wonderful to see talent in the industry, and we will miss you, but we know you will just do incredible things on your journey. So good luck to you, and thank you.
Thank you all so much. We really cherish those comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Okay, and thank you, David and Elena. Great presentation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very exciting.
Thanks, council members.
Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to move on to our last item this evening. I think we've hit 13 hours today, so I'll turn this over. This is our last item of the day. This is item number 46. Based on recent council direction related to homelessness and the Camping Services and Standards Ordinance. For members of the public who are streaming this meeting, if this is an item you want to comment on, now is the time to call in using the instructions on your screen. The order will be a presentation of the item by staff, followed by questions from the council. We will then comment and then return to the council for deliberation and action. So I will go ahead and turn this over to Lee Butler, our Director of Planning, Community Development, and Homelessness Response, for a report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and council members. It has been a long morning, afternoon, and evening for you guys. I am going to go fast, and feel free to ask me to revisit certain topics if you want more info. All right, I'm going to share my screen here.
I do like to leave it on a little bit, yeah, even until they get to their
Okay.
Thank you though for checking.
All right. I'm going to give a quick update on the progress we've made on council direction on a few things. There's more information in your packet and there's more details in your packet, so I'm going to move quickly. And then I'm also going to give you an update on the outlook for the county's homeless programming for this upcoming fiscal year and what we might see on the ground here in the city. All right, so we did release the RFQ, as you saw in the agenda report, and 5 organizations responded with 7 different proposals for services. And we are initially focusing our evaluations on the safe sleeping and storage components, as those are what will are prerequisites to implementation of the ordinance that the council has recently passed. I want to be very clear for everyone out in the service providers that this is a rolling RFQ, so the request for qualifications can be responded to at any point in time, and we'll take those responses into consideration. The first 5 organizations that responded did so before the first review period that we had specified. There's been a number of questions about RV regulations, and the council did increase the number of RV parking spaces allowed on religious assembly uses, as well as to 6 and from 2 to 3, respectively. I want to be clear that the recent ordinance did not affect the on-street regulations for recreational vehicle parking. There was some work done back in 2015, 2016, 2017 on the on-street RV ordinance, and that went to the Coastal Commission back in 2017, I believe it was, and the Coastal Commission did not act on that. I wanted to just provide a little bit of that history for you, and also note that we have been having conversations with the Association of Faith Communities about a pilot program that for on-street safe parking spaces. And AFC does operate a lot of the safe parking places at churches and other religious assembly sites in the city. Finally, with a quick update, we are engaging outside assistance in evaluating the resources that we're putting into addressing homelessness and what resources we'll need to address homelessness over the longer term. So we are engaging a consultant to assist with that. I want to point out here that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel with this consultant. There's been a lot of really good work that's been done. The 2017 Homelessness Coordinating Committee, the CASH, the Community Advisory Committee on Homelessness, met from 2019 to 2020. The county did a 2015 all-in plan. They also did from 2019 to 2021 the focus strategies, strategic plan, and 6-month work plans. And then we've got council direction from the Camping Services and Standards Ordinance. And so we've got a lot of great policy ideas, and there are going to be both staffing implications and cost implications and prioritization that are all those. And that's part of what we're looking to have this consultant assist us with, is getting a consolidated set of information for those efforts. Moving to the status of efforts countywide, the end of many COVID-19 and other funding as well is coming up in the very near future. In fact, a lot of the shelter beds that have been stood up as part of the COVID-19 resources are planning to be ended either at the end of September, and the county has also extended 100 of those, roughly 92 of the hotel beds through December. But in the near future, we're going to be seeing a lot of changes, and so I wanted to just brief the council on that a little bit, and also let the council know about many of the countywide efforts that are going on, most of which I'm sure you're already aware of. But I'll be quick, and you can let me know if you've got more questions. First off, there are a wide range of prevention strategies underway, both at the state and county level, and within the city as well. There's the emergency rental assistance. We have heard, and I believe the council members mentioned that earlier today about challenges with getting that funding, but there is emergency rental assistance that's available from the state. The county is also embarking on a real estate partnership program whereby they are encouraging and incentivizing landlords to bring people into their housing units that are either coming out of the COVID shelters or that are otherwise at risk of homelessness. And a big strategy for that has been the housing vouchers. So Section 8 vouchers are available. About 300, a little over 330 of those have become available. And so there is a good chunk of people who have opportunities to be housed, and we're in need of those housing options for individuals. Those housing vouchers, some of them can be used regionally between Santa Cruz and San Benito counties. Others are actually available anywhere that a housing authority is in the United States. And so there are additional options as part of the housing voucher program besides just local. And then, of course, rapid rehousing resources, helping to prevent people from becoming homeless through rental assistance. There is an expansion in the outreach and case management. They're doing 2 additional street outreach teams, one for North County and one for South County, as well as 3 case management teams that are aiming to support between 250 and 300 households at a time. And then there is a resource center for youth that is in the works right now that Encompass is looking to operate. Continuing on the theme of increased support, the Smart Path Coordinated Entry System, the county is looking to improve that as well as the data sharing across that system and others. Then there is a proposed expansion of Paul Lee Loft that the county is looking at, both in terms of aiming to increase numbers of individuals, but also expanding the services there. And that's been a focus that the county has moved towards, is actually spending a little bit more on the services at the shelters in order to hopefully get better outcomes and faster turnarounds and people exiting to better living situations. With respect to Project Home Key, we are very much looking forward to the release of the second round of Project Home Key funds that we have been coordinating with the county as well as various nonprofit organizations that could potentially partner with us and the county to acquire properties through those Project Home Key funds that we're expecting as part of the governor's $12 billion package coming up soon. And then the county has set up a transitional age youth shelter at Cabrillo, and they are planning to continue that beyond the expiration of many of the COVID funds. They are through those, primarily through the vouchers that I mentioned before. The county is looking to house about 245 people, which represents about 80% of the residents at the hotels and vets halls that they have currently in operation. Okay, so now transitioning to the challenging components. Not that those other, but here's some of the big challenges that we have. We have the isolation, quarantine, and vulnerable populations hotel and motel program that is winding down as a result of the COVID funding, and that is mostly ending around the end of September, with the one exception that I mentioned where the county's funding 3 additional months. The Vets Hall, the Armory programs, there are some AC rotating shelters that are also affected. There are a number of services like hygiene stations and food and COVID-19 supplies that have been funded through COVID-19 monies. And then also expanded healthcare services. There are some AFC safe parking funds, and those are actually HEAP funds that are expiring. Same thing with some of the other things here, the shared housing for youth and the AFC mobile hygiene services. Those were HEAP funds are about to be finishing. And then this gives a snapshot of the actual numbers. So you can see in Santa Cruz here about 320. This is with about 320 pre-COVID beds. Jumped up significantly during COVID between a variety of resources that have been able to be added, but then that number is decreasing post-COVID. Similar picture in the countywide totals with a much lower decrease in beds. The percentage is shown down here as well. Also layered on top of that, we do have, and just quickly touching on this, I'll note that while the county is making a lot of efforts towards rehousing individuals, there's some lag time. So even with the loss of beds here, and a successful program to rehouse individuals, there may be a lag time between, the ending of some of these programs and the ability to get them into longer term housing. So we could see more visibility of the homelessness problem, even as the city is making efforts to really expand what we're doing through the safe sleeping sites and storage. That is also coupled with the significant movement of individuals that were with relation to the Hell's Trail, which is between Highway 1. It's off the northeast corner of Highway 1 and the San Lorenzo River. And then with wildland fire risk, the need to move people out of Pogonip and Sycamore Grove coming up as of July. And then, of course, in the wintertime, the areas in proximity to the river will need to be vacated due to flooding risk. So there is a lot of movement in addition to the sanctioned and funded shelters. Want to end on a positive note here, which is that we really need resources and advocacy for those state resources is very much appreciated. It's something that we regularly do and something that community members can do as well. And also, if you or others that you know have housing that is available, contact Abode Services. The county is contracting with them. They've got a lot of great incentives, and the website is here where you can find out more information regarding that. With that, I am happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you for that really thorough report out. Lee, I see Councilmember Kalantari Johnson has her hand up.
I'm really blown away. Thank you so much, Lee, for all your work and your partnership with the community partners and the county and everything that I know you're doing day and night. I do have just a couple of questions. Sorry, I'm losing steam. You talked about home key and property acquisition. I'm just wondering if you could quickly expand on that and what that looks like. And is that the acquiring of hotels? Is that the same thing or is that different?
Great question. So the first round of Project Home Key was much more limited. It included hotels as well as residential facilities and some other, especially residential care facilities and so forth. But what we are hearing, the state has not released the new home key guidelines, but what we're hearing is that there will be a broader range of property acquisition opportunities. So it would still allow for the things that we saw with the first home hotels, for example, but it also would allow for acquisition of, say, commercial or industrial property that could then be converted to eligible uses, either long-term housing or permanent supportive housing or transitional housing and so forth.
Okay,
So
great.
still TBD, but that's what.
That's great to hear. I did hear through colleagues in the field that approaching some of the hotels was challenging, and I'm just wondering how we as a city could be supportive in helping negotiate, helping facilitate that discussion with some of the hotels that COVID were somewhat empty and not just something for us to maybe pursue. Then I heard you in the list of things that were decreasing in funding and services. I saw the AFC safe parking was listed there. And earlier on in your presentation, you talked about potentially looking at RV ordinance. So it seems like there's an opportunity there to perhaps and look to support them as they're losing support with what's happening right now.
Yeah, so they received some HEAP funding, and they've been using that for the past few years. I have heard through others that AFC is interested in and wants to continue programs that they have currently running. I have also had some firsthand conversations with AFC, and I know that they are interested in exploring a pilot project for that on-street parking. Those conversations happened some months ago, and that HEAP funding is running out now. So I think we do, if it is something that the council wants us to look at and prioritize, I think we'll need to re-engage with AFC and understand what the implications of the HEAP funding loss are, and understand how that plays into the pilot project that we would hope to be able to implement to see how that project, how their religious assembly uses off-street could potentially work on-street as well.
Great. Yeah, it seems like a potential opportunity here, and addressing some of the comments and concerns that we've heard throughout the day and night around sanitation issues and waste issues, and what we're seeing in terms of public health impacts on our housed and unhoused community. I'll just make a quick comment about the TAY program. I worked really hard on this, and I'm so excited to see where it is, but I wanted to just let the public and colleagues know that this started out as a shelter-in-place emergency response, and there were several iterations of it. It started out with congregate shelter at Simpkins, and then it went to Seventh-day Adventist, and then through lots of work and partnership, it moved to Cabrillo. And now it's potentially turning into a permanent transitional housing program. And I just highlight that as an example that sometimes when we're in crisis and we are making decisions to address and respond to the crisis as we have been finding ourselves with the encampments, it could turn into a longer-term effective strategy that aligns with community partners in this beautiful way. So I just wanted to use that as an example. It's a great example of what can transpire as we think thoughtfully and respond to community needs. Thank you so much for all your work, Lee.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I'm going to kind of cue myself in here, and then I've got Vice Mayor Bruner and then Councilmember Cummings. Lee, I'm interested in just, looking kind of at the policy front, sort of building out here. I saw your notes in the staff report regarding sort of the RV part of all of this. Obviously, there's people sheltering in RVs. We know that around town. And I'm wondering if we, I think it would be good to get some direction potentially to you and just to staff to kind of start to cue that as another piece that we've got to I would imagine according to, our understanding of Martin versus Boise, as well as sort of aligning with some of the time, place, and manner type of approach that we're taking, as well as providing the safe parking, which it sounds like it might be a good synergy with AFC right now. So I'm hoping we can also get some direction potentially for you this evening on that as well. And I appreciate your report. I'm super excited about I've been also chatting with some of our state electeds, and I'm very excited about the potential for maybe some of that home key money sort of freeing up and being a little bit more applicable to a little bit various different opportunities. And I'm hoping that that provides some nice opportunity potentially for us moving ahead. So a lot going on, and I'll just speak from as a 2x2 member as well that we have our 2x2 meetings every other Wednesday. We got one tomorrow, Sonia, and we have just a lot of engagement with county staff and our staff and county elected. I do feel like we are hitting the right topics, and I feel like the conversations are particularly productive, and also this opportunity with Abode and with the rehousing is really important. And, the more that we can spread the word on that and get people connected to that, there's some real opportunity there that we got described to us in our meeting just a couple weeks ago. So that's a real big push that I'm hoping, helping get that word out and looking for people who might be able to provide housing for folks as they come out. I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Bruner now.
Thank you, Mayor Myers. Thank you, Lee, for the update and the information. My understanding is that we would need to give direction to staff. Does it need to be a formal motion regarding designated areas for RVs to park, making sure, areas are conducive with dump stations and hygiene stations, trash, etc. How does that process look at this point?
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor Bruner. We haven't had a whole lot of concerted effort on that. I can say I personally haven't had a whole lot of concerted effort on the RV issue. The RV ordinance issue, I'll clarify, because we do spend a lot of time addressing trash and trying to provide services and address the everyday impacts that we regularly hear about from residents. But with respect to the ordinance, since that went to the Coastal Commission before I joined the city, and I don't think that a whole lot of work has been happening since that 2017 timeframe. But I have had some recent conversations within the past few months with the Coastal Commission just to understand, hey, where is this? We do have a lot of priorities that the council has set forth for us with respect to, setting up the safe sleeping and setting up the storage and so forth. But also, that's been back there because approved by council, but it never was formally accepted and approved by the Coastal Commission. So it's been hanging out there. And if the council wants us to proceed on looking at that in light of the new context, in light of the Martin v. Boise case, in light of the new camping standards and services ordinance, then in light of the opportunities that we have potentially with the on-street parking and safe parking programs that we would potentially be engaging AFC with, then we can do that. And I just want to also be and that, our attorneys can start digging into that, and our public works team can start looking into that. Our small but mighty homeless response team from the city manager's office is focused on a lot of the camping services and standards ordinance implementation right now. But nevertheless, it would be good if the council wants us to start working on that, to get that specific direction from the council so we can start taking those initial steps. In fact, we've got regular coordination and communications with the Coastal Commission, and we can give them an early heads up if that's the council's desire to proceed with something like that.
I think that makes sense, as it's all connected and ties in with those conversations and the work that is currently happening right now and the conversations that are happening. So I'd be happy to provide that direction to staff to make a formal motion, if that's appropriate, to include that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Aside from that, I also had a couple comments, so I can bring those up now.
Yeah, and I believe, yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor Brunner. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm really happy to see the last slide I believe you showed in just really advocating that we need help advocating with our state legislators, and as one tool that our community members can help with, and also really emphasizing that having over 300 voucher holders that need a place to go. And getting a voucher is not an easy task, and the process to acquire vouchers, to wait for vouchers, and then to not have a place to use it. So I'm glad you also included the abode contact, because I know they're making great efforts right now to really secure rentals or properties for voucher holders to go. So thank you for including that. I know that there are particularly elderly and people with disabilities coming out of those COVID emergency shelter programs. So we have a lot of vulnerable populations, and I think, the timing you mentioned, September, is also the same timing UCSC students are expected to come back into town. So in the conversations with all of these updates, it's certainly looking like it's going to look worse before it gets better. But I'm hopeful for the steps that are making progress forward. So thank you for those updates. Those were the end of my comments. And so, yeah, we can go back to the direction.
Yeah, along those lines, Vice Mayor, I actually, Bonnie, could you, there is some language to look at. Bonnie, if you maybe put that up, and hopefully we can get a motion. And I just want to, it's 10 o'clock. We do have people in the audience that want to speak to this item, but maybe, Bonnie, could you put that language up, that motion language up?
Yeah.
But I'm cognizant of the time, and I'm hoping that maybe the council members' comments can be short. This is meant really as an update, but so I don't know, Sonia, if this would capture a little bit of where you're heading. Or where you were heading in terms of getting some direction.
From language
I don't know if, yeah, just take a look at it. I'm not sure.
Designated safe parking in partnership with Faith. Yes, the AFC parking, the designated parking for RVs in partnership. Yep. time, place, and manner of use of RVs for daytime and nighttime parking. Plan to update City Council in October on ordinance amendment approach, as well as update on California Coastal Commission process for approvals in coastal zone. Direct staff to begin evaluating the city's existing RV ordinance for amendments to align with existing of programming. I think, yeah, that ties in the elements that, yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
Just a point of order.
Okay.
I thought this was supposed to go out to, I mean, I think and maybe it's just something that's been standard that we do, but I know we often have, before we make motions, we go out for public comment, and then we come back for action deliberation. So I just want to, I know there's council members that still have questions we haven't opened up for public comment, so I'm not sure if the city attorney wants to weigh in on that, but I know that kind of what I've learned over time is that hearing from the public before we make motions and start providing directions generally to our standard.
Okay. Tony, you want to weigh in on that?
Sorry, yeah, that is a more common practice, but if there's no legal requirement that you hear from members of the public before placing a motion on the floor, certainly you are required to do so before taking action on it.
Mayor, I'm happy to second the motion and recognizing that we still have public comment and we can begin from this place when we return for operations after, if that is helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cummings, did you have more questions?
I did. So I want to thank Lee. Thank you, Lee, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. Well, one in particular, because since this is a broader, update on, directness, this came up in the budget conversations and throughout the conversations we've been having, but we have a homeless response manager position that's been vacant for almost a year now, I think, or if it's not been a full year, a little bit less than a year. And I'm just wondering where that's at, in terms of filling that position, because one of the things that you mentioned, and it's come up in this presentation today, is, the need for staff. And so we have a fully funded position without a body in it. And I'm wondering, what are we doing to try to get somebody in that position? Because we know that having the staff to carry out these directions is vital. And if we have the money and we have a position, what's being done to kind of fill it?
Thank you very much for that question, because that position is very much needed. We are anticipating that the position is posted this week on Thursday. We've worked with the unions to revise the job description, and we are hopeful that we will. We're hopeful that we get some great candidates, and we can get that filled in the very near future. But that is a key capacity issue that we need to address.
Thanks. Yeah, and it'll go a long way with all the work that you all are trying to do. So I'm really hoping that can be, at the top of the priority list. The next question, because I know that there are a number of council members, myself included, who weren't around for that RV ordinance. And so, putting it out there, I think that there's also members of the public who aren't really clear on what that is. And I think it would be maybe if you could take a few minutes to just describe what that ordinance was, where it landed with the Coastal Commission, and what have been the impacts of that. My understanding was that it has something to do with our ability to enforce RV parking, and the Coastal Commission that ordinance hasn't been approved. So it would just be helpful to get a sense of some background on that ordinance and the process and where things stand.
Sure. As I noted, it went through the process, and Public Works was leading that before I joined the city. And so I don't have a ton of background on it, but I'll tell you through my conversations with the Coastal Commission that the ordinance was adopted by the council, and when it went to the Coastal Commission had some questions about availability of locations for individuals to park. And they asked for additional information related to that, and it hasn't gone back to the Coastal Commission. Since that time, there have been some changing landscapes, Martin v. Boise being one, the Camping Service System Standard. So I think if we were to look at this, I think that if it's the council's desire for us to look at it, we would use that as the starting point. But a couple things, we would have to evaluate it for its current legal context. And then two, the Coastal Commission actually has, I don't know the official term for it, but projects can become stale. If the council approves an LCP and it's not presented to the Coastal Commission within a certain period of time, then it needs to come back to the council. If it's the desire of the council to proceed, I would expect that we're going to be back in front of the council with that legal analysis and with changes to the camping ordinance, to the RV ordinance, in advance of bringing it to the Coastal Commission. But the RV ordinance itself did include expanded prohibitions for parking, for RV parking. And that's where the Coastal Commission was asking, okay, well, talk to me about the allowable areas. So I think we would need to revisit that, dive into it in more detail, if that's the council's desire.
Thanks for that. And I guess the last question I have related to this is, I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more about the work the consultant is doing. I know you mentioned that they're assisting with short, medium, and long-term priorities. And I ask because I know that a number of us have made suggestions in the past around things that would be good for the city to consider as it relates to homelessness and homeless response. We've had a lot of input from members of the community who want a mental health crisis response team. Many people have mentioned to us, if we're going to commit ourselves to this, what would it look like to put together some kind of, division on homelessness where we'd have a centralized group and structure of that. And largely having those conversations is what people have been pushing for, because, in order to determine what it would be, we have to start with the conversation. And so I guess I put all that out there to try to better understand what this consultant's doing and whether there's an opportunity for us to have them also, if we can make recommendations tonight, then it sounds like, having these discussions move forward, this might be an opportunity for that to happen if we are now hiring a consultant to kind of look at short, medium, and long-term priorities.
Thank you for that question. One of the things that the consultant will be doing, each of you, to hear from you regarding those priorities, and then that will all be incorporated into a report. But I do want to sort of frame what the consultant is and is not doing. The consultant is doing those limited interviews and is looking at many of those documents that I mentioned before, but we do not have them scoped to go out and do a community process. Rather, they're relying on the prior community processes that have happened with the focus strategies at the county and the Community Advisory Committee on Homelessness, compiling that information, and then hearing from the council members, okay, here's the whole realm of what we've got. What would you do in the your top priorities, and then those recommendations would come back to the council. So through that, if there are priorities that rise to the top that involve, some of those additional community conversations around, mental health response, or if it's directly like, go and implement this program with the county or explore this with the county and with the police, that could be an outcome of that process as well.
Thanks. That's helpful to understand that the consultant is going to be working with us so that we can, provide some input on priorities that we're hearing from the community. And I guess the last question I have, or I should say the next question I have, is related to timeline on that process and when, because if we're moving into July, many of us are going to be gone, just getting a sense of when we should be expecting to hear from the consultant and when we should be expecting some kind of report to be produced on next steps. It would be good because we get people who are like, you're not doing enough on mental health crisis response, and it's helpful when we can give people feedback that things are happening, here are timelines, here's how you can be involved. And so really just trying to make sure that we're keeping the community informed, and we also can demonstrate to them that these are coming back and here's the process that we've established.
Sure, thank you. Couple things. One, specific to the mental health response, there were a couple of updates at the bottom of the update matrix that was attached to the report. So we can speak to those if you have questions, but it sounds like that might have just been an example. And so with the timeline, going from memory here, the consultant would be reaching out to the council members. So they'll be doing background research in the next month or so. And from recollection, they'll be reaching out to the council members in August, maybe even into September, depending on the scheduling. And then they'll be looking to prepare a report and findings as of the October timeframe, and finalizing that in the November timeframe is sort of roughly the timeline going from memory.
Great, those are all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member?
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take it out to the public now. I know we have one individual I give extra time to, but Serge, we'll go ahead and start with you. So for members of the public who are interested in commenting on this item for the City Council, this is item number 46. You're going to want to go ahead and follow the directions on your screen to call in for this item. And you should press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And when it is your time to speak, you will hear an announcement that you've been unmuted. The timer will then be set to 2 minutes. So Serge, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. How much time do I have?
3 minutes, Serge.
Okay, thanks.
It's 10:07. What's another 3 more minutes? We've been here for 14 hours, so go for it.
Just to clarify, Mayor, to clarify, is Serge getting 2 minutes?
Serge is going to get 3 minutes. I mean, at this point, we'll give him 3 minutes. We have 2 people with 3 minutes. Thank you for clarifying.
I know you guys are super tired. I'm super tired too. And we're not really good with our words when we're really tired. But the fact that you guys made a motion and seconded it, and we're about to have an ordinance written without getting community input. And if you guys, for some of you guys probably know, that RV ordinance, that was an RV ban. Like, that was a complete no RVs in the city on the streets kind of thing, a very anti-homeless kind of thing. So to use that as the template for making it something more useful without getting community input, it could have gone in a little different way. Just to be clear, for safe spaces, they only allow people who have licenses, registration, and no oil or anything. So that's not a lot of, like, there are a lot of people that don't fall into those categories. I'm glad that, and I'm super sorry that the sewage and that people dump and stuff like that, but there's nowhere in the city for those people to dump. The closest place is out by Dominican. I'm glad that we're working on a place at 1220 that was part of CATS to try to have something in the city where people can dump for free, and hopefully that would have less of a problem on the city. But I just want to say that an RV ban for the city, why aren't we talking about all those services that are stopping because of COVID? There's less shelters, there's less showers, less meals, but there's no conversation here on what's going to supplant that, and are we going to support more food, or are we going to try to take care of those people? We're about to have, what's that, 500 people that are going to be coming in because the Benchlands is going to be cleared too. Like, where's the comment on how are we going to take care of those people? We're just talking about how we're going to make life harder for some people. So I hear you guys. I know you're super tired, but I wish that there was more of a give and take on this kind of stuff so that we could find things that work for the housed and the unhoused. But yeah, thanks guys. And yeah, thanks for all you do.
Thank you, sir. Next up is phone number ending in 4844.
We have to prepare for police sweeps this summer. I'm Robert Norris, and representing Huff. Summer heat is intensifying. As the council toddles off to vacation, wrecking crews demolish survival camp after survival camp along Highway 1, and fences arise in their place. We're still in the shadow of COVID pandemic, but Caltrans and city staff enablers are acting as though shelter in place is gone, even with a new COVID variant ravaging elsewhere. Butler's written presentation still avoids any specifics of alternative shelter or storage. Go down to the former Camp Paradise campus, some of us did yesterday. You'll find women traumatized by the demolition of their makeshift homes, the butt of lewd sneering and sexist jokes, backed up by the guns and badges of this city council's two well-paid thugs, Mills SCPD, Harts Sheriffs, and the CHP. This was after this council Mayor Myers to Governor Newsom egging him on to mow down the camps, shaming the phony housing matters, or should I say funding matters, poverty pimps. In December, when Mills Bully Boys tried this in San Lorenzo, they were confronted with an enraged community and an injunction. Do we have to go through this again? Must decent people again risk their health and safety to respond to a bureaucratically deaf city manager and his police department underlings? We have hundreds now living in the Myersvilles, or perhaps I should call them Watkinsvilles, all around Santa Cruz. These are our own Hoovervilles of the 30s. Now, of course, where we are now. The council chatters on about affordable housing while violently gentrifying the downtown and burying the library in a parking lot against community wishes. Butler reassures the council with more reams of rhetoric. We've heard the false promises of Susie O'Hara, Megan Bunch, and Lee Butler. To look closely at their history is to understand why there is a solid basis for mistrust. Real alternatives are dismissed in favor of failed token shelters like the barbed wire gravel pit boneyard at 1220 River Street. City politicians seize on these excuses to break up these that might actually stand up and resist inhumane treatment. The need to disperse the life and dignity preserving survival encampments is very explicit in the language of the Service and Shelter Free Community Services and Shelter Ordinance, the TOLO, the sleeping ban. A bad day. Bad day. The new camping ban gives the police cover to harass and threaten in early July with false claims of available shelter. Martin versus Boise's no tickets without shelter decision. The attacks on the Harvey West Agreement Camp, the Hells Highway encampments, and the attacks on the Highway 1 camps show that the city has bad faith in these whole situations. The successful December resistance to the San Lorenzo Park evictions shows that community support and camper solidarity, along with legal backing, can stop. And I hope the community is paying some attention because
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Next up is Sabina.
Hello, good evening. My name's I'm calling as a resident of Santa Cruz. Listening to Lee Butler today, it's very clear the amount of beds is going down. All services are going down, and the council pushes through with criminalizing poor people. My question for you guys tonight is, where will they go? Please tell me where you think they should go. At least with Tolo, you put a map up, but you got so much NIMBY feedback, you had to go back on that. So please give us a new map of where people are going to go when you push them out of all these encampments. We all know that the answer is likely to fire-prone areas, which is going to cause far more danger to our whole community than allowing agreement camps and other encampments. I also noticed that, again, there didn't give any updates on what the council is spending on homeless services, staff administration, consultant fees, legal fees. Why are we being asked to raise our sales tax when the city cannot report on what it's spending today? It's another example of a bad faith move by the moderates of the city council. You say you're supportive of one thing, and then the actions that you tell the city to do are completely different. I know it's really late at night. I know you're bored of hearing from the public at this point, but if somebody could respond, where are the finances on this? How are you at a higher sales tax when you can't tell us what you're spending today? It's really ridiculous, and just thanks to Sandy Brown for holding her ground on that. Really appreciate that, Sandy. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else in the audience. We'll go ahead and take it back to council. The motion on the floor. If you could stick that up, maybe we can have discussions on that. I believe it's made by Vice Mayor Bruner and seconded by Councilmember Watkins. Is there questions on that? Vice Mayor Bruner.
So I would just like to say that, we received this update and it seemed that additional direction was needed to be provided, and the intention to direct staff to work on designated areas for RV parking that would, really align with the conversations happening with ASC and safe parking options, and I think I mentioned earlier, ensuring that there are dump stations, hygiene stations, and trash cans or whatever that looks like for those spaces. So it's really just providing additional direction to staff to work on that, since it wasn't specifically spelled out. And so that is my intention. And this motion that is up here is also directing begin evaluating the city's existing RV ordinance, which Councilmember Cummings brought up. Not everyone is aware of that ordinance and what it entails. To evaluate, what the components are, and to give that direction to really have the conversation about safe parking programs and designated safe parking locations for those in vehicles and RVs. And I think it's really important to have this, given that in a few months, see certain funding for what has currently been COVID emergency shelter funds will be going away. And so again, it's important to direct staff to implement this direction, and it ties in with all of the actions happening anyways in regards to the camping services ordinance direction that we, council, previously gave. So I just wanted to really emphasize that.
Thank you, Vice. Councilmember Cummings, and we have a motion on the floor, and I'm hearing from a couple of council members that sort of need to wind down and kind of get to bed because they've got early meetings and they got to get to work soon. So, Councilmember Cummings, and then Council.
Yes, thanks. I think that given that we have the consultant and that we'll be able to provide input on mental health crisis response in a homeless, the potential creation of a homeless division, I think that I'm okay with being the way that we can provide input, and hopefully we can, make recommendations around priorities after that consultant has met with us. And then I guess, and Lee, maybe you touched on this, but are there going to be any opportunities for public engagement in public?
With the consultant, it is building on the community engagement efforts of prior work. So the Community Advisory Committee on Homelessness, for example, and the 2017 Homeless Coordinating Committee, and so forth. So this particular effort will involve community outreach, but there will be the council meeting, and then there would also be the opportunity to identify certain activities or certain approaches or certain services that would themselves include community outreach components. But the consultant is not scoped to go and conduct a community outreach process as part of their work. It's looking at the prior outreach processes.
Thank you. I personally, I think it's really important that if this comes back, it's supposed to come back, that we have some form of community input process. I mean, we just got through the TOLO, and I think that one of the things that people who I think even are supportive of these kinds of actions, but what they were not happy about was having an ordinance come to the council to get voted on where some of the decisions that would have been made would have impacted their areas, and they hadn't been contacted prior to that item coming to the council. And so I just really want to make sure that there's a process for community engagement and input. And so maybe to the maker of the motion, in number 2, at the end of the first sentence, adding in language that says, daytime, nighttime camping. So it would be direct staff to begin evaluating the city's existing RV ordinance for amendments to align with the existing camping service ordinance, including establishment of programming such as designated safe parking programs in partnership with faith communities partners, as well as establishing time, place, and manner of use of RVs for daytime and nighttime camping, and a process for community engagement and input. And so the idea would be that we can, say what that process community outreach will be, so the community can know, if there's workshops that we want to have, or whether there's going to be community meetings. But there really needs to be some kind of process, because we're going to be saying where RVs can and can't be. And I think that if there's a clear process for so the community knows when they can engage, I think that would be really helpful, so that when council, there's been enough input from the community that we're not going to have to do a whole lot of wordsmithing on the dais. That'll help save us a lot of time, and a lot of time with the community. And I also want to bring that up because, I know a good number of people in this town who they live in their RVs because they can't anywhere else, and they are employees and they're business owners, They take good care of their RVs. And so, I think that while there are, some people who are, more of the traditional homeless, like they've fallen on bad luck and they have to live out of their vehicles, there's a lot of people who the only way they're as, contributing community members is to live out of their vehicles because they can't afford anywhere else. I mean, I saw a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house on the west side going for $6,000 a month. So this is going to be, we're going to see more and more of this if this is the direction that we're going to go in terms of affordability. So I think, as I mentioned before, adding that language, I think would help me become more comfortable with just addressing the concerns that arose through the TOLO and making sure that there's a clear public engagement process prior to us taking action on this item. So I don't know if the maker of the motion wants to accept the language that's offered.
Yeah, I'm just processing what you're saying. So this is not a motion to move the 2015 ordinance. This is a motion to give direction to staff to evaluate it because it's been a while, to evaluate it and to have that conversation with the Coastal Commission process and bring that information back to us. And I see the community engagement before any action moving forward as that next step after, the evaluation and direction in those conversations is done. However, what you're suggesting is that community engagement is done in conjunction with the staff direction to evaluate and have the California Coastal Commission. Is that what the language you're adding is directing staff to do?
Well, I think.
Could it be some? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm looking at, if this comes back to council in October, an ordinance amendment approach, as well as an update on the Coastal Commission process for approvals in the coastal zone. If part of that ordinance amendment approach could be, including but not limited to community outreach, process for community outreach, I think that would be okay. Because the idea is, I totally hear where you're coming from. That we don't want to be ahead of ourselves, but I do, if they're going to if staff is to come back on an ordinance amendment approach, what I think is really important for us to have happen within that approach is having a clear process that's been, outlined for how we're going to get community feedback on that ordinance, so that we don't end up in the same position we did with the TOLO.
I hear you. I hear.
Motion, is the maker of motion okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get that language in there. And is the seconder okay with that?
No, yeah, I am as well. I think what would be helpful is though also I appreciate the intention behind this. I also appreciate what Vice Mayor Bruner was suggesting in that there's certain steps that need to be taken before we get to that place. I also wonder if it's possible if the council members can share, make suggestions on what community engagement input looks like in terms of what they hope to have happen. I think that will help with expectation from staff potentially.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be part of it. I'm happy to just as the seconder, but I think just in general, it'd be great to kind of have the expectations they want to see,
Yes.
And maybe if I could just chime in, because I want to just make sure that language is correct, and I think I hear where you two are headed. So maybe if, we're to update in October on ordinance, amendment, and community engagement approach. And then that way, that kind of keeps it simple, so that when it comes back, we'll get.
Sorry, council member.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember, you were looking in the actual language up above.
Yes, and yeah. Yeah, that's fine. When that comes back, we'll be able to also, to Councilmember Watkins' point, we'll be able to provide,
yes, direction.
Or recommendations on what that community engagement process could look like.
Councilmember, I have Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate the willingness to look at creating space for community input related to this process. I absolutely understand concerns around timing and having things having public input at points where it will be to us. And I do appreciate your including this. I think it's particularly important given that we are making a decision tonight that includes evaluating an ordinance that really does not align with the goals that we have set for safe parking and trying to actually create, because it is all about restricting RVs in the city. So, and it's, as has already been said, the Coastal Commission had serious concerns. So, to me, it feels like using that as a base. It feels a little weird to move in that direction, but I'm absolutely open to doing that in the way that you've laid it out, Sonia Bruner, and and then we'll see where it goes. But I did just want to remind us that it's going to be it'll be interesting to see how our new goals might integrate into a previous iteration of a very different kind of ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson, Vice Mayor Bruner, and then Councilmember Cummings. I'm wondering if if there's a way we can wrap up. I'm sorry, but I've got to get to bed. I'm hoping we can take this is just the very first step. So I'm really hoping that we can wrap up. Personally, I've got to get to bed. I have to work in the morning. So not sure how much more we can go on this. Councilmember Kalantari-Johnson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I see the intent of this is how it's provided here in the motion by Vice Mayor Brenner that first and foremost, we're looking at establishing of programming such as designated safe parking programs. That's what I see as up front and center in this motion, is that's what we're exploring. And that's clearly been communicated as a challenge in our community by all of our other council members here and by community members. Maybe not tonight, but I would like clarity. I absolutely agree community engagement is very important, but I have a feeling that we have different ways of defining that. So I would like clarity on, I liked Member Watkins' suggestion on what are some ways of doing this that would meet our definitions and our desires and our expectations of community engagement, because I think each of us has defined it differently. So we don't need to do that tonight, but at some point I would like clarity on what is community engagement, how does it look, and when do we think that it is meaningful and robust. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Bruner?
I just wanted to say that the primary focus is the programming, and I think to Councilmember Brown's comment about the ordinance, it's important to evaluate and look at that, and I think this is just a reporting back, a direction to look at all these pieces as they are naturally part of all the conversations that are and work that is being done. So just providing that additional direction And it could be the report back is that it's no longer aligned, as you said, with the services. So, but it's I think that piece is, you know, it's important to have this refresh, evaluation, and conversation, and to look at the programming. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, I did have, I was going to see if there might be a couple of the friendly amendments. And it's really an issue because what I would suggest is where it's the campus service and standards ordinance, including establishment of programming, either change that to expansion of programming or just delete establishment of and just have it say including programming such as designated safe parking programs, as well as, and then delete establishing, again, time, place, and manner of use of RVs. And the reason why is because we already have safe sleeping programs in the city. The city's been supporting safe sleeping programs, and I think we, you know, really want to give credit to the work that's been done. So I think those are really simple amendments, and just want to hear if that would be acceptable.
I would be equal to that amendment.
So delete establishment.
Delete establishment.
And then establishing in the fourth or the fifth line.
Thank you.
Okay. Wondering if we are.
And then the of that's in front of programming would need to go too. So it says, before programming, it says, it says establishment of, yeah.
Sorry, what?
Right past the strikeout of establishment, on the right side of establishment, just past establishment, there is the word of. Can you strike that out, please? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Is there any other questions or comments or changes on the motion, or like to go ahead and call for the vote?
Does the seconder need to?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm happy to approve it. The intention is there, so which is fine.
Okay. Okay. So we will go ahead and vote on that, Bonnie.
Councilmembers Watkins?
Aye.
Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Brown?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Boulder?
Aye.
Aye.
And Mayor Myers?
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. I believe that we are officially adjourned, and so we will see everybody at least the second weekend meeting in August is our next official meeting date, which we will be reconvening the 10th. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.